everybody! How are you all doing today? I forgot to mute my phone. Man, the one thing that I forgot to do. But hopefully you all are having a good day. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't get much sleep yesterday. My phone went off. But yeah, for some reason my body wouldn't let me fall asleep until like 4. So I'm a little eepy, but that's okay. I've got a gamer subs. I've got some rice that I haven't finished yet. And so yay. But I'm excited to go back and see what else is gonna be different. I'm still like skeptical on if this is like the true thing that happened. Cause I know it's being framed that way. I think it's just the fact that like Kinzo is acting so different than usual that I'm just like, are you sure? But anyway, I'm excited. I am anticipating them ripping out my heart. Because everything is hunky-dory, which will probably not last for long. But I can dream. Okay. Cousins walked along the beach, playing in all kinds of ways. They searched for bits of glass, polished by the waves to become small and gem-like. They caught up on the news of each other's lives and joked around. They wrote words in the sand. They chased the receding waves and ran away from the coming ones. The cousins enjoyed the time that they had to themselves. Get back here, Maria! You won't get off easy this time!
No way, no way!
You'll get hurt if you fall. Be careful, you two. Feels like the wind's gotten stronger. Maybe we should head back soon. You're right. I think the sky's getting cloudier too. Battler-kun, Maria-chan, I think we should call it a day and head back to the guest house for the time being.
No way! I want to play more!
Hey, don't ignore your cousin. Okay, that's all for now. Here, I'll give you my glass gem.
Really? Thank you, Battler! Now I have the most, so I
win! Anji, are you okay?
Yeah.
What's wrong, Anji? You look a little down. She's just tired out. Come on, let's all head back together. Anji's expression probably did look tired. However, Battler alone thought he saw something else in it. What's wrong? Can you tell me?
It's nothing.
She said that, but something in her expression showed that she was unsatisfied for some reason. Since Anji didn't say what it was and Battler couldn't think of anything, he was unable to guess anymore. So he squeezed her small hand, silently letting her know that she could tell him whenever she was ready. Aww. So cute. Even though it had seemed like a bright sunny day a second ago, the sky turned gray and the wind started to feel more annoying than pleasant. If they waited around, they would probably see scattered raindrops as well soon. I guess it'll be raining the whole time from now on. What a pain. Still, even though it didn't last long, it was fun to be a kid again.
I can't wait to show Mama this glass gem. I'm gonna tell her I won.
Even though you only won because I gave you mine.
I got it, so it's mine. So I won.
Anji walked distractedly, pulled along by her brother. George and the others thought that she had probably woken up too early and was tired, so they didn't try to talk to her much. Poor baby. As they reached the end of the forested path, the rose garden lay before them. They could see strong winds making the rose bushes wave.
Mama, look! I won!
Maria ran forward, waving her hands about and yelling. It looked as though Rosa was waving to them from the front of the guest house. I'm gonna head back to my room for a sec. I'll meet you in the cousin room right after. Okay, got it. See you later then. Jessica ran off in the direction of the mansion. George turned around, as though suggesting that they had better get going too. However, When he saw Anji standing still with a crabby look on her face, he realized that something might have put her into a bad mood. Is everything okay? Yeah, she's fine. Sorry, but would you mind going on ahead of us? Sure, got it. See you later. George headed for the guest house. The only ones left in the rose garden were Battler, who was waving at George, and Anji, who was still staring at the ground, holding Battler's hand. For the past few minutes, he had repeatedly asked Anji what was wrong. He realized that this wasn't anything like a stomachache or something obvious that had made her grumpy. However, young girls sometimes get upset for reasons that only they can understand. Battler knew this, so he didn't rush her in any way, and continued to gaze at the beautiful rose garden, holding her hand.
Onita,
What is it?
where are we?
She asked the question as though she was talking about something on the other side of the silver screen. Though Battler understood what the question meant, he played dumb. Where are we? We're on Rokanjima, right?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
How is this Rokanjima?
It's the Rokanjima of October 4th, 1986. The Rokanjima you've wanted to see for so long.
That's a lie.
Why do you say that?
This is totally fake.
Anji wrenched her hand from her brother's grip. That hand hit a rose and sent flower petals flying. I don't lie.
How is this supposed to be the truth?
Anji spat those words out. However, Battler's expression remained calm and composed. What don't you like about it?
Ushinomiya Kinzo, for example. He wasn't anything like that, right?
What grandfather wouldn't smile when he's been reunited with his grandchildren after a long time?
Ushinomiya Kinzo isn't that kind of person. Ushinomiya Kinzo was...
Strict, discontented, short-tempered, and quick to anger?
So you do understand. What was all that back there? How is that supposed to be Ushinomiya Kinzo? Halloween? Exchanging presents? What the hell was that? That's nothing like Ushinomiya Kinzo. This is nothing like Rokanjima.
Don't you remember, Anji?
Remember what?
We did that every year, didn't we?
Every year? That?
Well, I guess it's no surprise. The last time you went to a family conference, you were less than 6 years old. So it's only natural you wouldn't remember.
It's only natural that I don't remember?
Anji understood what her brother was trying to say. However, she couldn't accept it. It's true that Ushinomiya Kinzo was a rigid man. When he was younger, he was really strict with his kids, apparently, and, well, it's probably not wrong to say that it was pretty traumatic for Dad and the others, and that they're still a bit scared of him. The grand tale of how Kinzo restored the Ushinomiya family was more than enough to paint him as a rigid, terrifying man. Furthermore, Kinzo was an investor. All the legends and tales that made him seem more mysterious had probably worked in his business's favor. At times, Kinzo may have even acted out this part people expected, endeavoring to make his presence all the more overpowering. That's why the world at large spoke of Ushinomiya Kinzo as a strict, short-tempered man, and they even thought of him as a fickle, bold, incomprehensible eccentric. But that was just the face grandfather showed to the world. That's not how he acted in private alone with his family.
Are you saying that weeping old man who doted on his grandchildren is the real Ushinomiya Kinzo?
He must have played with you and patted your head many times. Do you really not remember? Stuff like that might have happened once or twice, but that must have been a mere whim of his. My parents told me all the time, grandfather is a terrifying person, so make sure you act properly. They always said that he's very scary, so take care. And that means he was a
scary person.
When you were little, you would always accept whatever your parents said and take it too seriously. To put it nicely, you were obedient. But to put it bluntly, you were a kid with an overactive imagination. Dad and the others were just trying to make you realize how important it was to be polite.
He saw it through, or I saw it though. I knew about it. I knew that Ushinomiya Kinzo was a scary person. I've even seen him yelling in anger. I'll never forget it.
Well, like you just saw now, grandfather could be a bit abrupt at times. He might just have been trying to surprise you. Or it might have slipped out when he was having a serious discussion with his kids.
And you think I just got scared for no reason? Got the wrong idea? It can't be. It can't be true. I mean, I still remember it. I know I saw Ushinomiya Kinzo yelling and being scary. Mom and Dad were terrified too, so I know I'm right.
The impression you had of grandfather when you were young remained with you, and that impression grew inside you as he grew up. How many times did Anji see Kinzo in her life? How old was she the last time she saw him? Anji, who got sick easily when under pressure, couldn't have gone to Rokenjima often. And since she was absent for the family conference when she was 6, her last memories of him must have come from when she was just 5 years old.
But even you haven't seen Ushinomiya Kinzo for 6 years.
And that's right. But when I finally came back after 6 years, I saw that grandfather hadn't changed in the slightest.
Kinzo was fickle, so you could never understand what he was thinking. And he was an eccentric with a creepy love for the occult, and...
It's true he had a love for the occult. Yeah, it was a bit of a strange hobby for him to get into in his final years. I'll admit that his hobby of collecting strange objects to scare his grandchildren and laugh at them wasn't exactly praiseworthy. Even Battler had been pranked by Kinzo in the past. He'd do things like showing off an attached case with 7 strange stakes in it, and say something about how they were once used in the Middle Ages to gouge the hearts of victims in a witch's ceremony.
Hello, Lunar, how are you doing?
When Kinzo did things like that, it was pretty scary, but looking back on it now, they were really childish pranks. Grandfather only scared his grandchildren because he wanted to joke around with them. I'd be willing to bet that grandfather pulled a prank like that on you too. It's no surprise that you, young as you were, you let that scare you and convince you that grandfather was a strange, terrifying person.
I don't know what you're talking about, Oni-chan.
Anji bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She said she didn't understand, but in truth she understood perfectly and was refusing to accept it. Remember how we traded Halloween presents in the parlor just now?
What was all that about? The Ushinomiya family never did anything that sentimental.
It's almost as though you don't remember it at all.
Are you saying I got presents once too? I don't remember anything like that.
Anji! Anji, you're wearing one right now!
That could never happen.
Do you really think that grandfather, a man who loved the occult and Western traditions, wouldn't celebrate Halloween? Grandfather's Happy Halloween was pretty much the standard greeting at our family conferences. He must have said it to you, too.
Youth can be so cruel. Even though...
Okay, it's still Battler talking. Youth can be so cruel. Even though grandfather put all his heart into choosing those presents, it looks like your heart didn't remember anything.
Are you saying that I was just too young to remember? And that was the truth of October 4th?
On that day, just like 6 years before, grandfather entered the parlor with a cry of Happy Halloween. Then he and I traded presents as he shed tears over our long-awaited reunion after a 6-year gap. Why did I say reunion like that? Grandfather seemed so sad that Anji wasn't able to come. So he gave Hirei-san a present, telling her to make sure that Anji got it.
I never heard of anything about a present like that. Mom never gave it to me.
True. She never had the chance.
I don't believe it. I won't believe that was Ushinomiya Kinzo. Then what about the family conference itself? Wasn't there a tense argument over the distribution of inheritance?
All of the adult siblings were in money trouble. That's why they all longed for Kinzo's inheritance money. Nope, that was Anji saying that. Anji, where did you hear that from?
What do you mean, where? It's the truth, isn't it?
Do you think Dad would talk to you about financial difficulties with his company when you were that age? And not just Dad. Even if Uncle Klaus, Aunt Ava, and Aunt Rosa were in money trouble and wanted Kinzo's inheritance money, do you really think they'd talk about it in front of you?
But it's true, isn't it?
In the end, it was true. Anji's words were not mistaken. Not only Rudolph, but even Klaus, Hideyoshi, and Rosa had companies in money trouble. People started talking about the Rokenjima explosion accident as though it was some sort of conspiracy, and the mystery imagined by the public covered the island. Weekly magazines and television shows researched the circumstances of Kinzo's children at the time, and in the future where Anji lived, that research had been made public. You learned about all that After 1986.
But it's a fact, isn't it? There's no difference between facts and truth.
Does that prove that the inheritance created a strained atmosphere between the relatives on Bokenjima? I guess that might fit with your memory of your parents telling you repeatedly to be extra polite at the family conference.
Are you saying that what I know about Rokenjima, what I know about the Oshiromiya family, is wrong? You're the one who is wrong, Oni-chan. There's no way something like that could be possible. I won't accept that was Ushiromiya Kinzo. I would never accept that.
So you don't believe, Auntie?
That's right, I don't believe. I don't understand why you're showing me something like this. After all,
This is your game, not your game board, isn't it? I'm assuming that it's like a current, like it's like since it switched to the game board, it switched to current day Anji. I could be wrong. First it was Byato and Burn, one witch after another sneered at my fate, trying to make me surrender in their games, but I want the truth. Witch illusions won't work on me. Now I get it, you damn witches. So you've sent Oni-chan as a final assassin to finish me off. You're right. This is my game. So of course, this is my tale, and I'm the one making it. That's why I am able to add in what-if situations. Like, what would happen if you came to the island too? Nope, she's still a child.
see? You made this tale. It's all packed of lies, a fiction you created.
You're right. This is all a fiction I created.
See? You've admitted it. You have, haven't you? Just like I thought, this is all a lie you made. Why are you lying to me? Why won't you tell me the truth?
Because there's something I need you to understand. Something more important than the truth.
Something more important than the truth? What the hell are you talking about?
The purpose of my game is to make you understand that. Just as Byato's games were made to make Battler believe in witches, Battler's game was made to show Anji something that was more important than the truth. Games never bring about their intended ends by force. After all, Byato's game could never be won for all eternity, unless Battler acknowledged witches on his own. Battler's game was the same. Battler couldn't win in this game unless Anji acknowledged it herself. So Battler had advanced this game just as Byato had done in the past. To believe it or not. To accept it or not. The decision lay solely in the hands of the opponent. And so, Battler was trying to enshroud Anji with his own illusion. I finally get it. This is a game between
me and you, Oni-chan.
Anji, I'm not trying to challenge you to a game.
No, this is a game. I made a wish, hoping to learn the truth of October 4th, 1986. And so, you invited me to this game, saying that you'd show me the truth. And now you're showing me the strange illusion, trying to make me believe that it's the truth. Well, too bad. I'm already used to dealing with witches. I could totally tell that you're trying to use that kind of same... Pardon me. I can totally tell that you're trying to use that same face of yours to trick me.
The big brother realized that no words of his own would have any effect on his enraged little sister, so he just quietly listened to Anji's words. But even so, Anji was dissatisfied.
I've had more than enough of this stupid farce. If you don't plan on telling me the truth, then end it all now. I'll find my own truth for myself. I won't rely on you. That's right. There never was anyone I could rely on. I've always been all alone.
Sorry. I won't let you leave this game.
That's right. Unless the game master admits defeat, the game never ends, right?
That isn't what I meant. I'm just telling you to stay quiet and listen.
Oh, sure. I'll just stay quiet then. Even if a player isn't around, the pieces just move by themselves and the game moves forward. Isn't that how it works?
That's right. A player can step back and become an observer for a while if they want, and they can return and join in whenever they want to.
Then I'll do that. This is an endurance contest. I'll keep on going until you stop trying to cover up the truth.
Something more important than the truth?
I don't get it. How could anything like that exist?
It does, Anji. Whether my tale is the truth or not, The fact remains that you lost something precious on this island.
Dad, Mom, and you, Oni-chan. I lost my family, and everything that mattered to me.
She spat those words as though no further questioning would do any good, and looked away. Even as he watched this, Battler's expression remained gentle.
Just keep going however you like. Later, Oni-chan.
At least make sure you watch the tale. Even just listening is enough.
If I feel like it. Later.
Anji's eyes clouded. Then, a particularly strong gust of wind blew by, sending her hair flying. The wind must have been carrying some dust with it. Anji's nose twitched and she sneezed loudly.
Oni-chan?
What is it?
How long are we gonna stand here? The weather's all weird. Let's go back to the guest house.
Anji's eyes weren't cloudy anymore. However, the tone and atmosphere about those eyes seemed somehow different from before. In a manner typical of young girls, Anji signaled that she was too bored and wanted to do something. This Anji was clearly a 6-year-old Anji. Good point. Then why don't you head back to the guest house now? I'm going to stay here.
Why? It'll start raining soon.
It won't be long now. So I'll wait here a bit longer.
You're waiting here? Who are you waiting for? Huh? Beato! Beato!
Then, to Anji's eyes, it looked as though the strong winds were carrying flakes of gold along with them. No, she had definitely seen something, but she wasn't able to describe what she had seen. So to her, it seemed like flakes of gold dancing in the wind. So here you are. I've been waiting a while now. It was as though he was talking to the wind. Battler spoke to the empty rose garden. That can't be right. After all, it was clear from his words that he was talking to someone right in front of him. So Anji thought it might be someone that she alone couldn't see, and she rubbed her eyes. Then, when she opened her eyes wide, another large gust of wind blew past her. It's like you're not allowed to see, Anji. She shut her eyes immediately, and when she timidly opened them, from the other end of the rose garden, yes, from the path that led up to the harbor, a person appeared. To Anji, it looked as though she had appeared along with a cloud of gold flakes carried by the wind. There she is! You're late, Beato. Am I? I'd call it early. You should ride in the boat with us every now and then. You mean grasp the handrail and scream alongside you? Yeah, sure, let's scream. Fall, fall. I see. How interesting. Yes, I suppose I did arrive too late. The pair casually walked up to each other and hugged. It looked like a pair of friends being reunited after several years. Anji, surprised by this unfamiliar woman, looked for somewhere to hide. However, her eyes met Beato's and she was unable to escape. Oh, and you must be Anji! She was shocked to hear this unfamiliar woman suddenly use her name. Look, even she can be so cute when she's 6 years old.
Oni-chan? Who is this person?
A friend of mine. A friend? Oh, she was like, I can't believe I just got friend-zoned by Battler, of all people. How can you say that?
Oni-chan's friend?
This is Beatrice. You've heard from grandfather, haven't you? About the golden witch who gave the Ushinomiya family its gold. Haven't I heard that before? The golden witch. Now I remember. That was the scary witch who would snatch you up and carry you off into the forest if you didn't listen to your parents or stayed up too late on Bokenjima.
Mom said that on rainy nights, if you look at the window and at the dark forest, you might see the witch looking back at you and get snatched away.
Which must mean that I'm supposed to be wandering about in the cold rain looking into each window to find kids staying up too late? How pathetic would that be? Good point. Anzi, your parents made up that story to get you to go to bed on time. Beatrice doesn't do stuff like that. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Beatrice, the Golden Witch. Or her grandchild, at least.
Grandchild?
That grandchild part's a bit of a killjoy. Well, it's true, isn't it? The person that grandfather got the gold from and called the Golden Witch was your grandmother, right? Okay, so you're the okay. I guess the grandchild of the Golden Witch, am I? Can't get a better title than that. So I'm wondering how this is going to be playing out, since this is going to be... It's kind of being shown as the truth. I guess we'll know whether or not we'll see Canon and Shannon at the same time as the affiliate.
Is this person a witch?
Yep, she is. She's a guest who's been invited to family conference today.
She isn't a scary witch? She's not gonna take me away into the forest?
Damn Rudolph and Claire. Just what do they think they're telling this kid about me? I don't do things like that. I'd lodge a firm protest later. She looked like a fiercely emotional person, but she wasn't at all what Anji had expected the creepy Golden Witch to be like. She was very loud, overreacting to everything. Nothing at all like the witch Maria One-chan had talked about, who had lived for 1,000 years and had various servants from the demon world. She looked, well, like an energetic young woman, the kind Anji's mom might have gotten along great with. Her brother and the witch talked together happily like a pair of close friends. Dogs tend to not trust people they meet for the first time. However, people say that they calm down once they see that their owner's on good terms with the stranger. Surely something similar to this was going on in Anji's heart. Anji kept staring at this pushy, temperamental woman who called herself a witch, as she chatted happily with her brother. What's this key for? Bito noticed the gold key hanging from Anji's neck. Anji automatically and defensively grasped it. That's Anji's precious key. After hearing those vague words, the witch stared blankly for a second, but almost immediately she seemed to understand what he meant. I see. Is that how it is? I thought it'd be easier to understand if I made it clear what she's supposed to do. Fear not, Anji. No one's going to steal your precious key.
Are you sure?
Of course. That key belongs to you, and the choice is yours. Battler and the rest of us are merely signposts to guide you on your path. When her brother gave her the key, he had said that it was very important, so she should take good care of it. Anji didn't have a clue what the key was for, but it looked like Bito did. However, just like her brother had done earlier, Bito only spoke in riddles. This irritated Anji, but for the time being, the Golden Witch said that she didn't intend to steal the key, so Anji calmed down a little.
Do you know what this key is used for?
But of course! However, I cannot tell you.
Why not?
Because you must decide how to use that key for yourself. The witch said the same thing as my brother. The pair nodded at each other, but it was all Greek to me. It felt like someone who had laid out a riddle that everyone knew but me, and everyone was making fun of me. You'll know soon enough. Don't waste time thinking about it. Anji held the key tightly. Even if she didn't understand what it meant, it was her own key, and her big brother had told her to take good care of it. With her youthful suspicion, she was scared that the witch might ask her to hand it over, saying that she'd teach her how to use it. Of course, her thoughts showed up clearly on her face. The witch couldn't help but laugh at that honest expression. Fear not. It is impossible for anyone to steal that key from you.
No one can steal it?
You might say that it has been imbued with magic to make it so. At any rate, fear not. Neither I, nor Battler, nor anyone else on this island can steal that key from you.
Really?
Yeah, really. The magic won't let them. The key was hanging around her neck like an ordinary necklace. Anji could take it off right now if she wanted, and if an adult tried to use force, it seemed like it would be easy for them to take it away. However, both her brother and the witch said that it was protected by a magic that would stop anyone from stealing it.
Does magic really exist?
Even the 6-year-old Anji knew the word magic. However, she also realized that real magic didn't exist, and that certain kinds of magic tricks were sometimes called magic. However, her brother and the witch were talking about magic itself. Yeah, magic exists.
Really?
Maria spoke to me often, did she not? She says that witches exist, and she often tells you that magic exists, correct? true. Maria had talked about that many times. When we were just playing, Anji had believed her, or when they were just playing, Anji had believed her more or less. However, Anji was, in some ways, sharp for her age. And when she heard Maria talking happily about magic, she sometimes thought that such a thing couldn't really exist.
Then, show me. Show me magic, or I won't believe you.
Hold up a sec. Beato just arrived on the island, and she hasn't even gone to say hi to everyone at the mansion yet. Battler spoke as though he was trying to smooth something over. When she heard that, Anji became sure that magic didn't exist after all.
Magic is just a bunch of lies. I know.
Hey, stop that. You'll hurt Beato's feelings. No, it's no problem. Anyone would say that upon meeting a witch. Normally, I would ignore provocation from such a small child, but she is your little sister after all. Why don't we give her a special showing? Are you sure? Of course I am. Watch carefully, Anji.
Okay.
Look at this cup. It doesn't have any candy in it. Now it does. Though Anji had challenged the witch, now that she was about to be shown magic, she looked a bit hesitant. She gulped, then stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Anji's face. Then she slowly spread her fingers. Anji, thinking she was about to be turned into a frog, shrank back. However, after waiting a while and grinding her teeth, she realized that nothing was happening. Still chuckling at the pun I made with yesterday. Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was.
Also, for some reason, a lot of stuff's coming in my nose. Give me a second.
Oh, the endearing one, yeah.
Like I said, it's my elf that would be the deer. I would still be a dragon.
I don't remember how I read that line. However, after waiting a while and grinding her teeth, she realized that nothing was happening. So the part of her that had been scared began to get angry.
Nothing's happening.
Don't jump to conclusions. I haven't used magic yet. See? Look carefully at my palm. I'm not hiding anything, correct? Oh, so that's what she's doing. Now that she finally understood, Anji checked both sides of the witch's hand.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Watch closely. I'll make a fist, and then stretch out my index finger. She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Anji's eyes. Anji, thinking that she'd lose the game if she took a step back, stood her ground and concentrated on the fingertip. Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready? It'll be fast. The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Anji looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, up and down, left to right, then left again. Anji, feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertips, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. Ever since she was very young, Anji had hated to lose. She would take even the most trivial games seriously, determined not to lose to the adults. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Anji didn't lose track of it. Then, the high pointing finger was swung down all of a sudden. The index finger curled up again, and the hand was held in a simple fist. Could it be that something was going to come out of that hand? Anji, who had suspected that this might happen, had followed the finger very closely. There was no way that once empty hand could have grabbed anything. Ready? I'm going to open my hand. The witch slowly opened her right fist. And there...
What? How? How, Onita?
The witch gave a cutely wrapped candy to Anji as a present. Anji took it and desperately searched for some kind of trick on it, but it was just an everyday ordinary candy.
How? How was that a trick? Or that was a trick, wasn't it, Onita? Onita?
Nope, that was magic. You were watching the whole time, weren't you? Since I was watching the whole time, how did it happen? Anji didn't like it, but she was unable to see how that could have been anything other than magic. As the little sister furrowed her brow and bit her lower lip, Her brother gently told her again that it was magic. It's about time for me to head to the mansion to pay my respects. You should come along, Battler. I'll suffocate if I have to go alone. You sure? Then I'll join you. What about you, Anji? Will you go back to the guest house?
I want to stay with you, Onita.
She still couldn't accept it. However, could it really be? She still looked grumpy, but it looked like she was getting interested in this witch. Then let us go. The Golden Witch returns. The Golden Witch's grandchild returns, you mean? We really need to do something about that name. The big brother and witch really did seem close. With kindred spirits like the pair of comedians, they started walking. Aww. Anji held onto the corner of her brother's sleeve, trying to make sure he didn't forget about her. That's so cute. That's so cute. Might take a munch of some rice. Ow. Great. Good. Just enough time for the text to show up. Gosh. Okay, maybe I was overzealous. Okay. The VIP room was filled with the sweet smell of pumpkin tea and packed with smiles and laughter. Simply splendid. I'm glad to see you in such high spirits. I could say the same for you. What idiot said you're reaching your last years? I just borrow a bit of cheer from you. Once I return to my study, I will be little more than a withering, senile old man. Enough of you with your lies. Give it up and swear that you'll be living at large until you're 100. Same here. I haven't seen you for 6 years, but I was surprised to see how little you changed. Oh, you little brat. So, it seems you've learned flattery during these past 6 years. Sorry to disappoint you, but you're hardly a fair judge in the matter. I have grown quite old indeed. I'll bet 1,000 yen that Kinzo's still doing great when he turns 100. Yeah, me too. Grandfather won't be any different when he's 100. Don't think you'll get any more presents for complimenting me. Kinzo laughed cheerily. Beato, who sat next to Battler, was also laughing merrily. Anji stood all alone by the window, staring at the others and trying to figure out what sort of relationship the Witch of the Portrait and her grandfather had. Totally, well, no, I feel like the blood relation would be the same. Because, you know, they're still the grandchild. There was a knock on the door. Is that you, Genji? Come in. Pardon the intrusion. Kraus-sama and Natsuhi-sama are here. Father, oh, and Battler-kun's here too. It has been some time, Beatrice-san. Has there been any news? I'm just the way I used to be. Come on, have a seat. And Anji, why are you standing by the window like that? Come over here and sit down. Anji, come over here.
I'll just watch from here.
Anji grasped the candy she had gotten from Beato tightly, and with a gaze that was still wary, she continued to stare. Genji offered her a chair, but Anji just shook her head. Let her do as she pleases. Come, Klaus, Natsuhi, have a seat as well. Is it something important? I guess Anji and I should leave. Hey, if you leave, who's going to back me up here? Kinzo, you don't mind if Battler stays, do you? I have nothing to hide. I care not. However, he had called Klaus and Natsuhi to the VIP room to meet Beatrice, the Golden Witch. It was hard to imagine that Kinzo wanted to have a casual conversation. After Kinzo said he didn't mind, Beato also asked Battler to stay, so he decided to do so. In order to avoid getting in the way of their conversation, Battler stood up from the sofa and walked over to Anji's window. When the big brother finally came back to Anji, she clung to his waist, as though determined not to let him go away again. Oh, I see. That must be why Anji doesn't like me. Huh? What do you mean? Anji doesn't like you, does she? You really don't understand women, Battler. Beato smiled at Anji, but the latter turned to look the other way. Even a young woman is a woman nonetheless. When Beato stopped laughing, the conversation switched gears. Why on earth did Kinzo summon Klaus and Natsuhi to the VIP room, and what was he going to talk about? Everyone felt automatically silent. So I wonder if... In theory, this could be... a route where, like... Well, he still had that, like, 6-year gap of not showing up, so maybe he, at the very least, sent a letter. Maybe that's the main difference. Because, like... Because, I mean, that could vaguely explain why Kinzo's still alive. Because if Battler did send the letter, in this timeline, Beato would have had no reason to solve the epitaph. Heck, I don't even know if the epitaph exists in this timeline. Still can't believe Battler went from denying magic to being like, yep, magic is real, yep. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do to convince Anji, I suppose. This is Battler's story. Okay, well, I'm just trying to think of, like, I don't know. Maybe it's too early to be thinking things.
Golden Witch Beatrice. Each and every day I remember the debt the Ushinomiya family owes from when it was saved from the brink of destruction.
Yes, you'd better thank me.
Well, it's actually your grandmother he's thanking.
Shut up, you.
No, it comes to the same thing. All of that gold has been lent to the Ushinomiya family for 3 generations, without cost.
We truly cannot be grateful enough. Gold bars are the same as bricks to me. I had nowhere else to put them, so it was a relief to have Kinzo hold on to them.
Whoa, I'd like to say that just once before I die.
Is the Golden Witch a rich person?
The story of the family conference was fun and not at all tense, troublesome fight.
Yeah.
Because it definitely, like, doesn't seem like it's... Like, Anzi was like, yeah, they were all having money trouble, and it's just like, who told you that? Well, yeah. And after all, she just went and lent grandfather 10 tons of gold.
Precisely. I've been borrowing it for several decades, always promising to return it someday. It is a debt I will never be able to fully repay.
Story for Anji, I guess, yeah.
The head family has never forgotten its gratitude. Isn't that right, dear?
Of course. If the Beatrice hadn't kindly lent it to us for 3 generations, the Ushinomiya family would have fallen long ago. Even someone as shrewd as father couldn't have done anything without funds to start with. By now, my money is making money, and the gold that made up my original funds can sleep in peace. Klaus, do you know what I am about to say?
Since the moment Klaus had been summoned here, he had guessed what Kinzo was hinting at now. All things borrowed must be returned someday. That day had finally come.
Yes, I understand, father. Beatrice, I do not have many years ahead of me. In fact, this may be the last family conference that we will attend together.
How faint-hearted you sound. You must be joking. Beato alone laughed. She looked at Battler, so he laughed along with her, but Kinzo and the others remained silent. Apparently there existed some major concerns about Kinzo's health.
Of course, I do not intend to die as soon as next year. However, I don't believe I can make any certain promises about meeting you again. I will never make promises I cannot keep.
If you say it so proudly like that, I'm in no position to disagree. Are you serious about this?
Beatrice, I want to make amends, and I must do it while I am still in high spirits. For that reason, I made a decision today.
What's grandfather talking about?
Quiet. Grandfather is about to talk about something very important. By now, even Battler understood what Kinzo was about to propose. Beato probably realized it too. At one time, the Ushinomiya family had ruled the skies like an eagle before being crushed by the great Kanto earthquake. The eagle had one of its wings torn off and it crawled in the mud on the point of death. Then they were saved by the Golden Witch's golden miracle. Under the Golden Witch's protection, the eagle had nursed its wounds for many years, and now, finally, it was time for the eagle to leave the nest the witch had provided.
I will return all of the gold that your grandmother lent me. Klaus, you have no objections, correct? That gold did not belong to the Ushinomiya family in the first place. Of course. I have no objections whatsoever.
Are you sure, Klaus? You're an investor, aren't you? You could always do with more money, right? Didn't you want Kinzo to hand the gold over to you?
Yes, now that you mention it, it's hard to deny what you say. However, the contract has always been between you and Father. And the gold was yours to begin with.
My husband is the successor, after all. Just as Father rebuilt the family in one generation, I'm sure my husband will make the family thrive in his. And this is something the two of us will do together.
Well said. Yes, that's the spirit.
So letting go of 10 tons of gold leaves you with no regrets. I must say that is quite impressive. What can a witch do against an opponent who cannot be swayed by the golden magic?
I will return the gold to you, but the Ushinomiya family will always be supremely indebted to Beatrice, the Golden Witch.
They would return the gold once lent by the Golden Witch. It was both simple and clear. However, the expression worn by the Golden Witch herself was slightly lonely. Anji couldn't understand why this was. After all, if you're returning it, I cannot simply say I don't want to take it back. Oh well. Bito rose from the sofa. Then she walked up to the window and looked down at the rose garden waving in the wind.
Klaus, I have decided to present you and the others with my inheritance while I still live. But, Father, when I die, you will not only be busy with the funeral, but I imagine you will have Ava and the others at your throats over the inheritance issue. If all is divided now, the funeral will be less trying for you. Klaus, write this down. And Genji, please, be our secretary. I will now lay out the distribution of my assets.
Kinzo immediately began explaining how the inheritance would be split up. Battler, realizing that he shouldn't be listening in on this conversation, walked over to where Beato was, loitering by the window. Hey, rich person. If you've got too much gold on your hands, I'd be happy to lighten the load.
Gold would be more useful if you turned it into firewood and used it to cook a stew.
What's the matter? You're looking a bit bored.
So, this day has finally come. I do feel a bit lonely.
You do?
My magic revived the Ushinomiya family and created Rokenjima. And now, it seems the Ushinomiya family no longer has any need for the power of my gold. It has taken flight, leaving the nest of my magic behind.
True. That's how it turned out.
I have called Rokenjima the Witch's Island. My island.
Yeah.
And now Rokenjima is returning the gold to me. The day has come for Rokenjima to awaken from my magic.
That's true.
I knew this would be the last game. However, now that we've reached this point, even in a matter such as this, it's surprisingly painful.
You're the type of person who looks totally carefree, but who's actually full of lingering attachments and regrets.
The cruel and obstinate ones are usually the quickest to grow attached, and then to feel lonely.
That's right. That's the kind of person you are.
It was a game for you and me.
It was fun. The great game you polished to perfection during those 6 years.
I once likened it to an eternal torture for the both of us.
Eternity is happiest when you can still believe that it's eternal. But all things must end. And we have to be aware of that.
So, we must not avert our eyes.
Just the sun always rises. Or just as the sun always rises. There's no sun that doesn't set. Of course, Anji didn't have the slightest idea what her brother and the witch were talking about. However, even as young as she was, she could feel that the pair had spent an incredibly long time together, and that they understood each other so well that they might as well be a married couple. Then, Beato noticed her reaction.
Anji, at one point, the two of us wove games for each other. However, that time is now over. This game has been made, not for our sake, but for yours.
They were speaking in riddles again. Grasping the key that hung by her chest, Anji looked at her brother's face. I need to show you the contents of the cat box on this day. That key I gave you is for opening it.
What do you mean by cat box?
He means this day.
With a miracle of magic, I've brought you to the day you wanted to reach so much. You must continue telling the story of this day as the final witch.
Does that mean I mustn't remain here?
Anji's tone was slightly tense. She understood what her brother meant, and it made her frown.
Just how long have I suffered, wishing that I could return to the Rokenjima of 1986? And now I finally made it here. So why are you chasing me out? You said I could decide for myself.
That's right. I did say that.
I'm not leaving. Please stop trying to spoil me with this strange made-up game. I want to know the truth of this day.
She's a moody girl, be it 12 years in the future or in the past.
Shut up! I didn't ask you. What the hell do you think you're doing here? Didn't the Golden Witch come here to perform her resurrection ceremony? Don't you appear on this island with a crash of thunder and try to offer up 13 people as sacrifices? Why are you acting so happy and casual? It doesn't make sense.
You're the one who doesn't make sense. What are you thinking? Do you want me to be a murderer?
You wrote it down in a tale, sealed it in a message bottle, and threw it into the sea. 2 of those were discovered later on. Both of them were stories of cruel serial murders.
What a shame that only 2 of them made it to the shore. How sad that land, my greatest masterpiece, was never seen by human eyes.
I've been wanting to ask that for a while, but what's up with those message bottles?
As I was working out the details for my game against you, I began creating those tales along the way. Once I realized that I could create endless different tales out of the same game board, it really started to get fun.
So, you wrote them down hoping that I'd read them someday. By the way, Land was a canceled episode, if I remember correctly. Ooh, that would make sense. Kind of like a little meta thing.
Precisely. They were so good, I just couldn't bear to wait for your return. Inspired by Agatha Christie, I tried sealing them in bottles and throwing them into the ocean. Mysterious, don't you think?
Don't mock me! Those were your plans for the crime! You used the location of the hidden gold to fan out discontent between the family members, as you planned your brutal serial murders.
Sheesh, is that what I've become in the year 1998? Well, I can't blame them.
Huh? What's with the sudden change of character? Is this some scheme to make me let my guard down? I'm not gonna be fooled so easily, Beatrice. Onita, you wanted to make me surrender and say that witches exist, don't you? You think I'll fall for that? I'll find the truth without your help.
Even though that truth is all around you right now. You once called yourself Gretel, but it seems the name Myrtle would be more fitting.
Enough!
Anji tried to slap Beato's cheek. However, the difference between their height was so great that Beato dodged before the hand could reach her.
Stupid. I won't accept it. I'll never acknowledge this farce as the truth.
After Anji yelled those words, her eyes grew cloudy. They cleared up almost immediately. By that time, she had already gone back to her 6-year-old self. Yeah, it was meant to be episode 3, but Ryokishi received complaints that episode 2 was too hard, so we scrapped it. Aw, man.
You're right, Anji. This is the sin I left behind, and the reason for this final tale's existence.
As Anji stared blankly, uncomprehending, Beato gently patted her head.
Indeed, this tale is a farce. Of course it isn't the truth. However, there is something that he feels he must tell you. Something he's so determined to convey that he went to such lengths.
Beato, I'm already showing her. I don't want to force it on her.
I see.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sleepy.
True. We should probably go take a nap.
Kinzo, must I remain here longer?
My apologies, but I must ask that you stay for just a bit. Moving on, Klaus. The continued support of the Fukuen house should be viewed as your responsibility as the Ushirimiya family head.
What a pain. Forgive me, Battler. It seems I cannot go with you. Genji, would you mind taking these 2 to the guest house?
As you wish. Battler-sama, Anji-sama, please follow me.
Thanks. See you later, Beato.
Of course! I have a mountain of things I wish to discuss with you, and I'd like to have some time alone tonight. We must act the part of a married couple every now and then.
What do you mean, act the part of a married couple? A lot of murder methods and characters were later used, like Virgilia and Erica. So those were in Forest, and so they just got moved over to the later chapters?
Oh. Okay.
Because Anji had gotten so bored, she had grown very sleepy. It would probably be best for her to take a quick nap. Battler walked through the windy rose garden, pulling her by the hand. When he questioned their guide, Genji, he learned that the old servant had known beforehand of Kinzo's desire to return the gold to Byato, and settle the inheritance problem early. The master decided to start preparations early for his final task in this world, the ending of his life. Most people don't think much about what happens after they die. Guess grandfather just lives on a different scale. Today marks the start of a new flight, when the Ushinomiya family will depart from the Golden Witch's patronage. That's true. That's a pretty cool way to say it. Apparently, the grand Halloween party was to be held tonight, and Goda and the others had been ordered to start getting ready for it. However, it wouldn't just be a party. It would be a ceremony to mark the return of Beatrice's gold. At the start of dinner, grandfather would make the announcement, and the 3 generations of Beatrice would be Nope. Gotta take a sip and start the sentence over. At the start of dinner, grandfather would make the announcement, and the 3 generations of Beatrices would be thanked for their gifts. The gift of the family with a round of applause is good enough. Apparently, this was what they had planned. Are we still keeping the secret from Dad and the others? Technically, it is a secret. However, the master did not suddenly begin thinking in this way today. He has considered this day many times over many years, and has even discussed certain matters with his children. I doubt that any will be surprised to hear this night's announcement. Apparently, my old bastard's been running all over the place trying to get the money for his company. I guess he'll be dancing around when he hears that grandfather's giving him part of the inheritance early. Nice present for him. I rather think that the great responsibility of what will spur him on. Ever since Rudolf-sama left the island, he has succeeded splendidly. However, the success so far has been supported by the master as well. And now that he's suddenly getting his inheritance money, he'll have to keep going on his own strength alone in the future. That's a nice pressure for him. Whoops, that was not Genji saying that part. The siblings must have suffered for decades because of their father's excessive success and ability. Simply having a parent who is too successful can be a great burden to a child. And tonight, they'll be leaving the nest, truly becoming adults for the first time. It seems the master plans to call this night a gold returning ceremony. However, he originally intended to call it a living funeral. Sounds pretty depressing having a funeral while you're still alive. I'll admit that calling it a day to start a new journey and leave the nest fits the Ushinomiya family much better.
Oni-chan, I'm sleepy.
Look, we're almost to the guest house. Do you want to go to Mom's room? Or to the cousin room?
I don't care. I'll sleep until dinner. I'll take a nap right here.
Anzi, still holding her brother's hand, crouched down and looked as though she was about to fall asleep. Battler lifted her up and carried her. As she felt the warmth and safety of her brother's back, Anzi drifted off into sleep.
How cute.
What happened that day? Just what on earth happened on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Because of the massive size of the Rokkanjima explosive accident, the time of the explosion was known almost exactly, down to the minute. That time was October 5th, 2400. The sheer improbability of that round number proved that the accident had been produced by artificial means. Later on, the following statements were collected from individuals who knew Ushinomiya Kinzo when he was alive. During his lifetime, Ushinomiya Kinzo built a clock rigged to blow up on the island at exactly 2400. This clock was apparently inside his secret study. When he felt mentally cornered and wanted to think up a brilliant plan, he would activate that device and use the tension of the approaching midnight to bring some flash of inspiration to him. If I said it once, I've said it 100 times. I'm giving my family 2 choice, do nothing but throw my body into a forest somewhere or cremate and mix as much gunpowder into my ashes. I don't want to be buried at a funeral. Honestly, Rocket, I feel like that fits. I feel like that fits for you a lot. While Ushinomiya Kinzo still lived, this was only thought as a tall tale about the eccentric man. but the fact that the Rokunjima explosion accident occurred at exactly 2400 supported the story. It sounds crazy. Hello, person. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. You must have hoped to gain some sort of mystical power from those short periods of madness. Wait, you're the professor that Anji talked to before, I think. Could be wrong. If we call this his source of high-output mental power, the story isn't that difficult to swallow. Professor Otsuki spoke passionately. Witch hunters, enthusiasts who treat the mad fantasy surrounding Rokunjima as their plaything. Anji had no reason to love these people, who embellished the deaths of her family just for the fun of it. How ironic it was to Anji, who wanted to know what happened that day, that such people knew more about this island than anyone else. If someone used that device, the island would be blown away without a trace. There would be nothing left. No matter what would happen before, they could erase it. Theories that Ushinomiya Eva was the ringleader of some conspiracy sprang up very early on. However, none was able to explain how she set off such a massive explosion, and the rigged clock proves that such a thing was possible. Correct. We can theorize that Ushinomiya Eva, fully aware of the timing and expected radius of the explosion, took refuge in Kuwadorian. To get all of the family wealth to herself, she killed everyone and used the explosion to remove all the evidence. That idea provides the most logical explanation for the Rokunjima mystery. It also confirms with the fact that Ava never spoke to anyone about the events of that day. Where was that rigged clock, and how did Ava find it? Several forgeries had speculated on this matter. There's no need for me to waste time thinking about it. Ava activated the clock device, hidden Kuwadorian to escape the blast, and was therefore the only one to survive. That was everything, the answer which eloquently told the whole story. When Ava first adopted me, our relationship wasn't that bad at all. I asked her several times, what happened that day? Every single time she answered, it was to say that she didn't remember. But, well, she must have been flustered at the time. The very first time I asked, she answered like this. I can't tell you about it. It was a slip of the tongue, and she sounded like Beatrice. She knew what had happened that day. If she left this world without telling even a bit of the truth, she sealed the truth in the cat box and left this world, taking the key with her. There could only be one answer. She was behind everything. She got to keep all of the family wealth to herself and become super rich. And afterward, she lamented the fact that her beloved son would never inherit any of what she had created, and she cursed me. Just remembering that old hag made me want to vomit. What happened that day? That's what I want to know. It's my only goal. The one reason I'm still alive. However, later on I had to come to grips with the fact that my goal was an abstract one. After all, though I didn't know what happened that day, it's a question of who did the crime. That's already clear. Or if it's Ushinomiya Eva. She's the culprit. That has never changed since the beginning. That's right. I'm not trying to find out what happened that day. I'm trying to find out what Ushinomiya Eva did that day. If I can reveal that, then I can expose Ava's evil, even though she's already dead. That is my true goal. The police also suspected that the accident might be a crime, and they did investigate. However, no matter how much they inspected the crater that had once been Rokunjima, they didn't find anything at all. The public and the witch hunters cornered Ava with several bits of circumstantial evidence, but not a single bit of physical evidence was found. Though Ava was only the merest fraction of a shade away from guilty, they were unable to expose her crime. My goal isn't anything as vague as learning what happened that day. It's to expose the crime Ushinomiya Eva committed that day, and to have my revenge. I haven't been able to expose Ushinomiya Eva's crime, so people are acting as though the events of the island were all done by some bizarre golden witch. Defeating the Golden Witch means exposing Ushinomiya Eva's sin. I won't forgive Ushinomiya Eva. I'll certainly hate her and take revenge for my family. That is Ushinomiya Anji's one and only reason for living. If Schrödinger hears how I'll be with you in a second, sir. If Schrödinger hears how this is how his theory was treated, he'll be rolling this grave or what? Schrödinger hears how this is how his theory was treated, he'll be rolling his grave, or will he? The theory was meant to be making fun of quantum theory anyways. Is this the first time we've heard this song? Or has it just been like... Or has it just been a while? Oh gosh, I forgot what voice I gave you. If she knew you hated her that much, the president would probably be rolling around laughing in the next world. Shut up. I'll expose that whole hag's crime. I won't accept that it was a perfect crime with all traces blown away. I'll never do that. In other words, this journey of yours is a journey to take revenge for your family, not on your family. Got a problem with that? You must be joking. It's great to know that you have a purpose in life. Could you turn that off? Oh? You don't like Mzaki? Aw, man. That was a bop, though. Amakusa turned the radio off. The dull sound of the engine became the BGM that filled the car. Is it really so strange? Fighting for revenge? Not really. Out on the front, I met people who live for that reason over and over. You've been on battlefields many times as a mercenary, right? Well, I've seen a few. So, are people who fight to take revenge for their families strong? No doubt about it. Some people will even strap bombs to themselves and commit suicide to take revenge for their families. Humans are more than capable of dying for vengeance. That's right. I could do it too. Have you heard of child soldiers? You mean kids who fight like soldiers? And that's it. Kids who have lost their parents and have nowhere to go sometimes get picked up by groups of armed insurgents and become soldiers. They get a gun thrust in their hands and they're taught how to take revenge. But in the end, children are expendable. Anyone can be a soldier in a battlefield if they can pull a trigger. Are you trying to say that I'm like that? Wait, who was the song that was playing? World Not Just in Game? Yeah! It was playing on the car radio and she's just like, ugh, I'm not feeling those vibes. Revenge can be a reason for living. It can also give you the strength to become a soldier. Like a miracle, it can turn a girl who can do nothing but sob over her parents' corpses into a soldier almost overnight. Nothing gives you more power than revenge. I guess so. And that's what I'm like. Do you know about the child soldier problem? No. Child soldiers are given guns and taught how to take revenge. Make that their reason for living. Well, that's not exactly right. It becomes their reason for firing their guns, but revenge is something that never ends. At some point, they no longer have any reason to keep shooting. What do you mean? They once shot for revenge, but eventually they keep on shooting for no reason at all. You mean they forget about taking revenge? When revenge is impossible, they eventually get tired of it and forget their original goals. Then, or when that happens, they have nothing except for their guns. Eventually, they'll keep on shooting just so they can eat. Saying that child soldiers who started using guns for revenge end up as bandits or something? After all, they've never even gone to school, so they hadn't been taught any useful skills as far as employment goes. They only learned how to shoot guns, and they were only ever praised when they killed the enemy. Eventually, your reason for living stops being revenge, and becomes that means you once used to take revenge. It's sad, really. Are you saying that I'll eventually get tired of revenge and, what would it be in my case? You'll get tired of exposing the truth, and you'll eventually become a person who can do nothing but hate Ushimiya Eva. Well, that's true already. Got a problem with it? Come to think of it, that's right. I'm not sure what Amakusa was trying to say. Probably something annoying, so I'm not interested. Revenge is pointless. Is that what you're trying to say? You still have a long life ahead of you, lady. With your youth, you can do anything. I get the feeling that this journey might be a waste of that precious youth. It's none of your business. I've already jumped once, remember? Off that huge skyscraper? And you only barely made it out of that alive. Back then, I died. So I'm already a ghost. And my only purpose is expose the truth of that day, to take revenge on my family's enemy. Sheesh. How's an iron will you got there, lady? There's no way a flippant man like you could understand how I feel. After that, Amakusa was forced to shut his mouth. He shrugged, but Anji didn't see. Even so, Amakusa spoke once more. On the first day we started this journey. I'm not gonna say it. You said something. You said you wanted to know what happened on the island that day. It's the same now. What's changed? Now, you're saying that you want to know what happened on that island that day so you can expose Ushinomiya Eva's crime. And isn't that exactly the same? Well, that's true, but... I'm tired, so I'll sleep now. Would you mind staying quiet for a bit? Tell me when we get there. Roger that. I wasn't particularly tired, really. I just said that because I didn't like talking about this. Don't become one. The child soldier. Anji, who had decided to feign sleep, ignored him. But Amakusa kept talking. He wanted to make sure she heard at least this much. He started on a journey to learn the truth. Becoming more and more a journey of revenge. A journey to have revenge by exposing the truth. But, as you know, there's nothing left on Rokanjima. There aren't even any traces left. Exposing the truth might not be a picnic. I know what Amakusa's trying to say. The police searched the scene so thoroughly just after the crime, and even they weren't able to find any physical evidence proving that Ushinomiya Eva was the culprit. And a full 12 years later have passed since then. If the truth could be discovered by a girl like me, waving wads of cash around to pick up a bit of info from those who were somehow related to the incident, then someone would have exposed the truth long ago. I might not be able to reach the truth. If so, then my desire to expose the truth, would probably fade away. After that, only my hatred for Eva will remain. Just like those child soldiers who forgot their original purpose and lived just to shoot. I'll forget my original purpose and live just to hate. I'll do nothing but despise Ushinomiya Eva, but my goal, exposing the truth for revenge, will be gone. So hating Ushinomiya Eva will become my whole life. Is there any difference between shooting for revenge and shooting to live? When you pull the trigger, someone dies either way. And what about my case? Is there any difference between hating Eva as I expose the truth and hating Eva after I've given up? There's no difference. In the end, whether I find the truth or not, I'll just keep on cursing Eva over and over until I die. What a crappy life. But now, that's all I have left. Ushinomiya Eva stole my family, so I'll take revenge by exposing her crimes and showing the world. My consciousness was slowly drifting away into sleep. When you fake sleeping and you end up actually sleeping. Why is One-chan showing me such a bizarre Rokanjima? Is this supposed to be the truth? Enough with this farce. Why is even One-chan trying to hide the truth from me? I'm trying to find it so I can avenge him and the others. Or would One-chan say the same thing as Amakusa? That revenge is meaningless, so I should stop. Is that why he's speaking in riddles, trying to make everything more confusing? That's none of his business. I'm not just trying to take revenge for their sakes. I'm doing it for my sake, too. After all, that's the only reason I'm still alive. Taking revenge is my reason to live. I don't have a clue what One-chan is thinking. I feel like it's gonna get heavy here soon. Maybe a little bit more happy-go-lucky before it gets heavy, but I feel like it's gonna show up before we know it. Outside, the rain had started to pour down hard. However, inside the cousin room, it was loud and cheery. It could have been raining spears, but no one would have paid any attention. Full house! Take that! Whoa, you weren't bluffing. The cousins were all bursting with energy, sitting in a circle on the bed. And I thought Battler always had crap in his hands every time he acted tough. Of course, I've been losing all this time just to make you think that. Ushinomiya Battler, the man who loses strategically to win in the end.
Battler's incredible. All my coins have disappeared again.
I'll give you some of mine. Let's crush Battler together, okay? With just a deck of cards, the cousins could enjoy themselves for hours and hours. They were so engrossed that the occasional thunderbolt hardly even registered as static in the background. I'm starting to get hungry. I wonder if dinner's ready yet. Who knows? It should be ready soon. Goda-san and the others really went all out for tonight. Which means we got a lot to look forward to. Is this to celebrate my long-awaited return? I heard from Shannon just now that it's gonna be a Halloween party. They'll set up a buffet in the hall. Sounds incredible.
A Halloween party? Incredible, incredible! But nobody has costumes.
Yeah, who is it? There was a knock and the door opened, and Anji was there. She had been sleeping in her parents' room. Hey, Anji. So, you woke up?
They said it's time for dinner, so we have to go back to the mansion. They said to get ready. Food! Food! I'm hungry!
Perhaps because she was the hungriest, Maria celebrated more vigorously than anyone else. She jumped up happily and hopped off of the bed. As the others had all clambered off the bed and started putting their shoes on, Kide and Rudolph came into view. Hey, brats! Time for food, so get ready. It looks like today will be extra special. I can't wait to see it.
I know! It's a Halloween party. A Halloween party? I know, and Anji doesn't. Mom, what's a Halloween party?
Who knows? We'll have to go and see for ourselves. Everyone ready? It's about time to go. Is everyone here? Please follow me. Maria, over here. Your collar's crooked. Oh, I'm starving. Food is the best part of these family conferences. Are you starving too, Anji-chan? Ava smiled at Anji.
Yeah, I'm starving.
Anji? What, that's I'm hungry, right? Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll bet you're starving. My stomach's rumbling too. Okay, let's get out of here. Looks like the wind's blowing hard outside. Make sure you don't lose your umbrellas. Everyone, please take an umbrella. Here's your umbrella, Anji-chan.
Thanks, Aunt Rosa. Or not, you're not Rosa. Aunt Ava.
Girls really are so cute. Come over to play at your aunt's house for one of these days. It's a promise, okay? Oh no. Looks like Aunt Ava's taken a liking to Anji. Yep. Apparently, Mother really wanted a daughter. I've heard that too. I think she adored me too when I was little.
Mama said she really wanted a son.
If your kid grows up happily, it doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl. Maria's my precious, precious gift from God. When they got outside, the wind was fairly strong. Ava, who had really hit it off with Anji, offered to share an umbrella with the little girl. It was hard to tell what they were chatting so excitedly about, but they seemed to be getting along splendidly already. Battler opened his umbrella as he watched this. His little sister was cute when she clung to him, but she was just as cute and adorable when looking up at someone else with a happy smile. The wind and rain were strong, but even this must have been the perfect spice to heighten their anticipation for the coming meal. Thanks to some festive decorations, the main hall had been remade into a scene of a Halloween party. The Ushidamiya family always took meals in the dining hall. This was the first time I'd ever seen a buffet-style party set up in the main hall. Yo, Battler! Hey, Maria! Long time no see!
Biata! Happy Halloween! Trick or treat!
I have some candy for you, but now is not the time. After all, it's just before a meal. Thank you, Beatrice-san. I see you're looking as beautiful as ever. You too, Rosa. You certainly don't look old enough to be a mother. Have you been drinking? Your ears are looking pretty red there. Well, after you left, Kinzo said he'd bought some of this rare drink, so I couldn't help but sample a bit. And this coming from a person who tells little kids not to eat candy before a meal. Pardon me. Beatrice-sama, the master is calling for you. I saw Kinzo beckoning from over by the portrait. Good grief, when it comes to ceremonies, that man is always so obsessed with form. It's probably about that ceremony for the god's return. Or the gold's return. What? This is a huge turning point for the Ushidamiya family. You'd better go and play along. It does make one feel a bit lonely, though. This won't change the fact that you're the Ushidamiya family alchemist. Perhaps. Then I'll be back shortly. See you later, okay? According to Genji, today's party has a bit of a theme to it. You'd better look forward to it. You make it sound like you did any of the work. You're another one who obsesses too much over details. Later.
Is something going to happen today? Is it a special day?
It looked as though even Anji had picked up on that much. She seemed to be getting tense for no reason. This is a special day for the Ushinomiya family, but it doesn't have anything to do with you personally, so you should just relax.
Okay. That's right. Hey, did you know? I just heard a huge secret from Aunt Ava. Even Maria in the town doesn't know, but I'll tell you, my goodness.
Oh? So, what's the secret?
Okay. I heard that if you get an almond in yours, you win.
When? Is this like a lottery or something?
Anyway, if you get an almond, you win.
Anji puffed up her cheeks. Apparently, she wanted to be praised for sharing this exciting secret, but just knowing that almonds win doesn't really explain much. Okay, got it. Thanks for letting me know on that major secret.
Mean Oni-chan. And I even told you my secret.
Anji, her cheeks still puffed out, headed back to where Aunt Ava was. They were really getting along well. Well, I guess I have no problem if it's her aunt. If it was some guy from her class, I don't care if they're in elementary school. It's not happening. No playing with the opposite sex without Oni-chan's approval. At that moment, Genji-san's voice rang out. The chatter gradually subsided, and the rain outside once again became apparent. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your silence. Silence filled the room. All of the relatives seemed vaguely aware that tonight's festivities consisted of more than a Halloween party. Battler already knew. This was a ceremony to mark the return of the gold from Kinzo to Beatrice, which had been borrowed for so many years. Now, that fact was being announced by Kinzo himself. He spoke of how this gold had not only restored the Ushinomiya family, but brought it to a level of wealth it had never before experienced. He spoke of how he would usually... Man, I really should have gotten more sleep. He spoke of how he would finally return this gold to Beatrice, the one who had saved the Ushinomiya family. Kinzo personally handed an ingot, decorated with a bright red ribbon, to Beatrice. This is the debt we owe to 3 generations of Beatrice, the Golden Witch. The Ushinomiya family will never forget it. Sheesh. If you've nowhere to put it, I'd be happy to take it off your hands. Beatrice-sama. It was hard to imagine Beato, of all people, getting admonished by Genji. I couldn't help but laugh. I am Beatrice, the Ushinomiya family alchemist. Tonight, I acknowledge the end of the loan contract for the 10 tons of gold. Now, several decades following my grandmother's generation, the time has come for the eagle that lost one wing to fly once more. I will watch over that eagle, and I pray for its prosperity in all generations to come. Applause filled the hall. Though she managed to make such a dignified speech for once, as soon as it was over, she stuck her tongue out and leered at us. I guess it's about the limit of how long Beato can stay serious. By passing her name on through generations, Beatrice, the Golden Witch, may live for thousands of years. Therefore, even her descendants shall be Beatrice, and all shall be alchemists of this family. The descendants of the Ushinomiya family will praise Beatrice for her gratitude forevermore, and this will be passed on through the generations. This family will always be indebted to Beatrice, and she will always be our family, tied by a noble blood. Let those who acknowledge this show their recognition of their applause.
Pachi, pachi, pachi.
Da-da-da. After Genji's words, the relatives all looked at each other, then started applauding at once. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Beatrice, you are a member of the Ushinomiya family, and that is a bond more sacred than one of blood. Of course, lending money is more important than being a blood relation. Beatrice-sama. After that, Kinzo's long-winded speech continued. Tonight, Kinzo would retire as the Ushinomiya family head. Then he announced that he would reveal the distribution of his inheritance. A stir of excitement spread across the siblings and money trouble when they heard that they wouldn't have to wait for Kinzo's death to get their shares. I am aware that each of you is in trouble with money. It should be enough to resolve all of those problems. But do not grow complacent. This is my inheritance, given to you before my death. In the past, though I have been strict, I have always watched over you. However, beginning tonight, your father will cease to provide support of that kind. I shall watch on as you take flight, as though watching down upon you from the heavens.
No longer will I interfere. You may live however you please.
Dad. Father. We understand. We will certainly take flight on our own.
Here and now, let us, all our siblings, swear to work together, to make the Ushinomiya family even more prosperous. That's right. If we stick together, nothing can stand in our way.
Hideyoshi laughed, but Genji admonished him. However, he could understand why they were so happy. So far, the siblings had quarreled ruthlessly over the inheritance. However, this evening, the inheritance had been neatly split apart, so they no longer had any need to scheme for money. In other words, the siblings no longer had any reason to squabble with each other anymore. On the contrary, this was a time for them to join hands and help each other become more and more prosperous. Ava and Rosa were sniffling, with tears in their eyes. And so was Rudolph. Perhaps now, despite their ages, they had finally left the nest for real. Tonight, the eagles of the Ushinomiya family would leave Rokkenjima, the nest weaved by the witch's magic, and go their separate ways. With their own power and determination, it made Kinzo think, if only I had done this from the start. If he had settled the inheritance problem himself, there would have been no need for his children to quarrel at all. Instead, he had acted in a sullen manner and left the problem to them, which had resulted in their strained relationships. Yes, it was all his responsibility. And now, the intertwining bonds had been released. It was as though an invisible rope had been wrapped around Kinzo's body. That rope was now gone, and he felt a sense of release that he hadn't experienced for many years. All his past regrets other than doing the thing to Beatrice too have been lifted. The four siblings stepped forward, and before Kinzo they swore to all support Klaus, the new head, and lead the family to great prosperity. Their faces sparkled with an unexpected youthfulness. It was only natural. After all, none of the four had made such a natural-feeling promise since the time they were kids. As the vibrancy of their youth returned to them, the siblings made a promise once again. When Klaus finished his announcement, a friendly applause filled the hall. The cousins, and the servants too, joined in on the applause that continued on and on. Anji watched this dumbfounded. The four siblings were supposed to have quarreled with each other constantly since they were kids, and they were supposed to have pointlessly locked swords with Kinzo and inheritance as their own, their worries over money spurring them on. Thanks to the ceremony, even the word truth, even the world of truth, the world I acknowledge, has been rewritten. Were they actually friendly towards each other, or did they quarrel all the time like I believe? It doesn't matter. Either way, right here, right now, all of those problems had been resolved. I mustn't believe. This is just Oni-chan's farce. Even though I knew that fact, when I watched Dad and the others hugging each other with teary eyes on their faces, I couldn't help but feel something warm welling up in my eyes.
I won't believe. This is all Oni-chan's farce.
What will you have to see? What will you have to hear before you'll let yourself believe?
Red. If you say it with the red truth.
Is everything that can't be said in red a lie?
I won't believe. This is just...
Anji looked at the floor and fell silent. As the game master, Battler was able to use the red truth. However, that rule only exists on the witch's game board. In the world of humans, red truth doesn't exist. People see things, hear things, and when they believe that something is worth believing, they accept it as red truth. Unless Anji accepts it, no kind of truth can become truth. Battler wanted her to realize this. There was no point in using the red truth, a rule of this game, to force the truth on her. Anji would have to use her own power, her own heart, to accept the truth as truth. The decision was Anji's. No one could force her to decide either way. So there was nothing wrong with Anji declaring the scene to be a farce. But if so, then what about the hot tears dripping down Anji's face? Anji would have to think that through herself, without anyone telling her. After one sniffle and a rub of her eyes, Anji let the 6-year-old version of herself take control of her peace. What followed was a harmonious, fun stretch of time. Beautifully adorned dishes were brought in one after another, and the champagne corks were loosened with pleasant sounds. Several small tables were set here and there, each with its own theme. That was where the fun lay in the stand-up buffet party, as the guests wandered from table to table, pondering what they should eat first. This sort of performance was where Gota's genius shone through. The hotel that let him go should have regretted ever having done so. Told you this was a goodbye episode. I know, but like, I'm still just being like, I'm being as suspicious as Anji, honestly. Just like, when is something bad gonna happen? I could feel it. I feel it in my bones. It's coming. Of course, a stand-up buffet would probably be a tiring affair for the middle-aged, so chairs had been set up as well. However, each time a new dish was brought into the hall, they could get up to look, wandering through the tables however they pleased. This way, they could each bump into a new group of people, then mingle elsewhere where that group melted apart. People are interesting. As the members of each group changed, so did the topic of conversation. The bustling Halloween party played out like a colorful kaleidoscope. The origami chains decorating the walls brought back youthful memories. Those would help anyone enjoy themselves like they were kids again. And no, wait, Yukichi pulls a fast one on the last freaking episode. Ah! I'm like trying to remember the last episode of Higurashi and being like, well, I mean, yeah, that smiley mode. Even to Anji, it was like a dream. She chatted happily with her cousins. She also chatted with her aunts and uncles. Also, it's really weird. I heard that they're making like more chapters of Higurashi, and it's just like, hasn't Rika suffered enough? Byuto showed her several tricks that she called magic. Although I think I don't know if they confirmed that it was visual novel chapters or if it's like a DLC for fighting game. They just mentioned something new for Higurashi coming out. Maria said that they were magic. There's like 4 new... No, it's... Oh my god, really? Had she not suffered enough? Maria said that they were magic. Anji said they were tricks, and the night grew even more lively. Wait, they announced another thing for Umineko too? Oh my gosh! The 2 young girls were so fired up that the adults decided to show some tricks they knew, shocking both of the kids utterly. It's out. Wait, what? Saku? I'm now distracted. I need to look. Saku. It's probably not translated yet, right? Because it's so new. Haven't read it. It's not officially out. It's full of spoilers. Okay. I will keep it open off to the side. Just to see if there's like a estimated date. Eventually, they each started showing tricks to the others, asking if they'd ever seen this one or that one before. Wait, did I don't remember reading the first line, so I'm just gonna read this page. It's new in that it's been out in Japan for years, but they haven't had an official release. Ah, oof. Okay. Is there like a fan translation, I wonder? The 2 young girls were so fired up that the adults decided to show some tricks they knew, shocking both of the kids utterly. Eventually, they each started showing tricks to the others, asking if they'd ever seen this one or that one before, and it became a party of magic, just perfect for Halloween. In addition to magic tricks, several quizzes, riddles, and games popped up, reminding everyone of their childhood days. Even the servants who were serving food got dragged into the groups, and the whole hall was filled with chatter. To Anji, young as she was, every single magic trick, quiz, and riddle was an entirely new experience. They stimulated her intellectual curiosity, and she couldn't contain her excitement. In the wider variety of delicious foods and drinks she could choose from, it was like being in a dream. Anji felt a floaty sensation, as though she was walking on a cloud. I don't know, to be honest. You would have to buy the Japanese release and figure out if someone patched it, maybe. Oh, maybe. That would make sense. So kind of same logic as like the Toho games. You'd have to get it officially and then mod it that way. So that would make sense. Anji, did you drink some of this? This is Daddy's drink.
I want to try some adult grape juice too.
Oh no!
So it's okay.
Oh no! Your face is looking a little red there. Are you feeling all right? She only had a bit, so I think she'll be fine.
I'll be fine. I'm not a kid.
Auntie-chan, drink this one, okay? That stuff your dad drinks is nasty, so don't try anymore, got it?
That's right. If you drink bad stuff, you'll end up as a bad adult too. The multi-viral warp drive originally invented to prank people by teleporting people's clothes 5 feet to the left, but then the scientist got pranked by he thought, how can I prank an astronaut by... No! Same with Higurashi ones. There's a whole lot of additional stories for Higurashi that are not officially released in English. Yeah. I know at one point, like, it was like very soon, like when I was doing like the last little bit of Higurashi that they released, like a set of 4 of them, which I haven't done yet. I don't know. I haven't decided like 100% if I want to or not. Because I was gifted them, so like I can, but I don't know, because one of them is a little degenerate. So. But we'll see. At least I think it's 4. Maybe it was just 2. No, I feel like it was. I don't remember.
I'm not gonna be a bad adult. I'm gonna be a princess.
That's right. Auntie is our princess.
Yep. She's our family's princess.
I agree. You'd better come over to my house to play sometime. We'll have lots of fun.
Okay. Thanks, Aunt Ava.
Everyone's being really nice. It almost feels like I've become a real princess. I feel so great I can almost believe that this whole celebration was being held for my sake. Yeah, degeneracy. Like, let me, oh gosh. Yeah, they. Let me...
Oh no, I'm so distracted today. Okay, so it's 3 chapters. It's a Saikoro Shihen, Hiru Kowa Shihen, and Batsuko Shihen. I think, yeah, continue only if you can vow that you are truly degenerate is for the last one. Welcome to the future. Technology has progressed to the point where you can touch holograms that there has been 5 murders committed by Hatsune Miku. Oh no. Oh no.
Battler stood outside that group of people. As he watched Anji smiling happily from the distance, he smiled too. When she smiles like that, she really...
I don't know who's talking. I'm just gonna assume it's Battler, but I'm probably assuming wrong.
When she smiles like that, she really lives up to her name. It's so sad.
Nope, that was Bieto. Kinda wanna play a Miku horror game. Yeah, but like a good one. Although I don't know. What would be a good, like, Miku horror game? They would have to get, the person that made Kane, I believe, would be a good choice, even though that's, like, technically not Miku. It's just an OC that looks like a Miku.
You know, like Black Rock Shooter.
I agree. It really is a smile fit for an angel.
I hope that smile comes from the real Anji, and not just the piece.
Even if it doesn't, she's still watching, or she's watching this, and she can think it through herself.
This game between you and Anji really is overflowing with affection. So much that it's irritatingly slow for me.
And what's wrong with that? There's no one to get in our way. No obstacles or tactics or anything else to worry about.
That's right. This game is no longer a battle.
Now that you mention it, this is cleaning up. Cleaning up after our game.
I'll never be able to make up for that sin I did to her through my careless actions.
We have to take responsibility for our game. We'll make up for our sins together. That's why we're showing Anji this final game.
Do you think that Anji will be able to use that key right away?
Of course, I've thought about forcibly dragging her in the direction we think is right.
Such an attempt would probably have been meaningless. When you're forced to make a decision, it's hard to accept that it was a truly correct one, no matter how much time passes.
Exactly. Anji has to think and choose for herself, even if she doesn't make the decision we view as the correct one. I think we should respect it. I know some Vocaloid spicy games, but I don't think there's a Vocaloid horror game. Yeah, I'm not surprised that there's Vocaloid spicy games, but like...
I feel like a Vocaloid horror game would be really nice, although the only things that are coming to mind are like the really like quickly slapped together, like just throw on assets and stuff of just like, oh, they're chasing you, oh no, and then just gotta go, ah! And so, you know, I don't know. I want horror games that like make me feel something, you know?
You are the game master. I cannot argue with you anymore. I will simply watch on and enjoy this night.
This game is really significant for Anji, but for us, it's kind of like a party after the show.
It's almost time, but are you sure? Anji might get the wrong idea again, right?
It'll be fine. In fact, this is necessary. Just like how you appeared in the way you did. And everyone else, too.
Then let us enjoy this final celebration with the others. After all of them have acted their parts so well in this long game.
That instant, the sound of someone clapping for attention rang out. Your attention, everyone. Please gather. And now, for today's special event. Goda has been the one clapping. Everyone gathered together, wondering what was going on. On the serving cart in front of him was a large sliced chocolate cake. As the highlight for tonight's Halloween party, I've prepared the Sachetort for you all. Yep, that's how it's pronounced. No questions here. As you can see, it had been made specially for the Ushinomiya family and bears the crest of the one-winged eagle in chocolate. The stupendous cake drew a gasp of admiration from all present. What a splendid cake! A perfect highlight for the party. Oh, no, it's not just the cake. Tonight's cake has a little secret. Master, I want you to explain that secret to everyone. Oh, is this where the almond comes into play? Does Hollow Arrow ever count as its official horror game made by... I haven't tried that one yet. I think I watched like the first video or two. I think they're like in a school setting, right? I think I've only seen like the first or second video from there. It was very interesting. I just like, I don't know. I was probably busy when it was coming out. Very well. This is a bit of a game. One slice of this cake will be used to select the winner.
It's got an almond in it.
Anji shouted happily. Kinzo looked at her and nodded. In just one slice of this cake, there is a single almond. The one who chooses that piece shall become tonight's king. Whew! It's been a long time since I played the king game.
I'm guessing the subject matter was a bit different when you played it.
I played a little Hollow Earth, but it wasn't translated to English. Ah, rip. So what happens to the person who becomes the king? The king gets to name one wish. Then we shall all try to grant it together. Ooh, sounds interesting.
Kings are boys. Girls can't be kings.
Maria, how dare you? If a girl wins, they can become the princess.
The almond. The one with the almond wins. Right? Right?
That's right. You're incredible, Anji. In times like this, luck can tell you something about a man. Can't let myself lose now. I don't know where your voice went.
Hold up there. Let's let the smallest kids choose first. Good idea. Anji-chan, you can go first. Hey, you're the big cousin now, Maria. Let Anji-chan go first.
No. But what if Auntie wins? I'm gonna win. The almond wins. The almond wins.
I don't know why there's so much phlegm in my throat. Ah! It seems we old fogies must hope that leftovers are lucky today.
If we're going by age, I guess that means Kinzo's last.
But aren't you 1,000 years old?
No!
Everyone burst out laughing. Her real age was unknown, but she claimed to be 19 years old. Oh, I mean, to fit with Battler, yeah. Maria played Fate King. In front of Auntie, played a... I mean, when did Fate come out? Because I don't know if Fate existed in this point in time. It might have, but I feel like it would be a little early. In front of Auntie lay a large cake split into several pieces. Just one of those pieces was the winner. Well then, Anji-sama, which piece would you like? Whichever you choose, it will be ever so delicious.
No way. I only want the winning one.
Well then, you'll have to try and guess which right on the first shot. Go ahead, pick one. Battler pushed Anji's small back towards the table with the cake.
Which one should I take?
The chocolate cake was cut into 15 pieces. I want to pick the one with the almond and become the princess. One of them has an almond. Which could it be? I get to choose first, but it sort of feels unfair. I mean, it is, isn't it? My chances of getting the right one are 1 in 15. There's no way I'll get it. And then, when Maria One-chan goes after me, she has a 1 in 14 chance of picking the winner. I mean, unless you pick the winner. The next person has a 1 in 13 chance, then a 1 in 12 chance, and the last person will win for sure?
Oni-chan, this isn't fair. It's harder for the person who goes first.
Everyone laughed. Apparently there was something wrong with my calculations, but I still didn't like it. Then let us start this contest of luck with Anji-sama. Please, feel free to make your selection.
Okay.
If I have to pick one out of so many, there's no way I'll win. But for some reason tonight, it feels like I might actually win after all. I have no reason for feeling this way, but when I'm in a good mood, Lady Luck always brings me fortune. Have you decided yet?
Yeah, I've decided. This one's the winner.
I concentrated on my fingertip and pointed at one of the 15 slices. The slice I chose was... Oh! Oh no, I can't say! I wonder if it's the one lit up. Geez, I don't know. Maybe it's the one that's highlighted. It could be.
This one.
This one? Are you sure?
I made up my mind. I want this one.
When you asked me whether I was sure, I felt a little uneasy. Still, at times like this, it's better to stick with your instincts. It was one of the few bits of philosophy that this young girl had learned from her few life experiences. Goda took the chosen slice, put it on the plate with a fork, and handed it to Anju.
I go next. Which should I take?
It was Maria's turn next. She was excited, determined to be the winner. I walked away from that group all by myself. I was struck by the temptation to quickly cut the cake open and check for the almond inside. However, I stopped myself. If I check my piece first, my chance of winning is 1 in 15. However, if I wait for some other people to check their slices, then when I see that they've lost, my chances will go up, if only slightly. In other words, instead of searching for the almond right away, my chances will go up if I wait for some other people to lose. Sweet, sweet, sweet Anji. But if someone picks a winner while I'm sitting around here, the chances of my slice being a winner will go to 0. It'll be tough to calculate the right moment. I need to wait for just long enough for as many losers to show up as possible. The highlighted piece was just the one you were going to select. I don't think it was the one. Well, I hovered over the whole cake and it was only highlighting the one, so I don't know. Maybe it was just glitching out on me. I need to wait for just as long as possible as for as many losers to show up as possible. My chances of winning are highest if I can check my piece immediately before someone else wins. Yeah, that's the trick to winning this game. I really wish that it would have let me save, but, you know, it's okay. I guess I never tried to fail this on purpose. What a strange thought. It feels like I'm missing something. Even though no one else can touch the cake that's sitting in front of me, the almond inside it will appear or disappear depending on whether or not the other people win or lose. I was in such a good mood that I felt dizzy and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my theory. But I did realize that something was strange. There is always just one truth inside a cat box. No matter what happens inside the box, it shouldn't be able to shake the truth inside. And yet, I'm being shaken about by events outside the cat box, trying to use those to change the way I observe the box's contents. I don't even know what I'm saying. Another me inside me is trying to say that, but it's too hard for me to understand. I feel like I'm drifting. I got so cheery and excited that even though I'm not sleepy, my mind feels hazy. It's because you took a nap, it's okay. Maybe it's because I drank Dad's adult drink. That is also another thing. In the end, even though I chose the first piece, I decided to check it last. After I have seen everyone else has lost, my chances of winning will be 100%. I tried to find the contradiction in my thinking, but I didn't really get it, so I stopped. It's much better to have a 100% chance than a 1 in 15 chance, so I decided to bet on that. I couldn't wait to open this precious treasure chest, but I waited for everyone else to choose their pieces and check them.
How is it going? Has anyone found a winner?
Mine didn't have one.
I lost too. Guess I'll have to give up on being a princess. Even if you lose, that set de torte really is beautiful and delicious. It's such a good decoration, it's almost a shame to eat it. What about you? Got the almond?
No, not me either. What about you, Hideyoshi-ni-san?
Mine's a loser too. Looks like I used up all my luck with my company and my wife.
What exactly do you mean by that?
What about you, Dr. Nanjo? I'm checking it now. Games like this can truly be fun, every now and then. Indeed. Sometimes a simple test of luck, without any strategy or tactics, can be quite entertaining. What about you, Beato?
Where's the liar who said leftovers would be lucky? What about you, Anji? Was there an almond in yours?
I'm checking now.
Oh, you still haven't touched yours? I had been following my own personal probability theory, but I didn't think I could explain it well to Oni-chan, so I didn't mention it to him. I wonder if there's an almond in here. If I win, I'll be tonight's princess. I'll be happy if I win, but even if I don't, it'll still be a really fun night, so it's okay. It got put on hold when this cake game started, but before then, everyone was having a lot of fun trading tricks, quizzes, and riddles. This game is fun too, but I want to play like that again soon. Huh? What's up, Anji? Oh? I lifted up the tiny thing with my fork and stared at it, then showed it to my brother.
This is an almond, right?
Whoa! Anji got it! That's awesome! At the same time, a stir rose up in the other corner of the room. I got one! I won!
Oh, so Ava won. My. Congratulations, Ava-sama.
That's wrong! I won! Mine has the almond!
I held the almond high and shouted across the room. The crowd around Ava split and everyone stared at me, surprised. I was surprised too. The thing in her hand was without a doubt an almond.
What the heck? What's going on here? Goda, there seems to be 2 almonds. Are they both winners? But that shouldn't have... Does this mean that one of the 2 winners made a mistake?
Anji-sama's is clearly an almond. How about your end, Ken-kun?
Ava-sama's is clearly an almond.
Then it seems that they both win.
Master. What an odd occurrence. What's all this, Goda?
Well, it seems we've had a little mistake. Perhaps they should do rock, paper...
Come now, don't be stingy. It just means that 2 almonds have appeared to signify the queen and the princess.
Precisely. Let's have them both be winners.
But... Goda was hesitant. Actually, he had prepared a single special dessert for the king. It had been decorated in a way that made it hard to split for 2 people, so it wasn't convenient for there to be 2 kings. When Ava heard Goda mumbling something to this effect, he shrugged and laughed.
In that case, let's have Anji-tan be the princess.
The princess? I'm the princess?
I'll be your attendant. That works, right?
Of course it worked. Anji had been worried that Ava would be declared the winner, since she had spoken up first. So she hadn't even dreamed that Ava would give it up to her.
But are you sure? You won too.
It's okay. I get to be your attendant. Come, princess. What wish do you want granted? Let's hear it.
I've already chosen my wish.
Oh, and what is that? Won't you tell your aunt? I want this fun time to keep on going. Forever. The young me spoke for the desire in my heart.
What were we doing before this was so fun, so I'd like to keep doing it.
I get the feeling that the nuance has changed. Still, that was unmistakably my wish. What we were doing before this? Oh, you mean those tricks and quizzes?
Yeah.
Then let's do this. Listen up, everyone. This is an order from your princess. Remember how much fun we were having earlier? Let's all entertain Anji-tan with tricks and quizzes. Hold up there. I've already used up all my magic tricks. Then let's do quizzes and riddles.
So, we just need to entertain Anji-chan with quizzes?
We can all present quizzes for our princess to enjoy.
I see. Understood. Yes, how intriguing. Then, Angie, let us do it this way. Everyone will give you a quiz or a riddle, and you can try to solve them. Each time you succeed, I will give you a medal.
A medal?
He probably means some sort of commemorative medallion. If you get a lot of puzzles right, you'll get a lot of medals.
Just gathering medals is a tad boring, don't you think?
Yes. Depending on the number of medals you collect, I shall give you a fantastic present. Well, you suddenly feel fired up. I suddenly feel like I need to say. I'm probably overreacting, but you know.
It sounds amazing. So there's even a prize. Isn't that great, Angie?
Yeah.
Everyone gathered around me, smiling as they thought of what sort of puzzle they'd give. They're all thinking about me so they could play with me. Just the feel of having that all to myself almost made me explode with joy at becoming the princess. Ah, okay. Maybe I should just save at the beginning of the next one then. Do, do, do. Also save and reload if you get them wrong. Okay. Okay. You get extra scenes. Ooh, okay. So yeah, I will save at the beginning of this instead of before the switch. Okay. I became the Halloween party princess, and the tournament of quizzes and riddles just for me began. It looks like I get a medal for each puzzle I get right. If I get a lot, I'm supposed to get a wonderful prize from Grandfather. Okay, here I go.
Who should I start with?
I don't think it matters. Start with whomever you like.
I'd better think of a killer puzzle while I have the chance. Some of them are really good. Ooh, okay.
Maria, don't you have a quiz book in your bag?
I do. I'm gonna give Angie a nasty one.
Maria Onetan laughed with an evil smile. Looks like everyone's going to try and bully me. I'm sure they'll think up some really hard questions. Don't worry, I'll lend a hand.
Really?
Of course! After all, I'm the princess's attendant. So let's give it our all together and get a huge pile of medals.
Okay.
Come now, Anji-sama. Start wherever you want. I, Goda, am ready to challenge you whenever you please. Whoa, not so fast. The honor of the first audience with the princess belongs to me, Anji. Begin with my challenge.
Okay.
I suddenly got tense and my stomach began to feel tight. Then Aunt Ava gently held my hand. It'll be okay. Let's do this together.
Okay.
Then let us begin, Anji. This is a story about December 5th, Christmas Day.
Christmas?
Even though it was October, he suddenly started talking about Christmas. Is he going to ask what day Christmas is? I know that. It's December 25th.
On Christmas Day, a woman looked up at the night sky and spoke. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? And then the man spoke. Okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. Is such a thing possible?
The day after Christmas is the 26th, a normal day. It's impossible.
Still Christmas, even after the sun rises. Oh, I've got it.
Huh? Ow! How can the day after Christmas be Christmas again?
Think about it for yourself, Angie.
Oh gosh. Okay, let me read through it again. Let's see. Looked up the night sky. Eventually the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the sun sinks and it becomes night once more? It could be Christmas again.
Just time travel easy, right?
Just a thing of like it being... I feel like it is possible. I'm just trying to... The night will end, the morning will come. Or get stuck in a time loop with horrible murders, right? Because this is talking about like 3 days. Right? No. Yes? Because I'm thinking like they're looking at the sky. Unless they're talking about like Christmas Eve and counting that as Christmas. That could be it. It could be,
I'm just saying it's possible.
Oh, I see. It is possible.
Yeah, that's right. After all, there are 2 nights in every day.
Right. December 25th starts at 12 midnight. Midnight is during the night, so it's the first night. Then morning comes, and then when night falls again, it's still the same day until midnight.
Exactly! And both of those nights are on nights on Christmas Day.
Am I awesome? Am I awesome?
With a delighted smile, Aunt Ava patted my head vigorously.
Well done, Hanji. I tried to make it a hard question, but you solved it like it was nothing.
Congratulations, Anji-sama. Here is a medal for getting the first question right. Genji-san held out a gold-colored medal. Grandfather smiled at me, urging to take it.
Thank you.
Keep the pace. Well now, that is it for my puzzle. Head over there and ask whomever you choose for a quiz. I will go ahead and allow you to save.
It was a heavy gold-colored medal. If I get a lot of these right, my pockets might burst. I'm gonna get so many that I can brag about it to everyone. After bowing to grandfather, or you just travel to the other side of the world and experience 2 Christmases, yeah! Just have to go real fast. Well, no, you have to. I think it's like, you have to be on that line where like it goes to the next day. So you're just on the left side of that line and experience Christmas in like Japan, and then you go over to the US and then you get Christmas again. After bowing to grandfather, I hurried off with Aunt Ava to where everyone else was gathered. You got 1 medal. Okay, I guess that's where it would want me to save. Okay, we're gonna see a lot of the save screen. Kinzo watched Anji go with a warm smile.
Did I make it a bit too easy?
No, I think it was just right.
Genji, have I managed to act the part of a good grandpa?
Of course.
Anji is young, and she frequently grows sick and is unable to come to Rokenjima. She probably won't remember me well.
Young children have their own kind of cruelty. They think of kindness as something they'd naturally receive, and because they think of kindness as only natural, they forget about it quickly. It is no different from gratitude to one's parents. It will probably take Anji-sama many years before she understands.
Do you think she will eventually remember that I was a fun grandpa?
Yes, I'm certain of it. Kinzo's expression grew slightly darker. Eventually, even Anji will get older, and she will probably hear how the public at large regards Ushirimiya Kinzo. The Ushirimiya Kinzo, known by the public, is completely different from the Kinzo who plays with his grandchildren. When she learns, will Anji remember the face of Kinzo the tyrant, known of by the world, or that gently smiling face?
I would hope for her to remember my smile if possible. But such a thing is probably too much to ask for.
It's an extra scene, by the way. Every character has a scene for their question. Okay, I had a feeling. Because I was like, I feel like this is something that I wouldn't be seeing if I got it wrong. There's no way around it. That's what children are.
Oh, it's you.
Children are just eat up kindness, and it never remains in their memories. By the time 12 years have passed, she will surely learn what a bizarre, eccentric Ushirimiya Kinzo was. Your smile is fated to be painted over by that and forgotten.
Most probably. No matter how much I spoil her, my love will not be rewarded.
However, just as it takes a long time to remember what you owe your parents, Anji will surely remember someday. She will remember the smiles you showed her.
Let her forget. One smile from her is the greatest parting gift I could ever take with me when my time comes. This is the essence of unrewarded love.
I guess grandfathers are always unrewarded.
But I have been rewarded. With Anji's smile just now to look back upon, I could happily pass on in my sleep tonight.
With a lonely laugh, Kinzo spun around, setting his cape fluttering. This was all the love he could offer Anji as a grandfather. Part of him wanted to be remembered, but he knew he mustn't wish for that. That was how unrewarded love works. After looking at Kinzo's back, Bieto stared at Anji's back again. Anji,
Even so, please remember it someday. Remember the smile that Kinzo once showed you.
Okay, so now is the moment to save. Okay. Okay, whose quiz should I take next? I'm gonna challenge more and more people, get more and more medals for getting them right, and get a wonderful present to show everyone. Uncle Klaus and Aunt Natsuhi are over there. They're looking this way and smiling. I'm sure they've thought up some interesting puzzles. There's Uncle Hideyoshi beckoning for me to come over. He's a fun uncle, so I'm sure he's thought up a fun question. Mom and Dad are across from him. They're waving at me, telling me to have lots of fun. Dad probably knows a lot of really hard questions. He might be tough. Over there is Aunt Rosa and Maria One-chan. It looks like they're reading a quiz book together, searching for a problem. Every now and then Maria One-chan glances over at me, saying, "Kee." She can be me sometimes, so I'm sure her puzzle won't be a nice one. Beyond them are Battler One-chan, George One-chan, and Jessica One-chan. Butler One-chan is usually nice, but he sometimes says really mean things, and I think he likes seeing me confused. I get the feeling that he'll give me a really tough problem. Is there anyone who looks like they won't be mean? If I can, I'd like to start with some easy puzzles to warm me up. All the way over there are Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo. I don't think those two will be mean to me. And then there's Shannon and Cannon. Shannon knows about a lot of quizzes and fairy tales. I'm sure she'll give me something unique. Then we have Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, who are serving tea. Kumasawa-san might be tough. I kind of think she'll give me a really confusing problem. It looks like everyone might be pretty tough.
Anju-chan, I've got a good one for you. Over here.
Uncle Hideyoshi is calling for me. What should I do? Should I go? Do you want to try Uncle Hideyoshi?
Yeah, the order doesn't matter. After all, I'm gonna challenge everyone.
I rolled up my sleeves and headed towards Uncle Hideyoshi.
Here you are. Mine's a tricky one, okay?
I wonder what sort of question you'll give her. Don't make it too hard, okay?
It's okay.
It's okay if it's hard. I'll solve it.
Oh, looking pretty confident there. Okay, here it comes.
After clearing his throat, Uncle Hideyoshi started telling his question.
Mine's a riddle. Listen closely now. You know the story of Momotaro, right?
The boy who floated down the river in a peach?
That's right. But you know, one day an apple floated down the river.
An apple?
Yep. And the next day a butternut squash floated down it.
I hate butternut squash.
And then the next day some cabbage floated down it. And then the next day a dill pickle did. And then the next day an eggplant floated by. And then the day after that a fig did.
What a strange tale. Did a greengrocer live upstream or something?
Okay, here's the question. What floated down the river the next day? Oh gosh. What?
Huh?
I've got it. Do you get it, Anji-chan?
I don't get it.
Then I'll give you a hint. There's a pattern to the things that float down the river. Can you guess what the pattern is?
What a huge hint.
Okay, so an apple, a butternut squash, a cabbage, a pickle, an eggplant, and a fig. Oh. Okay. Okay. An apple, butternut squash, cabbage, a dill pickle, an eggplant, a fig. And the choices, I don't think it would be a grapefruit. Maybe? Wait, no, I see it. It would be a grapefruit.
I know! It's a grapefruit!
That's right. It wasn't one of the choices, but green beans would have worked too. The names all followed the alphabet. Apple was A, butternut squash was B, cabbage was C. It kept going with D, E, and F. And after F comes G. That's why the answer had to be something that started with G.
Thanks, Aniva. I got it right thanks to your hint.
I was thinking it was like gonna be vegetables, and then it's like, well, no, it started with an apple. Apple's a fruit.
And then at that point, I was like, oh, I see what's going on. My hopes and dreams, oh no.
An arm. You solved it by yourself, Anji-chan. Incredible.
Yep, nice work. Now, here's your medal for getting it right.
Hideyoshi took out a gold-colored medal and placed it on my palm. It felt heavy in my hand. Yeah, this is what victory feels like. I'd better keep it up.
I got a medal.
I got another medal for Ava's puzzle, but I can't think of any more.
Then maybe I should give Anji-chan a puzzle.
Huh? You will?
Sure. How about a quiz for the princess from her attendant? I've thought of a fun one, so please have a go at it. Aunt Ava smiled brightly. I want to get as many medals as possible, so of course I want as many chances I can get.
Okay, I'll have a go at it.
That's the spirit. Okay, here it comes. We've talked about how I love to travel, haven't we?
Yeah, you said you like traveling overseas a lot.
That's right. So this will be a puzzle about traveling. There was a traveler in a certain place. A traveler? First, the traveler walked 5 kilometers north.
Should I write this down on a piece of paper?
Don't worry. The puzzle isn't that hard, so listening to it will be enough. The traveler first walked 5 kilometers north. I'm pretty sure this is an extra scene, but I'm a save anyway. The traveler first walked 5 kilometers north. Then he walked 5 kilometers to the east. Then he walked 5 kilometers to the south.
5 kilometers north, 5 kilometers east, 5 kilometers south. You mean like a blocky N?
That's right. So he'd end up at the spot 5 kilometers to the east of where he started.
That's what you'd think, right? But incredibly, this traveler ended up in the same exact spot as he started. Is something so mysterious possible?
Oh, there's no way. His compass must have gone crazy.
Of course it didn't. Do you know Anji-chan?
It wasn't because of his compass? Is this a play on words?
No, this is a real quiz. For a hint, why don't you try thinking about a globe?
Okay, I'm glad that I saved.
Let's see. They walked north, and then east, and then south. A hot or cold place? What would it... Think of a globe. Yeah, think of a globe. Do I have something round to like? It would have to be somewhere cold. It would have to be at one of the poles. Yeah?
I got it. It's a really cold place. Yeah, that must be incredibly cold there.
Perfect! Anji-chan, you must really be a genius to get something like that at your age.
If you start at the South Pole, then after you go north, going east just draws a circle around the South Pole. So anytime you head south again, that just takes you right back to the South Pole.
I tried to make it an extra hard puzzle, but Anji-chan was just too good.
Congrats! Here's another medal for you.
I got a heavy gold-colored medal. All right, I did it. Aunt Ava and I held up our fists in celebration. Okay, that's all for our puzzles. Go ask one of the others to give you one.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Hideyoshi.
Your aunt's really clever. With the two of you together, you'll be getting medals right and left.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, let's do our best together, Aunt Ava.
I dashed away. Who will I ask next? Uncle Hideyoshi waved goodbye, smiling. I wonder if any of these are gonna like involve heckin' if they're gonna involve magic, it's gonna be like the cutting cheese riddle of just like you can only do it in one, but technically. Hideyoshi and Ava watched as Anji ran off happily, looking for the next quiz. Even though that kid can wear such a cute smile, I will be the one who takes that away from her. Ava. Ava hung her head. A single tear sparkled in her eye. Her reaction was only natural.
considering how she felt, but I wasn't able to see past it and accept her feelings.
It can't be helped. You're as human as anyone else. Humans tend to be more fragile than you think.
Even so, it wasn't my fault. After all, I already had the experience of bringing up a child, right? I should have become her mother. And yet I let sadness overwhelm me, and I didn't do it at all.
Can't be helped, I tell you. Don't think you were the only one at fault. You shouldn't blame yourself so much.
By now, Ava was unable to hold back her sobs. Large tears dripped down her cheeks as she stared at the ground and shook. What a sin I've committed. My sadness was no greater than hers. And yet, I decided that I was suffering the most, so I didn't accept her feelings. I'm a failure of a mother. I wasn't able to become a mother for her.
That's wrong. You did your best for her, Ava Nessa.
Nope.
That wouldn't... Okay, Kide-san, you sound like you have something in your throat right now.
Kide and Rudolph were standing behind Ava now. I know the lengths you went to keep the truth from Anji.
You held out well, Anaki. Well, I guess that daughter of ours really has been a pain, clueless about how much you've suffered.
After the accident on Rokenjima, Ava, the only one who left Rokenjima alive, adopted Anji, the girl who had been absent and survived. While they would eventually develop a sad and mutually painful relationship, it wasn't like that at first. Ava tried to show affection to Anji, her last remaining blood relative. She tried to become Anji's new mother, even as she fought back the sadness she herself felt. However, Anji wasn't able to accept that kindness. She lashed out at Ava, the only one who had returned alive, for stealing her parents away from her. Ava, understanding the wounds that this little 6-year-old girl bore, withstood those attacks. She grit her teeth and poured all of her affection onto Anji, affection that went ignored. However, the wounds Ava herself bore were also extremely deep. She was never rewarded for her sad efforts, and the future in front of her grew dark. You tried to show Anji the same affection you once showed George-kun. But that was just for my own satisfaction. Anji-chan never felt any of it.
Anji was the one who couldn't accept it. It isn't your fault.
But who could possibly ask that of Anji-chan when she was just 6 years old? I could have held out much, much longer until she could understand my feelings. Ava Nessa, I want you to believe one thing. We don't blame you in the slightest. Yes, thank you so much for suffering so long for Anji's sake. If that kid had a human heart, then I'm sure she'll recognize the affection you showed her someday.
Thank you, Aneki. We'll always be grateful. Isn't that wonderful, Ava? Your efforts haven't gone unnoticed.
Anyway, back for a fun, happy quiz.
How are you doing, Anji-sama? If you wish, I, Goto, would be pleased to challenge you.
And I, Kumashawa, have a very tricky puzzle for you. It doesn't matter how hard it is. I am not alone. I'll solve it without Ava.
Goda and Kumasawa offered to challenge me. I'll have to go up against everyone in the end, so it doesn't matter who comes next. I waved at Aunt Ava to hurry up, and she ran towards me, wiping her tears off of her face. So we're challenging this pair next. Who will we start with?
Okay, Goda-san.
Very well, as you wish. Here is my puzzle.
I'll warn you, it's a toughie. I'll still solve it. I've gotten the knack of it.
You'd better not underestimate Anji-chan, right?
Right.
My. Well then, being a humble chef that I am, here's a puzzle about food in the kitchen.
We'll fight together this time. If you don't get it, just ask me to lend a hand. I'll give you a hint.
If I get a hint, does that mean I won't get a medal?
It won't affect your medals at all, so feel free to ask away.
Oh gosh, okay.
In a witch's house, there was a magic kitchen. Every day it would serve a freshly made meal for the witch when she returned at the appointed time. One day, the witch had to work very late. When she finally got home, all of the food greeted her. "Welcome home, great witch. I have made some vegetable stew for you," said the stew with the pot. "Welcome home, great witch. Please, quickly dip me in the stew and eat me," said the hard bread. "Welcome home, great witch. You must be thirsty. Please drink me right away," said the white wine.
Welcome home, Great Witch. If you eat me, the heat of the day will be wiped away, said the ice cream dessert. Now then, one of these is lying. Which is it? The wine, right? I think. I could be wrong. I'm looking over it again. Let's see. Because, yeah, the bread be like, yeah, dip me in the stew. And then... an ice cream would cool you down. Yeah, because I think... I don't drink alcohol, but I feel like it would be the wine, because I don't think it hydrates you.
I don't get it. Food can't talk?
Well, that's because it's a fairy tale puzzle.
It looks as though she didn't figure it out. Oh no.
So true, Anji. Food can't talk. Oh gosh. How do I auto again? I know I did it like on accident before. So I don't know how to actually do it. I'll just control. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. I can hint, but I want to try not to. No. From either then. Yeah. Every day would serve a freshly made meal. I mean... It's late, so it wouldn't be hot. So the ice cream? That's the only one that would make sense.
The ice cream! The witch got back really late, so the ice cream would have melted. So she couldn't eat it.
Nicely done. See? Anji-tan is a clever girl, isn't she? Congratulations, Anji-sama. Very impressive. How quickly you saw through that puzzle that I, Goda, put all my efforts into.
It was totally easy, and Deva's puzzle was harder.
Thanks. Congratulations. This medal is your prize for answering my question correctly.
Thank you.
Okay, that was easy. Now let's take a shot at Kumasawa-san's puzzle. That's just what happens when I don't know. I thought alcohol didn't hydrate you, but I guess not.
Welcome back, Rocket. Looks like I'm up next. Now let's test Anji-sama with my specialty made super hard puzzle. Are you ready? How hard is it? Oh, you'll have to wait and see. And now let the mackerel dessert puzzle begin. Mackerel dessert?
This is Kumasawa-san we're talking about, so you can bet it'll be a strange one. Be careful.
Okay.
The cook was in trouble. Dinner had to be fully prepared except for the dessert, but he had no ingredients except sabara, mackerel, and leftovers. Then the cook had a flash of inspiration. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand dessert out of one of the leftovers. I feel like this is... I feel like this is something that I need to know the words for Japanese meals, but maybe. Sabara. Well, no, maybe, yeah. maybe the A? Maybe like Sobara? Is that a thing? It's either the A or the R, I feel. I might try the R. But I feel like this is something that I need to kind of know, like, foods in Japanese. I had nothing but salmon and something called femboy honey left, so... Anyway... maybe the R. Nope. Okay, I'll guess the A next. Nope. Brute forcing it, Shikibai. Well, like, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like it's something that I would need to know. I don't know. I don't? Oh, okay. Do I need to teach Sophie to read ahead because I'll say her stuff without a second thought? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I read ahead as I read sometimes. B?
I got it! The letter is B! If you change the B in Sabana,
oh, cause desert. Okay.
you change the B in Sabana to an H, so you get Sahara. That's correct.
The last line you said could make a great dessert out of Sabana, not dessert.
I figured out a trick in Japanese and English. Am I awesome? Am I awesome?
You're so smart, Anji-chan. You deserve a pat on the head.
I like it when you do that. Just change a single letter and even a mackerel can make a fine dessert. Dessert. Are you starting to see mackerel's true power?
The day I'm forced to serve a joke like that for dessert, I imagine heads will roll.
I wouldn't like it either. I like ice cream for dessert.
Of course. By the way, we shouldn't be worried, should we? What about tonight's dessert? It wasn't misspelling smocked, rolled, and oh. Oh no.
I could hardly wait to surprise everyone with the mackerel fruit parfait waiting there in the kitchen.
No! Everyone burst out laughing. For some time after that, I was tormented by the terrifying image of a parfait neatly topped with mackerel chunks.
What a shame. I tried so hard to stop Anji-sama from getting that prize, but she solved my best riddle like it was nothing. Totally didn't brute force the puzzle at all.
Though she said that, Kumasawa smiled. A gold-colored medal glittered in her wrinkly hand. And she took it.
Well then, that's all for our puzzles.
Please keep up the pace, get more and more medals, and win that splendid prize from the master.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep it up. We did it, Eva.
Let's keep it up. We rushed away. Okay, who should we take on next? Not for secret scene, yeah. We're reveals he's the ultimate antagonist. Oh no. Where he reveals that he's known what everything is the whole time. Ultra Instinct Goto revealed. Oh god. He just flexes his suit off and it's just ripped.
It seems that all of a sudden the tiny girl who used to hide and tremble in Kirei-sama's shadow has grown up to be so bright and cheery.
With each passing family conference, one can feel the growth of those youngsters. After just a few years more, Anji-sama will surely learn of love and makeup, and will eventually grow to become a true lady.
Very true. If she grows normally with the passing time, that is.
A cruel fate will force the chick called Anji into a lonely future. If an egg isn't warmed, it won't hatch. The egg she is now will not be warmed by anyone. It will not hatch.
Inside that frozen egg,
Will Anji-sama have no choice but to face an isolated future?
an eggshell can always be broken from the inside. A cold shell may be very, very hard, but it doesn't mean it cannot be broken.
Does Anji-sama have the strength to do that?
Is she capable of achieving that or not? I hear that question is what this final game is all about.
Perhaps we should have sent her a clearer message. If the egg cannot be warmed, could we not at least strike it from the outside to make it easier to crack?
If a chick without the power to break its own shell is forced out of inside the egg, it won't be able to withstand the cold winds. Anji-sama will have to find that power and resilience herself.
But can we not somehow explain that power and resilience to her?
Words mean nothing if they are merely given. They must also be accepted. No matter what we try to give Anji-sama, it'll be meaningless unless she accepts it.
You're right. No matter what we try to tell her, it won't matter unless she listens.
We can do nothing but watch over her. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
We can do nothing, but pray that Anji-sama chooses a better future for herself.
If Anji-sama does not abandon herself to anger for the sole purpose of distracting herself from her resignation and sadness, if she can just be honest about that one single wish that she truly desires more than anything else, then you can be certain that she will make her greatest wish come true.
It is ironic. Since the very beginning, she has been denying the greatest wish of hers herself.
Laughter brings bright happiness. Tears bring misfortune. Those who believe will be saved. People have the power to create their own futures by the strength of their emotions.
I wish we could have let her hear those words.
Adler-sama is very strict. He is hoping that Anji will realize it by her own power alone and is not permitting even words of this nature to be told to her.
It seems we can do nothing but watch over her.
And so, let us at least pray. Pray that she grasps the world she desires most in her own hands.
Intrusive thoughts are going to win. There's a housing development right next to my work. They haven't started construction. They're still doing land prep. So there's a 10-foot deep pit that's full of water and I went to swimming. Oh no! I would say be careful with that. I feel like that would be something that you could get in like a lot of trouble for. Oh, have you selected me?
Yeah. I'll have to face everyone sooner or later. Right, Eva?
Right. Come on, let's have a puzzle. We'll solve it in a flash. I see. Then it seems I must make it a good one. Genji, you should give her one as well. A tough one. As you wish. In that case, a tough one it shall be. Well, I'd hoped that Genji-san would give me a terrible or a simple puzzle, but now he's saying it'll be tough. Scary. Tinnitus or evil fish thing. Parasite. Oh no, I can get arrested for. Yeah, I was thinking. I had a feeling it would be something like that. Maybe you could prank them by, oh, what if you put like a little rubber ducky in there? Just like while they're developing it, put like a new rubber ducky in there. But like, no, wait, have it like the first day be one rubber ducky and then the next day 2 rubber duckies. You have to get like a lot of rubber duckies for this. But like, I don't know. I feel like that one would get you arrested. But I'll beat both of them. I can't let myself get scared. Then let us start with mine. I am a doctor, so how about an ambulance puzzle? I'm going to Walmart now. I mean, I feel like, maybe. I feel like buying them on bulk on Amazon might be like more cost effective. But yeah, I would say the rubber duckies are probably less likely to get you arrested. When you're in Japan, the word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice.
QQ?
If you add an emergency to blank, you'll get ambulance. QQ-sha. I think it's QQ-sha. If blank is subtracted from 130, you'll get a police car. Eh? What number goes Oh gosh. Oh wait, no, wait, what? No, is it Kyukyusha? The difference between two cars is half an emergency. It. Okay. Oh wait, no, it's multiples of. Go, jugo, nijugo, ju, niju. If I remember right, this doesn't need you to know anything about Japanese, no language needed. Oh. In Japan, the word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. If you add an emergency to that, you'll get an amble. You can't catch me when I'm nowhere near the building development where the rubber duck lands. True. Oh my gosh, are you gonna use like a drone to drop it in? Oh yeah. Make sure to wear gloves just in case. The difference between two cars is half an emergency. Tactical rubber duck insertion. Do it. Huh. I still get the bonus things if I ask Ava, right? I know that I don't lose any medals. Okay, I'm gonna ask Ava. Because I think I'm overthinking it.
Is a number? But emergency is a word. You can't add a number to a word, right?
That part sounds like some kind of word game. After all, QQ means emergency and Q means 9. Yeah. If you write two 9s together, it looks like 99, doesn't it?
So if you add something to 99, you get an ambulance?
Why does some number added to 99 get you an ambulance? Ah, I've got it.
Huh? Really? Hey, what is it?
I'll give you a hint. You've got a big advantage here that most people around the world don't have. That again, even people from other countries can narrow it down to 2 answers with a little math. Okay, so knowing it gives you an advantage. So... It... Oh, yeah. Q, 18, 20. I didn't want the whole answer. I mean, I guess it would be that, huh? Or would it? An emergency to that, you'll get an ambulance. Would that be? Oh, okay, good. Rocket was wrong. Okay. Yeah, QQ. So, looks like 99. An emergency. That, you'll get an ambulance. Okay. The difference between 2 cars is half an emergency. Oh. Okay. So, okay. Wait. Okay. I need to... I need to, okay. So, okay. So QQ, the difference between the two cars is half an emergency. So it's half an emergency. The difference would be 4.5, huh? That doesn't seem right. The brains of the gears of my brain are very rusty. Can I even make something to get a rubber duck with a pound from a mile away? I mean, maybe. If you add an emergency to blank, you get an ambulance. So, okay, so if we... I don't know what the word for police car is. I don't even know if QQ Sha is actually the word for ambulance. Apparently, police car is Keisatsu Sharo, which I don't think helps. So it's not 25. Maybe a hint. Because I think Ao's hint helped like a little bit, but I'm still like, I feel like I'm still overthinking. The number for... Oh! Right. Okay, so... Oh, so it would just be 20 then.
20! Emergency sounds like QQ. And if you add 20 to that, then you get 119. That's the emergency number for ambulances.
And if you subtract 20 from 130, you get 110. That's the emergency number for calling the police.
Splendid, that is correct. I knew you were a quick thinker, Anji-san. Oh, well done, Anji! What a wise granddaughter I have. Congratulations, this medal belongs to you.
But what was that about the difference between the two being half an emergency?
That was me asking that.
Well, we didn't really need that part. If you used that hint, you could get a pretty good guess at the answer, even if you forget what the emergency numbers were.
Huh?
At any rate, the gold medal glittering in Nanjo's hand is now mine. Okay, now I'll defeat Genji too and get another one. Yes, that's the spirit. Let's solve more and more.
My goodness, I feel like once we get to the last few people, I'm gonna be like, I'm just gonna be like, what is it? What? Ah! Your turn, Genji-san. My friend here doesn't speak much, but his knowledge is quite extensive. Even I cannot see which sort of puzzle he whips up. Now then, Anji-sama, prepare yourself. Final interaction question is the best. Always gonna be cute. The puzzle starts now. I've never heard anyone say prepare yourself like that when giving a quiz. I started to get so tense that my stomach began to hurt. If I make a discarding Sabo shell that discards the shell after half a mile, I'm going to use microcomputers or timed fuse. I cannot use ice because that would be too heavy and I'd get in trouble for that, but a hollow shell would be safe. Oh my gosh. It'll be okay, hang in there. Aunt Ava gripped my hand firmly and my stomachache got a little better. Anji-sama, have you learned division?
Yeah, I learned it in cram school.
Incredible, a 6-year-old who knows division? Then there should be no problems. Here it comes. This is bad. I did learn division, but I'm not very good at it. Oh no. We have a lit candle 5 centimeters in length. Every hour, half of that candle's remaining length is burned away. Then, when its length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. 3 hours later, the flame had disappeared, but what was the length of the candle at that time? Okay, so... Okay, so... Okay, so it's 5 centimeters. And then it went to 2.5. I should probably... Okay. Wait, can I get a water solvent and fire the duck using that? Oh my gosh! Okay, oops. I'm like doing these just on my phone for the visual. Okay, so 5 centimeters is that 50 millimeters or is it 500 millimeters? Okay, so like 5. That's like the one little bit that I need memorization on. Or actually, no. I should be fine? Okay, so 1.25 millimeters, and then after that it would be 0.625, so about 6 millimeters. Okay, cool. That wasn't it? Okay. So, If it's 1 centimeter or less, then the flame will disappear. Oh, wait. Oh, I erased my work. Oops. Oh, wait, no, doesn't it save if I can get my hands on water dissolving materials like pressed sugar? Ooh! Yes! Although, that might be a little... I would still be safe with that because I don't know if... Well, it's not in like a drinking water area, so it would be... Okay. So wait, 3... Yeah, yeah, because that comes to... It's 5, and then it goes in half, and then that goes in half, and then that goes in... Are we rounding up? Probably not. Nope. Because 5 would be 2.5. And then half of that would be 1.25. And then half of that would be 0.625. Wrong, Sag, right? I'll ask for Aunt Ava's hint. Because I'm obviously not thinking of this in the right way.
Half of its remaining length burns away each hour, right? After the first hour, it's burned down by 5 centimeters. Or it's down half of 5 centimeters. During the next hour, it burns down half of that remaining length. And during the third hour, it burns down half of that remaining length. Can't really do it without a calculator. Do you know the answer, Aunt Ava?
Ah, I've got it. It's a pretty mean puzzle.
What does it mean?
It has nothing to do with division. Read through the puzzle again carefully.
What was it again?
Okay, nothing to do with division. Every hour, half of the candle's remaining length is burned away. Then, when its length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. 3 hours later, the flame had disappeared. But... Oh, like... Oh. I see. When it reaches that or less, so it doesn't, like, stop at the half point, it just stops there. That's a clever one. If I mix a little bit of water and sugar, then I can get a subluge that hardens it. What? I remember this, I got a bad prize that I didn't get. I got the good prize. After 1 hour,
the 5 centimeter becomes 2.5 centimeters, and in the next hour it becomes 1.5 centimeters. And then in the next hour... In the next hour, I choke on nothing. That becomes 6.25 centimeters.
Anji-chan, you don't need to use math. Make sure you remember the problem clearly. How long is the candle when it burns out?
Oh, that was a close one. The candle goes out when it's 1 centimeter long, so the rest doesn't matter.
The flame on this candle dies when the candle is 1 centimeter in length. In other words, it can never get shorter than 1 centimeter. So the right answer is the fifth one, about 10 millimeters. That's right!
You are correct. Oh, splendidly done, Anji. How clever of you not to be misled.
I didn't even need division. I almost got tricked. I totally didn't get tricked like twice.
You were pretty mean there, Kenji-san. You even asked her if she could do division. That was a trap, right?
Correct. My humble apologies.
After all, Genji-san is the sort of
who could trick you without changing his expression in the slightest.
Congratulations, Anji-sama. This medal is proof that you have correctly solved my puzzle.
Thanks. I got another medal, Aunt Ava.
Defeated by a children's riddle, right? Sledge. Defeated lovely power cycle. You haven't completed process. No, like I said, I didn't get much sleep last night. I for some reason I stayed up until like 4. Surely it wouldn't be. Surely it wouldn't be me. I'm a smart cookie. Nice going.
I'll get lots more. I'll get a ton. Then Grandfather will give me a great prize.
Indeed. Give it all you've got, my granddaughter. Good luck, Anji-san. I am rooting for you.
There must be others waiting for you. Perhaps you ought to search for the next challenge.
Okay, thank you. I'll try even harder now.
We dashed away. There's still so many people waiting to give me puzzles. I wanted tons of chances to get medals. Okay, who should I challenge next? I know. I try to take care of myself, but for some reason my brain was just like, no, we're not sleeping. After Anji and Ava left, Battler, who had been watching their progress, came over.
How is Anji doing? Oh, Battler. I'm not certain, but she does seem to be enjoying herself.
I heard your puzzle, Genji-san. Even I was almost taken in back there.
You honor me.
Still, it's not quite what I would have expected. Who would have thought that you'd give a trick question like that? I figured you'd make a straightforward, simple puzzle.
You might expect such a thing from him, silent as he is, but he is much more of a schemer than he appears.
Very true.
If you play a chess match against him, you'll see that right away. He even fools me from time to time. He'll trick me right to my face with that stern, serious expression of his. He always has been like that. And yet, despite the numerous occasions on which he has fooled me in the past, I keep on getting tricked. Come to think of it, what sort of relationship do you and Genji-san have? Just for an instant, Kinzo glanced at Genji's face. Apparently, he didn't plan on touching on the subject if Genji had any objections. However, Genji spoke as though he has no point in hiding it any longer. Well, why did I go over here? I knew the master once, in Taiwan. Knew me, he says. We were partners in crime, you might say. The two of us were both prodigal sons of rich families. A pair of ruffians who caused their parents nothing but trouble. Dude kept an illegitimate child a secret from Kinzo for years, right? You have to be a schemer to do that. If the dude that is actively thinking of a way to invest in a ranged rubber duck deployment system is telling you to take better care of yourself, you really need a nap. My body doesn't let me take naps, though. If my body doesn't let me go to bed at a respectable time, you really think it's gonna let me nap? Genji's son, a prodigal son? That's a surprise. So, Genji-san also moved to Taiwan, where he met grandfather? No. I am a native of Taiwan. Genji-san was born in Taiwan. Well, since Taiwan was under Japanese rule before the war, he's still Japanese, of course. He was a man who hated losing. When we first met, we fought all the time. Once we hit it off, we became best of friends. There was a lot of disorder and conflict after the war. The master is the one who saved me during that chaotic period. If I spent the rest of my life trying to repay that debt, it would not be enough to repay it back in full. Don't say that, my friend. If only I had been a little more persuasive, I might have been able to bring your family back with us as well. Because I was inadequate, I was unable to save anyone but you. I don't know much about the details of Taiwan's history, but apparently there was still a lot of chaos even after the war ended and Japan pulled out. Kinzo, predicting this chaos before it happened, worked out a way for Genji and his family to escape. However, Genji's family possessed great wealth in Taiwan. They were unable to abandon it, and they decided to remain there. This wealth had been built up thanks to their close relationship with the Japanese-run government in Taiwan. The new regime after the war wasn't likely to welcome them with open arms. Much mayhem and confusion followed, and Genji was the only one who escaped harm. I don't know what happened to make this man, whom Kinzo just called a troublesome prodigal son, change so drastically to become the person he is today. It was a story of friendship between the two of them, and there could be hardly any point in an unrelated person shifting through history books to interpret it however they pleased. They had been good friends since long ago, and they owed each other their lives. Though the troubled times tossed them about, their friendship had held firm for decades. Genji's role is now that of a butler, but when they're alone in the study, they sometimes share a drink and think back of the days of their youth. And they're still that way today. Leaving Kinzo and Genji to reminisce, Battler walked off on his own. It would be rude to ask for any more detail, and he didn't need to know. Kinzo and Genji had been friends since long, long ago. That was something he already knew. They were good friends. Very, very good friends. Maybe. Okay. So,
It's about time for a break.
get my brain a little prepared for more quizzes.
Okay, so we're gonna get the screen ready, and we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. So this is a good time to stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack.
Good time to leave for work.
Well, you have a good day at work. Hopefully, I don't know what kind of work you have, but hopefully if you have to deal with customers, they're not gonna be mean to you.
But we will be back in... Oh, leave from work. Ah, okay. Very good friends who often shared the same bad. Yeah.
But yes, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay? Okay. Blah!
There you go. It's 10:22 p.m. Not that late, but I wanted to sleep at 9:30.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes! How dare you! Oh gosh.
Yeah, no, this has been going on for a while.
Dang, I think I caused that.
Yeah, this is...
Oh gosh.
What did you do?
I think I have... I can imagine the answer to this one.
Where'd you get the milk? From the goats? Oh,
Yeah, that would have been easier. Hey, it brought us closer, Fran.
What? What? You milked the bird! Birds don't milk!
You used eggs you found here? Old eggs?
No! Gross. I found some fresh ones. And you know, if you use enough syrup, you can't tell chicken from snake. Eggs is eggs.
You have a perfectly good bird! Why did you get milk from the bird and eggs from a snake?
Can I have a pancake?
You can have any that fall on the floor.
Thanks. Where'd you learn how to make pancakes?
Prison.
And twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. Okay. Okay then. Anyway. Oh no, no, I'm being scanned again. No! Ah! Oh no. I have become chunk. Okay. Congratulations! My most popular thing was hard-boiled life boy, that are deviled eggs. Oh, you don't need to see that one.
Didn't hear boots. Alright, we're good. This is starting off as a great
How
stream.
dare you? You- That caught me so off guard. Use it when I was pulled into heck. Oh, whoop. Need to re-put that on there. Okay, give me some of this blue. I need some of the blue. Give me the blue. Give me the blue. Okay, give me. Thank you. Okay, there has to be more blue around here. Who's dragging the chair? I'm gonna whoop ya. No, but not before this guy whoops me. Okay, okay, okay. Which room is it? Okay. Okay, come on. Is it this room? This room? This room? This room? No, no, no. Heck. Have to find the. You have to hide the corpses if you want it to. You know, if you want to make it big. If you want to be a big shot in enemy, so. Because of the weird thing that she said when we were talking with Coach, I'll put her below. I know she did it as a joke, but like, it rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know this lady. Now her let us into the school. We need more victims. The present! Why is there a policeman here? Junsa Tanaka. Okay, I think
Amen.
he got you fooled.
Don't leave me.
Oh,
Wait, yes! I have Unbreakable, I can pick myself up! Oh my god.
gosh. The fool.
The foolish fool. He doesn't know. He doesn't know!
Nice.
Gonna heal just in case. Yeah, I can heal just in time.
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect. This all worked out great. And then I go up here silently. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Man, that's a lot of he's. Did I drop the present? I did. No! Give me back my present! Give me back my present! My present! No! No, I jumped it! Oh no! Okay, I think I actually have it now. I think, yeah. Oh, it just all fell off. Okay. Yo.
So, what's going on here?
That's the third eyeball. That's
Guess it's time to let the cat out of the bag.
Yes, I'm officially a big shot. Let me in the house. Let me in. No. Okay. Oh no, I don't even know if I can get in. There's animals in the way. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Oh no, I really messed up. Can I? I'm gonna restart this one because I was not doing good. Well. Just started flying off in the distance and making them listen to me. They went from a quid skid. A squid kid to a furball. Had to reset there for a second. Oh my gosh. You know what? I think me messing up on simple words. Yes, go ahead. I greatly welcome any shy, bashful worries you might have as you come into your secondary sex characteristics. Please don't talk about my secondary sex characteristics. This is not the time. Than just the two, I assume. What do you like, Joseph?
Where did you go? He's still mumbling.
I'm gonna give you a knuckle sandwich if you don't come out here.
Did you die? Where are you?
He called my bluff.
And we are back.
I'm ready to look like a fool for more puzzles. What? I'm sorry. Nope, that's me. What rocket? What? I can only assume that you are referring to the last clip, but I have no idea what you are referring to. What do you mean? Let me pick you back up. What do you mean with those words? What do you mean with those words? I can assume, but what clip are you talking about, Rocket? What clip? Okay. Well, until we figure that out.
What do you think? Do you want to challenge Aunt Natsuhi and Uncle Klaus next?
Yeah, let's beat them.
Oh, very well. We'll play along.
The two of us have prepared some formidable puzzles for you.
They're probably gonna be formidable, considering the last ones. Should I go first, or you?
I will start.
Very well.
Listen closely what I'm about to say. White, black, white, question mark. Black, white, black, white, black, white.
Huh? White, black, huh?
I'll say it once more. White, black, white, black, blank. Black, white, black, white. What does the blank stand for?
This is a really hard one. Black, white, or white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black, white. It looks like the white and black are alternating, but the question mark is between the white and the black. Is it gray? Is it that easy? This is surprisingly a hard one coming from you, Natsuhi-nesa. And Ava was groaning. Apparently this one's really tough. Is it really so hard? There's a chance that some people won't understand if they haven't had the right experiences.
Ava-san aside, I think Ando-chan will have seen it in a lot at school and in kindergarten. What the heck? I don't have a clue. Is it a problem that I can get easier than Aunt Ava?
It's hard. I almost want to say it's white, but I'm gonna look at what her hint is.
The hint for this one is probably not what Natsuhi-san said, about something you might see in a school or a kindergarten.
You know what it is, Anji-chan?
No, I'm stuck.
See, Anji-chan says she's stuck. Give her at least a little hint.
I see. Then a hint. They might be different colors, but you can get a beautiful sound no matter which you push.
What? It may be different colors, but you get a beautiful sound no matter which one you push.
Beautiful sound. Are these black and white things something that makes sounds? Oh! Oh, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it is white.
The black and white thing. It's a keyboard. Like a piano.
Oh, is that it? It's a keyboard? Something that can be found in kindergartens and schools, which is covered with a line of white and black things. It's an instrument, like a keyboard on a piano or a melodica.
The first two black keys are between do, re, and mi. The set of 3 black keys are between fa, sol, la, and ti.
It started white, blank, black, so the 3 white ones are do, re, mi.
There is no black key between mi and fa, so fa comes right after mi.
And since the question mark comes after mi, the right answer is fa. In other words, the right answer is white.
Correct. I thought it might have been a bit too hard, but you did well.
I want to say, I'm kind of sad that I didn't. I'm kind of sad that I did look at a hint because I was gonna get the right answer, but for the wrong reason. Because My brain was like, dash doshi, dash doshi, dash doshi, doesn't it? It's like, no, but I would have gotten it right anyway. Splendidly done, you two. Go ahead, Natsuhi.
Thank you for the hydrate, Lisa. And the stretch.
Congratulations, Anjuta. Here's my medal for you.
All right, Ava, I got another one.
Things are moving along nicely. I probably shouldn't have said that line while stretching. Next up is Nissan's puzzle. Let's solve it in a flash and teach him a lesson, okay? Woo!
Tancho, tancho, tancho.
Oh no, the music's intense. This is gonna be a hard puzzle. How interesting. Looks like it's time you were taught a lesson.
Stop it, Ava. Don't make him mad. You'll make the puzzle harder.
If there's anyone you have to blame, it's Ava. Now, take this brain twister. Here's a puzzle about the tenants of a skyscraper I've invested in. Once upon a time, there was a 7-story skyscraper. The following companies were located on the following floors. Okamuda Securities Company Limited. Okay, I'm just gonna skip the co-LTD. Okamuda Securities was located on the 7th floor. Owamuda Realty was located on the 6th floor. Tamuda Transport was located on the 5th floor. Now then, Murakoshi Publishing was located on the blank floor. What goes in the blank? Well, it would be... Oh yes, the 1st floor. No, the 2th floor.
The 4th floor.
Well done, you got it. From floor 1 to floor 4, there's only one floor that ends with the 4th floor.
Yeah, the 4th floor fits, but the other ones are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors.
Nicely done. Even I didn't figure that out until I had the answer given to me.
Take that, Klaus. Apparently, Uncle Klaus once had this puzzle shown to him, and he wasn't able to answer it right. He looked a bit downcast to see a kid like me solve it. For some reason, he looked even more mortified to see that Ava had solved it. How strange. Come on now, let's see that medal.
This medal is a mark of Anju-chan's intelligence. I mustn't let you have it, Ava.
Sore loser.
If I have one client at 9 a.m. and another client at 12:01 a.m., how many clients do I have today? You have 2. You just have the 2.
Thank you, Uncle Klaus. Am I incredible? Unless it's like an anti-joke. Or, unless you're one of the people that it's like, it's afternoon, so it's not day. Very much so. You're more flexible thinker than your uncle. I am proud of you to have you as a niece. It's like it's afternoon and people are like, good night, and it's just like the sun is still up, dude. That's all for our puzzles.
I do hope you enjoyed them.
I did. Thank you, Natsuhi and Uncle Klaus.
I hope you can enjoy all the tricky questions without worrying about your medal count too much.
We all hope that this becomes a wonderful night just for you. We really are enjoying ourselves. Yeah. Second clients after mid. Oh, yeah. Okay. I was so confident. I mean, it's still a day. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. Klaus and Natsuhi smiled at them as they dashed away. But I guess 2-day. Okay. Oh, it's you, Natsuhi. How did your puzzle go? We did the best we could, but I'm not sure how much they enjoyed them. On the other side of the room, Anji and Eva were counting the medals that they had gathered so far. Anji and Eva. It was such an unexpected pairing, but they looked like they were having a great time. A future parent and child, unrelated by blood. Watching them play like this, they look like a normal parent and child. Yes, they do. Bonds between people are nurtured by the heart. Ties of blood do not bond that as strongly. After saying this, Natsuhi bit back her own words and stared at the floor. What's wrong?
I was just surprised that I would dare to say such words after what I've done in over 2 million timelines. You don't need to worry about me. Because I rejected you. You met a painful fate in so many worlds. All of that is my responsibility. I understand how you felt. Unable to become pregnant, you were forced to feel shame for many years. In that situation, any woman would be shocked if they were handed a baby whose parentage they didn't even know, and then told to adopt them. And that was no reason for me to push you off a cliff. True. You will have to carry that cross for the rest of your life. Yes, I am prepared to do so. In that case, the suffering you must endure will come from the cross you bear, not from me. You don't despise me. Don't make that dejected face. No, perhaps it's the other way around. As long as you continue making that dejected face, I'll feel no desire to punish you. As long as you continue to carry that cross, I will feel no desire to hate you. Do you mean that you don't hate me? To tell the truth, I did hate you. I hated your guts. I hated you so much I wanted to hang up a pillow with your picture on it to use it as a punching bag. But as I watched you, that feeling faded away. You regretted and lamented. And I'm sure you'll never forget that feeling for as long as you live. How could I forget? After all, I'm a murderer. Your cross is a heavy one, doubtless. I can feel the compassion for you now. I'm serious. After all, Kinzo was the one at fault, right? It's his fault for having an illegitimate child in the first place. And the way he forced that child on you was even worse. He should at least have been able to avoid hurting you by saying, please take care of this poor child, instead of you can't give birth, so adopt this child. Men, that Kinzo. Okay, back had to kick out Cat from my seat. Oh my gosh.
Welcome back.
If it was a day, i.e. 24 hours, yeah. Okay.
I no longer hate you. Doesn't that make the cross you bear feel any lighter? No. I still don't know how I can make up for what I did to you. Then let's do it this way. Hold out your arms. Huh? Like this? As Natsuhi spread her arms uncertainly, Beato leapt forward and hugged her tight. This is a little... I'll never say this again, so let me say it once. After all, I've never had a chance to meet my mother. Still hugging Natsuhi, Beato spoke in a whisper. She spoke those words that she would certainly never say again. Thank you for worrying so much for my sake. But I really don't hate you anymore. Please, believe that. Mother. Beatrice.
Man. I wonder how the interaction or the extra scene after we solve Canon and Shannon's puzzle is gonna be. I feel like that's gonna be quite intriguing. Okay, let's save.
Who should we get a puzzle from next? How about those two?
Shannon Kanekun? Oh, perfect! Sure, it looks like they'll put up a good fight.
Do you need something, Eva-sama and Anji-sama?
Don't be stupid, Nessa. They're asking us for puzzles.
My apologies.
Shannon was as absent-minded as ever. However, Canon looked extremely calm and would probably have a well-polished puzzle ready. Okay, I'll go first. Use that time to think up a puzzle, Nessa.
Okay. Sorry.
So, if I'm buying time for Nessa to think up a puzzle, I'll have to make one tricky enough to keep you stumped for a while.
You've got guts, kid. Let's have at it, shall we? Show us the hardest one you've got. Don't provoke him. I want an easy one.
Now that I have Eva-sama's permission, allow me to present an insanely difficult puzzle.
Leave this to me. I'll solve it. But no, I'm supposed to solve it.
Wait, what? Shannon and Canon in the same scene? That's a rule break, right? I feel like it's like... Yeah, I don't know. There's more than likely a reason. Considering how this game is going. Okay. A scholarly king once decided to give out prizes to the learned people of his land. The one who won the copper prize got 29 gold coins. The one who won the silver prize got 47 gold coins. The one who won the gold prize got 79 gold coins. So how many gold coins were given to the one who won the platinum prize? Happy couples. Eh? Oh yeah. Battler is just like, I'm back with Bieto, I can do what I want. Okay. I'm gonna look at the hint before I start overthinking about this.
Number of coins are really different and kind of weird.
Wait a second, Kanekun. What are you thinking? There's no way she'll be able to get this one, right? This is just to buy time until Ne-san can think up a question, so forgive me.
Thank you. I've thought of a question.
Understood. Now then, Eva-sama and Anju-sama. I'll give you a hint. Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is 79. That's the hint.
That's just what you said in the question. That's not a hint.
Copper is 29? Silver is 47? Oh, so that's it.
Huh? You got it? I get it too. Platinum is better than gold, so the prize must be more than 79 gold coins.
That's wrong. With these rules, the platinum prize is probably worth less than the gold prize. Isn't that right? That is as you say. It seems you've already found the answer. This puzzle is impossible for Anju-chan. You need to have gone to middle school at the very least. I'll answer. Is that all right, Anju-chan?
Sure. I'll leave it to you.
Goes Beatos. I mean, okay, so it's still gross. But I'm not gonna even explain it. You just need to have a middle school brain to solve this one. Oh gosh, no. Are you smarter for the middle school? Probably not. So it'd be less than the gold. But no, that would be Beatus. This is a thrice. This one is a bit unfair. Ain't no way a normal person remembers this. Oh! It's a periodic table thing, isn't it? Yeah, I have to look it up then. It's like literally no one remembers that unless they're like in that field. Okay. Let me look up a periodic table. This is a good one though. Wait. I forget what symbol is platinum. Okay. C. You need Google unless you're a nerd, right? Correct.
Awesome, Aunt Ava. Why? Why is it 78 coins? If platinum is better than gold, then why does gold get more coins?
The numbers of coins you get is always the same as the atomic number of the prize. Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is 79. And, by the way, platinum is 78. So the platinum prize gets you 78 gold coins.
Aunt Ava, you're incredible.
Dad once told me that Aunt Ava was an enthusiastic studier and really, really smart even back when she was in school. Even George Oni-chan, her son, is smart, so Aunt Ava must be really incredible. Still, that was a pretty nasty riddle to choose. You should have at least given one that Anji could understand. You did give me permission to show her the hardest one I got.
That's right. You said it yourself. That's why we got a puzzle that was too hard for me.
Is it my fault? Sorry, Anji-chan. But look, we got a medal, so please forgive me. We got another medal. Just how many have we gotten so far? But we still have a lot left to get. Next up is Shannon. Platinum is a medal, so it's in the same section as gold. Okay. Yeah, I just... I never committed the periodic table to memory. I think, like, even back when I was in school, it's just like, well, we have the periodic table right on the wall there. I don't need to memorize nothing. Doing that is like, gosh.
Mine isn't that hard, so you can relax.
After all, you managed to think it up.
You're making fun of me. Then, do you want to have a go at it too, Canon-kun?
Bring it on. It sounds like you'll be able to understand this.
It sounds like you'll be able to understand it this time, Anji-chan. I'll stick to giving hints again.
Okay, I'll do my best. I'll solve it. Another medal for me.
Let's go then. Listen carefully.
Okay, so white chocolate, pepper jack cheese, anchovy pizza, lemonade, black coffee. Which letter does the question mark stand for? Okay. So it's... White chocolate is W, pepper jack cheese is P. A is anchovy pizza. O is lemonade. I committed the layout of the periodic table. I just need to know the properly of the element, and I can find what I'm looking for. Why is there curry there? O is lemonade. I feel like I need a hint, because I think I know what the answer is, but I'm not confident.
I don't get it. What do the letters mean?
Could it be the first letter of each word? That's what I thought at first. White chocolate starts with W, pepper jack starts with P, and anchovy starts with A. But then, how do you explain lemonade being O?
Do you get it? If it's about letters, spelling out big words like that is hard.
You don't need to know how to spell any hard words. If you and Ava-sama work together, I know you'll be able to solve it.
Don't you have any more hints?
I do. I'll teach you the letters for some other foods. First, watermelon is W. For P, how about picante potatoes? Albacore tuna is also an A. Orange lime sherbet would probably be O.
Really does sound like the first letter is the key. But then, how do you explain lemonade being O?
I love W foods. Cookies and cake are W, right?
That's right.
So it isn't the first letter after all. What's going on? Is the W group about desserts? But watermelon isn't a dessert. P is picante potatoes and pepper jack cheese? A is anchovy pizza and albacore tuna. O is lemonade and orange lime sherbet. Just what are these groups?
I sort of get it, but I sort of don't. It's a little annoying.
One last hint. I'm sure your parents don't let you drink coffee, but do you know how it's supposed to taste?
I had a little once. I thought it was going to be sweet, so I was really surprised. I'll never drink it again.
I've got it. Anji-chan, thank you. Thanks to you, I probably figured it out.
I feel like I'm a little bit further than... Because I was thinking it was gonna be O, but since it's sherbet... it's for the taste of things, so... It might be A? Maybe? Maybe? No? Oh, maybe? I'm just guess. I once said I'll never drink coffee again, but now here I am with a caffeine addiction. Oh no! No! Okay. Okay. So... The I for I don't know. Yeah, for caffeine, I feel like caffeine doesn't like really work for me. So I think the next time I get some Gamer Subs stuff, I'll just get the caffeine-free versions of stuff, so that way I can have more of it. Hello, Eggy. How are you doing? I am being small-brained today. Have you ever tried cocaine as a mental? I know, I don't want to. ADHD. I haven't gotten diagnosed, but it's very, very, very likely. Pretty good is fine. Have lots of fun with these, yeah. Cause like, I thought I had something with a hint that I was given, but I don't know. Because it's not A. I don't think it's gonna be O. Oh, P isn't even an option. I don't believe it's W, but I'm gonna guess it's W. Okay, cool. I was gonna feel really silly if it was. Yeah, ADHD, caffeine either won't affect you or will make you feel tired. Okay. That is my diagnosis. Okay. It couldn't be O, right? Okay. Okay, so it isn't A, O, or W. Is it I? What? See, Angie-chan, think about the tastes of all these foods. What does white chocolate taste? Sweet. And... oh, this... okay. And what about pepper jack cheese? Spicy. And how about anchovy pizza and lemonade? I see. So that's what it is.
Anchovies are salty, and lemonade is sour. So, what is it? Do the letters match the tastes? That's right. The second letter of sweet is W, and the second letter of spicy and is P. Salty is A, and sour is O. So what does black coffee taste like? Bitter. Exactly. And the second letter of bitter is... wait, when did you drink coffee? Nice job. You got it right, Ava-sama and Angie-sama. And Ava, you're so awesome.
We had to work together to solve that one. It's a team effort. And here's my medal. Please take it.
All right, I got another medal. Thanks.
You didn't get it, did you, Canon-kun? I'll bet it was hard.
Not bad, coming from you, Nessa.
Why don't you try saying sorry for making fun of you? If you don't, I'll make all of your medals O, your meals O, and I. O is one thing, but eating I all the time would be awful.
I wanna eat W all the time.
Careful, you'll get cavities. But if you ever come to my house to play, I'd be more than willing to share.
Yay! I love you, Aunt Ava.
In the end, Cannon caved under the threat of eye cooking and was forced to apologize to Shannon.
I for I don't know, right? Right, brute forced again. I can't believe it's just like Cannon's was supposed to be super hard and Shannon's was supposed to be easy, and it was the opposite for me. Right, Maria and Klaus are the best. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't like Maria, and it's just like, what'd she do? What'd she do? She just have ADHD. She's just on the spectrum. Don't be me. She more than likely has undiagnosed autism, but we love her.
That's all for our puzzles. Did you enjoy them?
Yeah, thanks.
It seems the others still have some brain twisters waiting for you. Please be careful.
Good point. Everyone left looks like there'll be a challenge.
But we'll win. We can do it if we work together.
That's right. Let us combine our wits and move on. Goodbye, and good luck.
Okay, let's see what their scene is. Invent new tastes and make a whole chaos meal that spell. Shannon and Cannon returned to the kitchen with the serving cart. The dining hall was filled with such an exciting and fun atmosphere. But out here in the corridor, one was reminded of the fierce winds and the rain. But they were satisfied with this. The whole point of this noisy farewell party was to forget the loneliness of the rain for just a little bit.
So, we've reached the end of this long game.
I feel relieved. Finally, we won't have to be toys for anyone else. I'd like to be quietly forgotten, to get covered with dust and vanish.
You're wrong. We aren't going to vanish like that. In the world locked inside the cat box, our future will continue, unknown to anyone.
You're right. Sorry. That's a world where even we can't know about. So I forgot.
Just what kind of future will we make for ourselves in the cat box world?
I don't know. That's why it's called the cat box.
Good point.
Don't you have any regrets, Nessa? About George-sama, for instance. Receiving that ring is all you can do for George-sama. As for marriage, living together, and all the rest.
Our future inside the cat box is what we make all that come true, isn't it? I'm not the only one. It's the same for you, right? What about the future for you and Lady Jessica? I could break off my engagement with George-sama, and then leave the island and disappear. That future is also possible for me. In that world, you wouldn't have to hesitate for your sake, or for my sake. You could enjoy your youth to the fullest with Milady.
If you give up on your engagement with George-sama, that sort of world might be possible.
So, since it's a cat box, the world where I spend my life with George-sama and the world where you spend your life with Milady can both exist at the same time.
It's a world where any contradicting dreams can exist at once.
That's the world we'll put away in as pieces. So, there's no need to be lonely, no need to be sad. Even though the me right here, right now, can only observe the part where I accept George-sama's ring.
The other me who lives in the cat box, in a world I cannot witness, will surely build a happy life in the future. The cat box is such a strange thing, a place where any pieces and toys and dreams can be kept. It's no cage sealing us in. On the contrary, being inside the cat box means being free from everything in countless worlds. A world where we're freed from everything, and yet where all our wishes come true. However, the me in that world won't be the me here and now. It's a bit depressing.
Hey, Canon-kun.
Yes?
Let's do it.
Do what?
Let's have a duel.
you sure?
We both wish we'd settled this much sooner, and yet we put it off until the last moment, just before the game is going to end.
Sure. The game is nearly over anyway. Now, at the very end, it's time for us to settle things by ourselves.
That way, we'll be able to see our future before we're put away in the cat box.
Sure. Let's do it. How will we decide it? Coin? Or with pistols again?
In that case, why don't we have our own quiz tournament?
Huh? You're really getting into this.
Okay then. First question.
It's so bittersweet with them. Okay, let me save real quick, Maria. I feel like you're gonna give me a doozy.
I'm gonna give Angie a really hard one. I'll trick her with my extra hard puzzle and make sure she never gets my medal. I'll solve it. I'll definitely solve it.
As soon as Maria and Angie crossed gazes, they started fighting. The two girls, so close in age, were really good friends, but they also fought a lot. Especially when they were opponents in a game. Except they're dead, so they will never know. This whole episode is bittersweet, I know. So best puzzle. Ooh! So it's so
You might try that again, Rocket.
Maria-chan probably knows tons of different quizzes. This should probably be interesting. Let's have it.
Not now. I'm the star, so I'll go after Mama.
Really? You're sure it's okay for me to go first?
Yeah.
Then let's begin. Ready? Rokenjima is about to explode. Oh no! There's only 1 hour left until the explosion. Rosa can make it to the stack of ingots in the underground VIP room in 3 minutes. However, the ingots are heavy, so she can only carry one at a time. Furthermore, it takes her 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. She starts at the surface, then goes back and forth between the surface and the underground VIP room. So how many ingots can Rosa carry out of the underground VIP room?
Anyway.
You said what you meant, but I don't know what you said, so I don't know what you mean. Okay. Okay, so ingots are heavy, so she can only carry out one at a time. Furthermore, she takes 5 minutes to carry it up to the surface. Okay. So Okay, so I'm gonna ask. Just so that way I don't get into overthinking. I guess you don't need a hint for this one. You're right. I made it for Anji-chan. It's probably a bit too easy for you, Nesa.
An hour is 60 minutes, and it takes 8 minutes for each road trip.
Good luck. I know you can solve it. I won't give you a hint this time. Okay. So I'm not gonna. Oh my gosh, you haven't been doing the Valley Girl voice. You're making me think in this voice. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. So let's see. We got. Let me see. How are you doing, Dragon, by the way? Okay, so let's see. We got 60 minutes. And it takes about 8 minutes. Well, okay. So, wait. So, let me see. Make a stack of ingots in the underground. Okay. So, okay. I like how it's not really having us equate how long it takes for her to get to the place where it won't explode, but you know, that I lay down and then clunk down immediately. Wait, I'm done! Wait, I don't even know how to do
that! Okay, so we got this, and then we got that. I don't think this is possible. Like, oh my god. You know, you cried the same as 5 minutes doing puzzles in a boy. I know, I'm gonna turn unintended You probably guessed what my... Well, now it's taken with the whoa, and I don't think this is right. Like, oh my god. And you're right, and you're right. My goodness. Okay, I'm gonna...
Okay, I'm gonna... I feel like I shouldn't do both at the same time before I, like, turn into Cartman for some reason. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so... 5 minutes. Okay, so... Yeah, wait. So, I still feel like... this is an easy question, but I feel like I'm still overthinking. Okay, so... Let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times... let me see. Or actually, we would divide it by, right? We would divide it? That would be... what makes sense. Okay, so... Oh gosh. What would that be? Okay, so... I feel like... Like, let's see. Like, 6 times 6, that would be 48. So that would be 56. So... 7? I feel like it wouldn't be that easy, though. I feel like it wouldn't be that easy to have it be 7. But I'm gonna try it anyway. Okay, let's see. Huh? It's... Yeah, okay. Why is that wrong? Okay. Okay, I had a feeling it wouldn't be right. I feel like I knew it wouldn't be just a simple math problem. Okay. So... Make it to the stack of ingots in the underground in 5 minutes. However, the ingots are heavy, so you can only carry out one at a time. Furthermore... Well... Let's see. Maybe 6? Nope, it's not that either. Okay, let's see. Totally not brute forcing. Maybe 4? Nope. This is what the voice is doing to me. It's making brute force this. Okay, how about 8? 8 ingots! Are you sure? It takes 8 minutes to carry each ingot to the surface, right? 8 times 8 is more than 60. That's right. But the question is, how many can she carry out of the room? Rosa only has to take... Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Rosa only has to take 1 step out of the room to carry it out. Nice going, Anju-chan. All these puzzles have really warmed you up good. That's right. To do 7 trips, you need 8 times 7 equals 56 minutes. There are only 4 minutes left. However, you can make it back to the underground room in 3 minutes, then carry out the 8th ingot on the last minute. Not bad, Andy. Next one. Nice one. I'm not gonna lose to you, Maria, on it, huh? Congratulations. Okay, Is it Bully's update? Maybe. Congratulations, here's my medal. Now you can try the puzzle Maria picked out just for you. Okay, so now I know. Maybe at one point I'll get a better like voice that's a mixture, but oh my gosh, that was really bad in my attempt. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I bet Maria's is gonna be the most cringe. I mean, it might be like a wolves and chicken puzzle.
So, it's finally my turn. You took so long on Mommy's easy puzzle that I got a little worried. There's no way you'll ever solve this one. I got Ava with me, and we'll solve it together. Impossible, impossible, impossible! impossible. Even Ava can't solve this one. Wolves and sheep puzzles are incredibly hard.
Oh, right, wolves and sheep, not wolves and chickens. From her handbag, Maria pulled out a wolves and sheep puzzle book that was worn out, well used, and had a majestic feel to it like a grimoire.
You know what a wolves and sheep puzzle is, right?
I know. You show me those all the time.
They're puzzles about using a boat to take everyone from one shore of the river to another. They usually have a few bizarre rules. When there's wolves and sheep, you can't let the number of wolves on either shore get bigger than the number of sheep, right?
Yeah, that's right. Send the boat back and forth, moving everyone to the other side while making sure that they never move more wolves than sheep. But the ones with just wolves and sheep are the simplest, easiest, and plainest beginners basic practice puzzles.
When you get to the higher levels, you have many things other than wolves and sheep. It's pretty clever. Should we write this down on a piece of paper? Good idea. That'll definitely make it easier for you to sort out your thoughts. Sounds like this puzzle will be a handful.
There's no way you're getting my medal, Angie.
I won't lose. I'm not gonna lose.
Oh gosh, okay. You must use a 2-passenger boat to carry each person to the opposite bank of the river. On the near bank, there is a peasant, his wife, a shepherd, a sheep, a cow, some meat, and some vegetables. All of these count as one passenger on the boat. The boat can only be rowed by the peasant, his wife, or the shepherd. If the wife is with the shepherd while the peasant isn't around, they'll run away together. If the shepherd is near the meat when both the peasant and his wife are not around, he'll eat it. If the sheep is not near the vegetables when the shepherd isn't around, he'll eat them. If the cow is near the vegetables when none of the humans are around, he'll eat them. It's a lot of trouble to unload the meat, so once it's unloaded once, it can't be unloaded again. The vegetables are easily bruised, so they can only ride the boat once. Can you achieve the objective in the smallest number of steps? Oh gosh, this is a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. Okay, so... Wait, what? Maria's is really good, right? She probably just looked at the very last page of her wolves and sheep puzzle book and was like,
This one together, I can't solve.
okay, so... Oh gosh. These always give me trouble in the Professor Layton games. Because these always give me I have to trial and error a whole bunch. Oh gosh, you have to. So there's a peasant, wife, shepherd, and sheep, cow, meat, and vegetables. Okay, so it can only be rowed by the people, which makes sense. The wife is with the shepherd while the peasant isn't around, they'll run away. If the shepherd is near the meat when both the peasant and his wife are around, well then you would have the wife go. This is by far the easiest, yeah. Well, like I said, these kind of questions always get me. It's tricky but easy, yeah. Because you'd have the wife go. Crowd near the vegetables when the humans are eat them. It's a lot of trouble to unload the meat, so once it's unloaded once, it can't be unloaded again. The vegetables are easy. Okay, so these can only... So you'd move the meat and the vegetables and the shepherd. Oh, I feel like you can do it in less than 10 steps. That's what I think. I don't think you need that many steps. I don't know if they'll accept it, but... Nope. The wife is the first to move. Yeah, yeah. Because, yeah, the wife is definitely the first to move. I feel like she would move... I want to say that she would move the meat and vegetables, but then, like, once those are moved... Yeah. Well, like, the wife would be the one transporting the meat and vegetables. After that... She would... Is it gonna be something of something else? I don't think this is the actual answer. Oh, it is. I think, right? It's a different thing. Unless Ava tricked me. Okay, Ava did trick me. I did have it. I think, unless it's like different wrong answer scenes. This is really a nasty problem. Can it really be solved? Is there some trick to it, like throwing things into the river without using the boat, or making the cow eat the vegetables so that they can be carried as one passenger? Well, who knows? If that's as far as you can go, maybe you should give up. So wait, maybe it does have... Right? Seems really hard. Even Mama couldn't solve it, but I solved it on my first try. I'm confused. Is this the first one that just gives me like a different scene depending on which wrong I am? 10 to 14? No? Okay. Okay, I feel like I feel like I was tricked. I feel like I was tricked. I was made to think I was getting it wrong.
This one's really hard. Even Mama couldn't solve it, but I solved it on my first try.
So do you get it? How many trips does it take to get every person across? This isn't a cheap trick or a riddle, right? There's no way you can solve this straightforwardly, right? No, that's not true. I'm sure you'll get it, Ne-san, smart as you are. How many trips does it take to get every person across?
I've got it. 3 trips.
Huh? 3? How? Okay, so I did have it right. I was like, since Ava's saying that it's hard, I'm wrong. I mean, I didn't come up with 3, but like...
It's easy. The peasant and his wife get on the boat, and then the wife gets dropped off on the other side of the first move. Then the peasant takes the boat back across in the first move, or the second move. Then he crosses with the shepherd in the third move. But what about the cow and the sheep? How about the meat and the vegetables? But Aunt Ava, it said to take every person across, right? Those other things aren't people.
Man, I wish I wasn't tricked. As Aunt Ava's mouth flopped open, Aunt Rosa started applauding. After clicking her tongue, Maria Onetan joined in. That's right. The question just asked how many moves it would take to move each person across. The animals and luggage never had anything to do with it.
We only got it because they kept saying every person over and over, Mama.
Aunt Rosa had probably said it so much as a sort of hint. Without that, even I wouldn't have figured it out. Come on, I was totally taken in. That was a mean question. Go on, Maria. Give Ande-chan her medal. Whining like an unhappy dog, she reluctantly handed out the medal over. I grabbed it and started jumping around like a happy dog. We're both dogs, bark bark. That's the twist of all. They were just puppies. As Maria One-chan smiled at me from behind, her face was bright, just like her big sister's. Oh, is my tracking breaking? I noticed it's been kind of weird. Whoops, that's not VTube Studio. Let me see. Should be able to... Something like that. This is the best I can do. That's the end of our riddles. Let's play again sometime, okay?
Next time I'll have a really nasty puzzle that's even harder. One so hard that even I couldn't solve it. No way. I'm not playing with Maria One-chan anymore. Look, Angie-chan. Your parents are waving at you, so let's go. See you later, Rosa. Sure. Later, Angie-chan. There aren't too many people left with puzzles for you. Keep it up until the end. And make sure you keep cheering her on, Nesa. Of course. We've got all these medals by working together, right? Yeah. We dashed away. Dad and Mom are waving at me from over there. I'm sure they've thought up some mean problems. Still, we have to be easier than Maria One-chan's. I hate Maria One-chan. She's such a meanie. You bullied her too much with that puzzle. Well, I wanted to play with Angie a lot. If that was an easy one, she'd solve it right away, right? You really love Angie, don't you? I hate her. She made fun of you and called you a stuffed animal.
Maria pouted as she said this, but her expression didn't match her words at all.
I hope Angie finds happiness. I'm sure she will. After all, look at all these people here wishing for her happiness. Now, Valor is the game master, so he set up this final game just for Angie. After all this, there's no way she won't be happy. Still, even though anyone can make happiness appear, you can only ever grasp it for yourself. That's right. That kid is really bad at finding fragments of happiness. Even though we try to teach her how, she's been covering her ears for 12 full years. This game might be much harder for Angie than Battler thinks. I'm sure Angie will find happiness. Yeah, if she really does enjoy herself at this party, it itself might be the greatest lesson we can teach her now.
Angie is the girl who doesn't believe and says that everything is a trick, no matter what magic is shown to her. 12 years in the future, that girl will become the last person to inherit Beatrice's name.
At one point in time, that kid understood my white magic. Yeah, and she understood me, too. She even summoned all of the 7 sisters and understood magic itself, and yet she still can't use magic on herself.
Let us believe, just as Battler did once in the past.
Beato.
It is easy to cast magic on others, and believing in others' magic is not so difficult. The hardest thing is casting magic on yourself.
Is that something Angie can do?
She can. Even Battler managed to understand magic, and of course his little sister will be able to do the same.
You're right. There are some kinds of magic that we can only see when we're kids, and there are some that only adults can understand. Right now, Angie is between 2 of those.
She's lost the magic of children, but she has yet to understand the magic of adults. That's the most painful period of one's life.
It's so sad that she didn't have anyone close to her at the time like that.
That's not true. We're always by that kid's side. She just doesn't believe it. Angie, please, realize that quickly. There are so many people smiling at you from behind, watching over you. If you just turn around, you'll be able to smile so much more, and talk to you so much more. You're Angie, Beatrice, the final witch of Mirage Sorcière.
Even if you aren't able to do the right thing in the end, I pray that you can at least enjoy yourself tonight.
Have fun, Angie. So long.
The time we spent together feels so long yet so short. Even so, for me, those memories are eternal.
Just imagine your dead family is with you, right? Okay. How's it going, Auntie? Did you get a ton of medals?
I wonder how many it is now.
Me too. Let's count them later, okay? It seems you've been given quite a few puzzles already.
Yeah, once I get your puzzle, I think only the cousins are left.
Is that so, huh? All right. Time to take a shot at Mom and Dad's puzzles. I'll warn ya, they're gonna be hard. I would expect nothing less from Krea.
Everyone says the same thing, but we just keep on solving them.
Yeah, we'll get those medals together.
That's the spirit. Okay, I guess I'll go first.
Oh no! So it's easier to cast. I just love when like the throw isn't as hard as I think it is, so it's just like wee.
Nipa!
There are 3 girls.
Miyoko, I'm the oldest. Satsuko,
Rika isn't the eldest.
Rika.
Miyoko is a liar. Nipa!
Only the oldest of the 3 girls is speaking the truth. Who is the oldest? Who is Miyoko? Who is Miyoko? Or wait,
No, that was Mihumi. Rika isn't the oldest. Miyoko is a liar. Nipa. Well,
right, Higurashi reference Pagi. Yes, I casted disappear on myself. These puzzles are so simple and I'm taking so long on it. Okay. Because you have to kind of think of all of them lying to see, like, what one doesn't make sense. So... I want to say it's Nika, but I don't know. No, because that would contradict it. So it would be Miyoko. I believe. Because... What? Wait. I'm thinking myself into a circle. I think. Because if Rika's lying, then she would be saying that Miyoko is telling the truth. So it would be that, you know, Miyoko is the oldest. But wait, no, only the oldest of the 3 girls is speaking the truth. So wait, no, 2 of them are lying then. Also, why does it have the selections there twice? I just realized. I'ma be wrong. Nope. It was just not making sense in my head, and it's just like, you know what? Rika's old.
Rika!
That's right. Nice job, Auntie Tan.
Hard to imagine such a smart girl being related to that dolt of a father. Yeah, sorry for being a dolt. Nice going, Anji. Did you think of all the combinations? No, I was just like, I don't know who Miyoko is, but Rika's old.
Yeah, if Miyoko is the oldest, then what Satoko says is true. Only the oldest person is supposed to tell the truth, so that doesn't make any sense.
That's right. Then what if Satoko is the oldest?
If she is, then Rika would be telling the truth when she said Miyoko is a liar, which doesn't work. So Rika has to be the oldest. Good job.
Here's my medal for you. Congrats.
Thank you, Mom.
Okay, I feel embarrassed on how long that took me.
Rudolph is up next. I wonder what sort of puzzle he has for us.
Well, I guess I'll do a liar puzzle too. No! Let's crank it up a notch this time. No! This time, Miyoko, Satoko, and Rika are all wearing masks. None of them know who is who. They'll all have to write on paper, so no one can recognize the voices of the others. Girl on the right. The girl in the middle is Miyoko. Girl in the middle. Girl on the left is Miyoko. Girl on the left. Girl on the right is Satoko. Of these three, Miyoko is speaking the truth. However, Satoko and Rika aren't necessarily lying. So, who are the three girls from right to left? Okay. So Miyoko is telling the truth. Satoko and Rika may or may not be lying. Wow, okay. Okay. So girls from right to left. And then girl on the right is Satoko. So, Oh. Okay, so that... Well then... The girl on the left would have to be... Miyoko. Because... If she's lying... Or if she's the only one that would say... If she's the only one who is guaranteed to say the truth, then... You know, she wouldn't say that somebody else is her, so it would have to be the girl on the left. So that means that the one on the right is Satoko, which means this one is Rika. So Miyoko, Rika, and Satoko, so E. That one was much easier. Thank you, Klaus, so much.
I know who Miyoko is. She's the one on the left. After all, the girls in the middle and on the right both say that someone else is Miyoko. If they were Miyoko, they couldn't lie and say that someone else was Miyoko. That's right. Miyoko is supposed to be honest. So once someone says that someone else is Miyoko, they can't be her. So since the middle one and the right one aren't Miyoko, the one on the left one automatically is. And since Miyoko speaks the truth, then that it's also true that the kid on the right is Satoko. Which means that the only kid left, the one in the middle, is Rika. Perfect.
You solved it like it was nothing. Auntie, you really are smart like your mom. Dad rubbed my cheek and hugged me. The fact that I mean, it makes sense that that Kidea's would be more complicated than Klaus's. That's all for our puzzles.
Listen up, Anji. Life will lead you through countless puzzles. Aunt Eva is here to help you now, so it's okay to rely on her. However, you'll have to solve most problems in life by yourself. When that happens, you must remember the advice you've gotten from those who have helped you in the past.
There's so much meaning behind that.
Okay, I get it.
Eva Nessa, take care of Anji. Yes, of course. Even though the cousins were the only ones who hadn't given us puzzles, Mom spoke as though I was leaving on a long, long trip. Weird. Let's go, Anji-chan. The game will be over soon.
I wonder what Grandpa will give us for getting all the medals.
Me too. Still, we've already gotten many things that are far more wonderful than that prize.
What do you mean?
We've all had a lot of fun talking to you like this, Anji-chan.
I don't get it. You're weird.
I'm sorry. Let's go then. Now all that's left are the cousins and Beatrice, I guess. What is it? Why did you tell me to come over here? Is it something to do with Anji?
No, that's not it. Rudolph put a cigarette in his mouth and toyed with his lighter. Though he should have done this easily, he somehow managed to mess up several times. I wanted to take this to my grave. No, to hide it away in a cat box. If I just kept my mouth shut until tomorrow night, I'd be able to do that. It'd be easy. I might be killed tonight. That's what I wanted to talk about.
I knew it. I knew you were hiding something.
Did you? Guess I still need more practice.
If it isn't about Anji, then who is it about? You aren't talking about Asuma-san, right?
It's about Battler.
Comes to the same thing. I've tried to behave as an adult towards Battler-kun, right? Even though he's Asuma's son, I tried to treat him the same as Anji. I do think of him as a child in our family, so don't worry.
He's not a kid in our family. He's my kid and yours.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to let me draw the line there.
You don't get it. He's my kid. And yours.
What?
You didn't have a stillbirth. Asuma did. Back then, when I was double timing the two of you, I got myself stuck and couldn't find a way out.
You don't mean...
Asuma and I were married. You and I were cheating. Then Asuma had a stillbirth and you gave birth. My head was a mess with it all. The sin Rudolph committed, when his mind was at its most chaotic, was to switch the two babies. I was even better off financially back then. I was young and I didn't give a damn about what lengths I went to. I threatened the hospital while slapping them with money and switched your kid with Asuma's. If Kirei had a child, Rudolph would have to maintain two households. However, if Kirei had a stillbirth and the child who survived was Asuma's, that would settle everything. The stillbirth might even have given him a chance to break off his relationship with Kirei. It's a grave sin, one that simply couldn't be forgiven as an act of youthful enthusiasm and immaturity. That's why I should be apologizing to all three of you. I forced Asuma to raise a kid that wasn't hers. That woman wasn't anywhere near as generous and accepting as she looked. There's a chance she figured it out. However, she raised Battler, who loved her as a mother with all the affection she had. And in Kirei and Battler's cases, he had to atone for an even greater sin. He stole every moment of everyday family life that they should have shared as mother and son. Until this very day, Kirei had believed that Battler was Asuma's child. Though she had acted kindly towards him on the surface, she had always kept a distance in her heart between herself and Asuma's son. Finally, Rudolph's conscience had been unable to bear seeing her like that. But Kirei sank into a crouch, unable to speak. Feel free to curse me. In fact, I couldn't complain if you killed me where I stand. That's how horrible my sin against you is. This is the secret I wanted to confess before the cat box closes over us. Battler-kun. So sorry, Kirei. And to you, Battler. Man, imagine people like not getting those questions right and then not seeing that ever like confirmed. Because like I think there was enough evidence to like have that like be assumed. Assumed. But like I don't know. I guess if people like don't get these questions right, they're kind of left to like reach their conclusions, I guess. I don't know. And Battler figured it out at one point, I think. Yeah. Because, you know, you were given that thing that was like, that was either like the second or third game. It was really early on with the Red Truths of just like, the whole thing of like, you are Battler, but you were not born from this person. And so like, you know, you kind of come to the conclusion naturally over time. But like, yeah, it wasn't spelled out until just now. Hidden behind a puzzle.
think of it, we've already gone through a ton of puzzles.
Yeah. Now there's only George Oni-chan, Jessica Oni-chan, Butler Oni-chan, and Beatrice left.
Oh, they're finally here. We could hardly wait. Thought you might have forgotten about us. Finally, we challenged George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan. Sorry to keep you two waiting. So, did you think up some incredibly hard ones for us? We decided to give you one puzzle together. My, even one riddle from this pair sounds challenging. It's a special puzzle we made just for Anji-chan, so good luck.
I'll solve it. I'll definitely solve it.
Okay then, let's go. Jessica-chan, let's set them out. There you go. They placed 3 small colorful cubic boxes on the table. 2 of these are traps. The other has a medal inside. Anji-chan, do you think you can guess which one has the medal in it?
Not without a hint. That would just be luck.
That's right. So far, this is just a test of luck with 3 choices. In other words, your odds of winning are 1 in 3. George, this isn't a quiz. It really is just a test of luck. The puzzle comes later. Let's continue. Okay, Anji, which one of these has a medal inside, do you think? Just say the first one that pops into your head.
Hello, Loki!
I want to make some really, really bad and inappropriate jokes, so I'll just say something unbirthing.
Moki, why aren't you here? Why did that not summon your Kirby? There you are. Yeet! But hopefully you're having a good day. Don't worry, you're not silenced, you were just yeeted. A blue box, a red box, and a green box. There's no way to know which one it's in. This really is a test of luck. In a way, this is even worse than a hard puzzle. After all, if you solve a hard puzzle, you'll always be right. But in the very beginning, I picked the almond with a 1 in 15 chance. Compared to that, 1 in 3 chances is 5 times easier to get. There's no point in worrying about it. Might as well test my luck again.
Hello, nobody. How are you doing?
But yes, Moki, hopefully you're having a good day. Also, 17 months, that's fucking wild.
Almond. Then this one.
The red box? Then let's set this box right in front of you. Wouldn't it be great if there was a medal inside? So, let's start with a little warm-up. What's the probability of the medal being inside that red box?
1 in 3.
That's right. If this really is a simple test of luck. Are you sure, Anji? Are you absolutely sure you're happy with that red box? After all, we're gonna make you open it in a second. If it's a trap, it'll be really scary. Jessica and Chan grinned threateningly. Are you happy with the red box? The medal might be in the blue box, the green box. Do you want to change your mind? It's not fair for them to scare me like that, but after I've already made my choice.
It's okay.
And I know, all of the boxes have the same probability of having a medal in them. Whether I try to open the red box or change my mind and try the blue or green boxes, the probability will be the same. So stick with your first choice is my motto. I'll stay with the red box. I won't change my mind.
I'm happy with the red box. I'll bet on it.
That's the spirit. But seriously, the traps are terrifying. Why don't we show you just how scary they are? Jessica and Ne-chan laughed creepily, then opened the green box. Oh!
You rest well, RG Bean.
And then bang! Pumpkin monsters and ribbons came flying out of the box. It scared me a little. No, that's a lie. It scared me a lot. If that came flying out of the box I opened right at my face, I might fall to my knees and start crying.
How are you? I'm doing good. How about you, nobody?
Anji, are you sure you want the red box? Something really scary might come flying out, okay? Are you sure you don't want to switch to the blue box?
I'm not scared. I'll stick with the red box.
You're going a bit overboard, Jessica-chan. So, one of the boxes is now gone, and there's only 2 left. This is where the puzzle starts, Anji-chan.
You mean, which box is the medal in?
We have the red box that's been sitting in front of you the whole time, and the blue box here in front of me, which has a higher probability of having a medal inside it. That's the puzzle. Huh. I mean, it would be both the same, right? There are 3 boxes. The red one, a blue one, a green one. One of the boxes has a medal inside. The other 2 have terrifying traps. Picked the red box, and Jessica spoke. Are you sure you want that one? The trap boxes are really terrifying. I'll open up and show you. She opened the green box, showing me it was a trap box. Only the red box and the blue box were left. Do you want me to open the red box, or do you want to switch? So which box has a higher probability of holding the medal? The red box or the blue box? I feel like this is kind of calling back to like the the cake slice. A real thought experiment, yeah. 'Cause Because in one way it's still like a 1 in 3, but also it's just like a half a chance because you've already eliminated the third thing. That was a guaranteed not gonna be it. So it's turned from a 1 in 3 chance to a 50-50, I think. Because now, right? I believe so. No? Okay, so...
My brain's a little rusty. It's okay.
I guess it would still be thirds, right? Or, This one isn't very intuitive. Oh no, well at least that helps me feel a little bit better. It's an actual game theory thing. Okay, so... Yeah, so it's definitely not a 50-50. Or combinations, whatever, yeah. I feel like I should know this. Can't ask Ava. Okay, I'll ask Ava. She just confuses me more.
Even though we don't know what's inside, there are 2 boxes, so there's a 50-50 chance of the medal being in either. They're both the same, aren't they?
I thought that too. Still, that would make the answer too obvious, wouldn't it? I wonder if there's some trick here. Or that itself might be the trick, and the obvious answer might be the right one. It might be the one whose classic puzzles that trip you up by making you think too hard and suspiciously. I feel called out. I have 2 questions for you two. Is that okay? Go ahead. Who do those 3 boxes belong to? You, Jessica-chan? Well, yeah. In other words, you know which colors are traps, right? Yeah, of course. Thanks. And now for my second question. A second ago, you opened one of the boxes to show us how scary the traps are. Would you have done that no matter which of the boxes Anji-chan chose? That's right. I figured giving her a bit of a scare would make for a nice psychological warfare tactic. Thanks. Those hints will be enough. Hints?
Huh?
I'm completely lost. How were Aunt Ava's questions just now hints? So the green box was 100% guarantee. So... Gosh, I feel like I should know this one. Without those 2 answers, this doesn't work. Ah, okay. Since they gave us the red box, that would mean it has... So conversely, the answer changes if Jessica didn't know which boxes had the wrong answer. Yeah, so if she didn't know, then there would still be the like a third chance or the half chance. But since she knew what's in what, basically it's a 100 or 0. So not 100 either. My brain is small. I feel like I'm gonna be wrong. I feel like this is incorrect. But I'm still going with it. Okay. Okay.
Oh! The odds are better for the blue box.
And why is that?
Well, I just sorta...
Think back to the 15-slice cake you found the almond in. There was only one almond, and the odds of winning were 1 in 15, right?
Yeah, 1 in 15.
I figured that out when the cake first appeared. I'd thought that waiting for a lot of people to get wrong ones would make my chances for winning higher, but in the end, no matter when I ate my slice, the odds were still 1 in 15. Still, Anji-chan, what if the servants were also having cake and it started with 20 slices?
Huh? What?
This is a party, right? It's not fair that the servants didn't get any cake, don't you think? So let's say it was originally a 20-slice cake. The servants took out 5 slices, then redecorated it as a 15-slice cake and let you choose a slice. If so, what would your chances of choosing the right slice be? If there really were 20 slices, then the chances would be 1 in 20. However, the servants know where the almond is, so they chose 5 slices for themselves that had no almonds. In other words, they removed 5 losing slices. That would mean your chances of winning were 1 in 15, not 1 in 20.
You took out losing slices, so the odds would obviously go up.
Just now, Jessica-chan did the same thing. Jessica-chan removed one of the 2 boxes you didn't choose. In other words, the odds that the remaining box you didn't choose was the winner went up, right? I sort of get it, but not really. If you remove a losing box, it's only natural that your chances of getting the right one go up. And just now, One-chan removed a losing box from the pair of boxes I didn't choose. So didn't it make sense that my odds of winning with those boxes went up?
Now I'm getting confused.
Am I great? My brain is small.
Well, occasionally. There were a few that I was just like, oh! Actually, you really are incredible, Anji-chan. Even though you're only 6, you're trying to understand posterior probability, a concept in probability theory. Probability really is interesting. I'm sure you'll like it when you get into high school and college. Go and study. Go and enjoy studying it all that you can. My little head was already filled to the brim. Me, bewildered. I had to beg Aunt Ava for an explanation. Aunt Ava wore a bitter smile, too. I'll bet she doesn't really get it herself. As we felt a sense of connection through this failure, we happily grasped the medals that we had wrangled out of them. That makes sense. Anji-chan, could you come over here for a second?
Huh? What is it, George-oni-chan?
George-oni-chan and Jessica-one-chan were calling to me from the window. Aunt Ava was talking with Mom and the others, and since it looked like they'd be a while, I went over to George-oni-chan and Jessica-one-chan.
What?
It looks like the quiz tournament is almost over.
Yeah. There's only Butler-oni-chan and Beatrice left. I'm starting to get sleepy.
It's probably because of the adult drink I swiped from Dad. I felt very floaty ever since I drank that. That floaty feeling keeps getting stronger, and I've been feeling sleepy for a while now. I gave a huge yawn. Sleepy?
Yeah. If I had a sofa, I'd probably fall asleep.
I see. And I guess it's almost time for this party to end.
Huh?
The party will end if I fall asleep, but I just wanted to take a nap while everyone else kept having fun. Was our puzzle just now a hard one?
Yeah, I still don't really get it. And I'm sleepy.
It's called posterior probability. That's what we call it when the probability of something changes because we learn or fail to learn some piece of information. So long answer, because the person who knew the answer told you about another answer that wasn't right, calling into question your answer, then it means that your choice could not have been true. There could be no purpose to telling you the info if your choice was not correct.
Huh.
I'm still like, there's no thoughts behind my eyes. The original thought experiment was about a game show where behind a curtain was a car or something. Okay. I feel like Zero Escape, like, kind of mentioned that. I think in the third game? Maybe, anyway. Did Giorgio Nitan call me all the way over here to lecture me on math? For some reason, I feel even sleepier now. Yeah, it's pretty famous.
Yeah.
Because I feel... Oh, it was like for the... It was the puzzle for the gas mask in 3. Where it's like... It was in one of the lockers. You could guess one of them, and then all of the other lockers except for the one you guessed and one other one would open, and so you had to take the probability guess of which one actually had the mask, because it's either the one that you guessed or the other one. I remember not liking that puzzle because I kept getting it wrong. So, if we had 1 almond and 10 slices of cake, our chances of getting it are 10%. But what if we learned that those 10 pieces were chosen at random from 100 pieces? You'd think that the probability went from 1 in 10 to 1 in 100, right? Absolutely nothing has changed about your slice of cake. Depending on whether you know or don't know is a certain fact, the probability of your slice being a winner changes. Doesn't that sound strange?
That sounds hard, so I don't want to think about it.
Angie, please just listen until the end. Just go in there, Tan's voice grew a bit stern. As young as I was, I couldn't understand what all this was supposed to mean to me. There's only one thing I want to tell you, so please don't forget this.
What?
In the future, various bits of information will affect the slice of cake in your hands. By learning about these, the insides of your slice might change. Sometimes they'll change into things you want, but most likely, almost all of these changes will be bad ones. The truth is always right there in your hands, Angie. Don't you think it's stupid to let it change around just because you hear other people talking? Just because they think the truth should be one thing or another? The truth inside of you has been in your hands since the beginning. The nature of that truth is actually something you decide for yourself. You change it yourself depending on what you hear and what you refuse to listen to. You probably don't get what we're saying, but you have to understand. Even if you can't understand when you're 6 years old, I'm sure you will once 12 years have passed. With very serious expressions on their faces, they grasped my shoulders as they spoke. I don't know what they're trying to tell me. The truth that lies in your hands is not unchangeable. You'll be interfered with in many ways that'll make it change. So if the truth in your hands is really important to you, you need to protect it yourself. Don't forget it. Sorry, I'm just ruminating on what they said.
Next is Onita and Beatrice's puzzles. Then I'm done.
Oh, really? Even though there were so many of us, it looks like it's finally over.
How was it?
Did you enjoy tonight's party?
Yeah, it was fun, but I think I'm a bit sleepy.
That's no surprise considering how much we've been running around. I rubbed my eyes. Basically what Battler has been trying to tell Anju. Yeah. I must have gotten really excited. But whenever I get excited, I'm always tired afterwards. Right now, I'd rather have a sofa to lie on than medals. I've got a special puzzle just for you, but are you sure you want it? If you're sleepy, you can stop now.
No. I've come this far, so I'll keep going.
Oni-chan and Byato laughed at my yawn. So cute. Is that Battler kid? Sibling.
That is Anju.
6-year-old sister. That if she found out what happened for real, it would forever close the door on what she wants to happen. Looks like it's time to call it a day. Indeed. Anju, let us leave my puzzle for later. It's too difficult to be solved by one with eyes as sleepy as that.
No way. I've come this far, and I also want Oni-chan's medal. Oh no, she eepy.
I'm just so sleepy. Miracles can't happen if the cat box is opened. True. Very, very true. Anju drifted over to a chair in the corner of the room and plopped down onto it. Then she closed her eyes and sat there like a doll. It didn't take long before the cute sound of her breathing in her sleep could be heard. When she saw that Anju was still asleep, was finally asleep, Byato spoke softly.
Quiet, please, everyone. Anju fell asleep.
When she spoke, the peaceful clatter that filled the room fell silent. Everyone looked down into Anju's sleeping face. Each one of them wore an affectionate gaze, as if they'd just watched a baby finally drift to sleep. Did Anju-chan have a good time?
But of course. The feeling might not be so strong now, but one day she will surely remember tonight's party and understand how fun it was.
You're right.
It was fun for us too, getting to play with Anju-chan.
By this point, everyone was standing in the wide circle around Anju as she slept. Now that the guest of honor was asleep, this Halloween party had reached its conclusion. So long, my granddaughter. I was so pleased to have this chance to play with you again after 12 years. Matters not if you forget everything about me. Remember me as an arrogant despot. But every now and then, just try and remember how much I adored you. She will remember, Anju-san. You have a long life ahead of you. Even after 12 years, there's still much for you to experience. I pray that you find this life meaningful and worthwhile. You are the final grandchild and daughter of the Yoshinomiya family. All of us pray for your happiness.
Anju-chan, stay well. Happiness isn't something you find. It's something you make. And in fact, memories work the same way.
True. There are some things that we can only truly understand when we think back on them years later. Make sure you remember my pretty face every now and then. Just having you remember us is the greatest memorial service we could ever have.
Oh, come on. It's not like we're dying. We're just going inside the cat box, the other side of the curtain.
That's right. It's not even a curtain. It's just like we are now. Anju-chan's there sleeping away. The rest of us are right by her side, watching over her. We'll always be with her. All of them still wore warm smiles, but the sound of sniffling came from several places throughout the room. This party wasn't only for the girl who wasn't able to be here this day. It was also for all those people who weren't able to meet her here, who never had the chance to say goodbye. Anju, live life strongly. Her blood flows through your veins. That'll definitely bring you strength.
Eva-ne-san, take care of our daughter.
She's not honest with herself, and she'll often be selfish and short-tempered. She might be a pain all the time, but I'll make sure she finds happiness, as long as she wants it herself. Anju-sama, it's okay if you forget my face, but please, at least remember the taste of my cooking.
And I won't ask you to remember old Kumasawa, but please at least remember the taste of mackerel juice.
Everyone went, When'd you feed her that? And everyone laughed at Riley. Her face looks so cute sleeping there like that. She looks like an angel, just like your name.
She's not an angel, she's a witch. Angie's the final witch, Angie Beatrice.
I wonder if that magic will bring her happiness.
Will she become a white witch or a black witch? That's for Angie to choose. I've shown her both sides.
I'm sure a painful life lies ahead of you. You'll probably believe that you're all alone in this world. But we will always be there right behind you, cheering you on. Don't forget that. Angie, don't forget. Yourself, your happiness, your fate. These are all things you create for yourself. Only you can choose them. No one else can give you them, and no one else can hide them from you. Don't forget that. I'm sure your message reached her. I hope so. I'm certain the tale of the two of us will help Anji-sama understand.
Yeah.
Don't you have anything to tell her, George-sama? I've already said what I wanted to with that box puzzle. Will that puzzle teach her something? I don't know. But I do know that she's wise. I'm sure she'll learn something from it.
Anji-sama,
I pray that you're guided along the right path as you move towards the future. One by one, they stepped forward and said words of farewell to Anji. Then, finally, Battler and Beato walked forward. This episode is tame with no murders also far. Anji, were you able to remember everyone? At least a little bit. Of course, Anji didn't answer in her sleep. But Battler continued. It's true that the Ushida Miyas are a strange family. We're super rich, and that's given rise to all sorts of rumors and stories. However, that's all speculation made by people outside the island. No one will blame you for forgetting these kinds of memories, young as you were. But even so, you must remember, it is not a sin to forget. And to not remember again is but to not remember again is a sin. All of us. We're really happy to have you at this party. Right, everyone? Everyone nodded at Battler's words. Everyone knew about the merciless and lonely life that awaited her. It was no longer possible for them to heal those wounds. If there was one thing they could do, it was to make her remember what a kind, fun family she had. To remind her that, both today and into the future, they would always care for her and watch over her. It goes without saying that this is an illusion. You cannot come to Rokkenjima on October 4th, 1986. This whole party we shared was all a magical illusion created by the Game Master Battler. But you remembered, right? You remembered the truth about how kind everyone was, and how much of a blast we all had at the family conference, right? Anji breathed silently in her sleep. Who knows if those words truly reached her? Aunt Ava, take care of her. Do you really think that I deserve to become her mother? I do. Even though your own sadness was so unbearable, you tried so hard to be a mother for Anji. But in the end, it's okay. Anji, listen carefully. Battler grasped Anji's hand and took Ava's hand and joined the two hands together. We know that a tragic fate leads to a future where you two hurt each other. It's a sad thing for Anji, and just as sad for Aunt Ava. I got something in my eye. It would have been cruel to ask you to open your heart to her. Likewise, it would have been cruel to ask Aunt Ava to keep on overcoming her sadness after being rejected. Man, these tears burn. Neither of you is at fault. Even so, we have no right to tell you to forgive her. So we won't. Just try and understand. It doesn't matter how long it takes, how far into the future it happens. Just try and understand, Aunt Ava. And every once in a while, remember us. I concur. And every once in a while, remember this merry, cheerful, attractive paragon of a woman and chant my name in praise 3 times a day. The relative smiled bitterly, apparently disagreeing with some of that last bit. Ava softly stroked Angie's cheek and spoke one last time. It's okay if you don't remember your aunt, but it's true that I don't hate you. At least understand that. Ava wiped her tears and slowly stood up. Hideyoshi held her shoulder, and Rudolph and Kea gathered around her too. Genji-san, would you mind carrying Anzi to somewhere she can lie down? As you wish. Shall I take her to the guest house? It would be a little too sad to leave her there all alone. You're right. Could you carry her to a sofa in the parlor? That way she'll be able to come back if she wakes up and feels like joining in again. Genji gently lifted Anji up and carried her towards the parlor. Everyone continued to watch over her as she left.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Shannon, Cannon. In the end, how many medals did Anji gather?
She got 17 medals.
I see. Then place this by her pillow.
Yes, as you wish. What is it gonna be? Genji carried Anji to the parlor and set her down on the sofa. Shannon quietly laid a warm blanket on top of her. Cannon placed a message card by her pillow, along with that thing Kinzo had handed them. The message card read as follows. We'll all be with you. Always. From the whole Ushiromiya family. Changes based on how many you get. Oh my gosh. Is it just signed by, like, specific people? And there, right by her pillow, was a gift from Kinzo. Beatrice doll. Anji, mumbling in her sleep, held it tightly against her cheek. Oh, the gift. Oh, I see. Let us go. We mustn't wake her. Gosh, why was it the doll that broke me? Nessa.
Yeah.
Shannon thought she saw something glittering silver near Anji's eye. The servants left and closed the parlor door. Oh gosh, I froze for a second in the scan. Da 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 da! Crying scan. As Anji slept, she was wrapped up in the soft sound of the rain. Surely she was reliving that fun evening once more in her dreams. Man, now what? Man, where? I gotta grab my blauhe. Or however you're supposed to properly pronounce it. I know it's not blahaj. But it's blauhe, I think. If you cry, I may start crying. Oh no, nobody. Okay. I need to add a plushie to this model at one point. Also stop. After putting Ante to sleep in the corner, Genji and the others returned. Thanks. Was she sleeping well? Yes. She's sleeping peacefully.
The noise from here won't reach the parlor, right? That's right. The door is closed, so I don't think it'll reach.
Anji. Sweet dreams. Well then! That's enough solemn farewells. Let us begin the magnificent festivities we have planned for the after-party! When Beato clapped her hands loudly above her head, a white flash filled the hall and its entire appearance changed in an instant. The hall had transformed into a golden party chamber, with golden butterflies flitting about and gold leaf dancing everywhere.
Yes, the true party shall now begin. You said it. Okay, the anti-magic toxin is totally gone. Everyone, come on in. The party after the show is about to start. With a burst of applause and cheering, a tornado of gold butterflies rose up in the center of the room. By the time it passed, the number of faces had grown significantly.
Oh yeah, we gotta say our proper goodbyes to these people.
Let the witch of the future find happiness, and let us of the past be rewarded for our efforts, yes?
Indeed. Let us enjoy ourselves as well.
Come on, haven't we been enjoying ourselves the whole time?
In this world, the one who enjoys the most is the true winner.
Come, let's have the Seven Sisters over here too.
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here. I can't believe the game is finally over. Wah! What do you think you're doing crying at the after party, you little crybaby? Lord Battler, Beatrice-sama, thank you for the invitation. I want to see 6-year-old Anji-sama's sleeping face and have it all to myself. I want to see the food and have it all to myself. I want a hot guy to have all to myself. Why are you clinging to Battler when you say that? Stop, thief!
Glad to see you, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Enjoy yourselves. Ah, yes, things do get much noisier the moment they enter a room. And what's so terrible about that? In fact, it still isn't nearly noisy enough.
Another gold cyclone rose up. In its wake, 3 people with bunny ears came into view. Chester Sisters, Imperial Guards, right here.
It's such an honor to have been summoned to a great gathering such as this. I haven't had nearly enough fun for it to end yet, yeah?
There, I agree with you. But fear not, for our game shall continue much longer than this.
For eternity inside the cat box. Glad to have you here, Chester Sisters.
Lord Battler, allow me to express our deep gratitude for your invitation. In the future, we will endeavor to show you even more.
Come on, don't be so stiff and formal. Tonight we're all equal.
That's right, yeah. Battler gets it, yeah.
Chad Battler versus the 7 Snakes, who would win? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Ah!
At this point, I don't know.
Because my mind says that he would probably still let them win.
Stop it, 410. You're getting carried away. We'll get in trouble.
Hey there, Rishi. Long time no see. Wow, how long's it been since we've had so many uses of us here? Not since Natsuhi's trial, right? And you could hardly call that a party. If you're talking about a party, you'd better not try and leave us out of it.
Dang, how many of them are there? If they keep coming like this, there'll be more of them. There'll be more of them than us humans.
You can come on now, Sakataro. For you.
Lord Battler, it is an honor to receive your invitation.
Let it be known that it is an honor.
Hey, glad you came. It's been a long time. How have you been?
Very well, thank you. Fighting with you is always extremely fun. I have had enough of stamping documents. Commander Delanor, know that your to-do box is piling up as we speak.
Please make haste with the approval of the vacation papers. They are exceedingly important. Sounds like living in the Great Court is as boring as ever.
Lord Battler, I fear I must bring you some sad news.
What is it?
Delanor held out an envelope. It was one of the invitation cards that Battler had handed out for this night's party. The name on the card was Furudo Erika.
We did all we could.
The invitation was filled with stamps bearing the unreadable words of various foreign countries. Even without reading them, it was easy to guess that it had been returned to sender, as destination unknown.
I see. Thanks for trying so hard.
The depths of oblivion are like an empty, endless desert, or perhaps the bottom of the sea. No one besides Lady Birkenstell herself could find her location.
I did send invitations to those witches too. We'll have to hope they have the kindness to bring her along.
Lady Birkenstell is just like a cat. She'll show up whenever she feels like it, but when she isn't in the mood, she'll never come, no matter how often you call her.
Yeah, that kid's totally like a cat. She'll come to get her food, but she won't let you pet her head.
Nope, that was me! That was me saying that!
Lambda Delta, so you came.
Believe it or not, I'm a busy person, okay? Still, I am Beato's guardian. Wasn't I your guardian too? Well, anyway, I came because it's my responsibility. I happen to be in the neighborhood, so I stopped by. Hey, you, Goda. I brought some presents. Could you just put these wherever for me?
For someone who just dropped by because she was in the neighborhood, she brought an awful lot of presents, which included colorfully wrapped bottles and food boxes. Birkenstell isn't here yet.
You really think she'd come? She's not the kind of kid who'd just drop by to say hi at a game she's lost.
Probably. After all, she's very proud.
I seem to remember her putting us through hell. But she's still one of the players in this game. I thought it'd be good to have her over to celebrate the final night of the final game.
You're right. Without that kid, this game might not have reached its conclusion. Enemies and allies are the bare minimum you need for a game.
True. Without a foe, there could be no game.
At least I can enjoy defeat as just another part of the game. That kid can't. It's too bad, but she's been through a lot. So please, don't blame her too harshly.
Actually, I was planning to thank her. A lot of crazy stuff happened, but thanks to her, we were able to make it to where we are today. I don't know if it's me talking or if it's Battler.
Thanks. I don't know when I'll see her next, but if I'm lucky, I'll get my chance in a few 100 years. I'll let her know what you said. Oh, that's right. They don't have invitations, but I brought 2 guests with me.
Guests? Who? I'm pretty sure I sent invitations to all the usual suspects.
Come on over, you two. I'll introduce you.
Yay, it's them!
When Lamada snapped her fingers, the empty air exploded and 2 forms appeared.
If it isn't Willard.
Hey, I see you're as short as ever. Also, you guys didn't see it, but when I was saying it's them, I made my little clapping clap things.
Now here are some unfamiliar guests. Who are they?
Ow, don't pinch my butt. Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first? I'm fairly certain that Badler-kun and the others in this world don't know about us. You have the mark of the one-winged eagle on your clothes. Are you an Ushinomiya? I'm you, but better. Right. I'm you, but non-binary. My name is Ushinomiya Leon. In my world, we're cousins.
I'll introduce Leon. This is the successor to the Ushinomiya family headship, born only in a world of extremely low positive probability. In that world, Jessica's an only child. She's Leon's little sister.
Now there's a surprise. So there's a world like that.
Wait, you couldn't be.
Pleased to meet you, Beatrice. I know quite a lot about you. Seeing you smiling happily is the greatest joy I can imagine. I'm as glad as anyone else that you've made it to this point.
I see. So, it's you. I'm glad you're here.
Beato realized who and what Leon was. The 2 of them stared at each other's faces, as though looking at their own face in a mirror. Willard's the name. I'm just a passing stranger who got caught up in a game you know nothing about.
He's an inquisitor of heresy from the Great Court, like myself. A truly skilled one, though he is now retired.
I see. If you're Delanor's friend, you can't be anyone bad. Please, make yourself at home.
Just where did these 2 come from?
Burton brought them in and made them pieces. Once he was done with them and about to crush them, I picked them up. Elo said leaving them there would leave a bad aftertaste.
Is that okay? If by chance Lady Birkenstell does drop by here...
On this game board, they're my pieces, okay? And I can't wait to see the look on that kid's face when he bumps into them in a place like this.
I don't really get it, but you obviously brought them here for some shady reason.
That's all for my gifts. I'll just hang around for the rest. I'm leaving the rest to you, host.
Come, Lord Battler. If you don't announce it, we can't start. The start of tonight's party at the end of this long, long game. Ladies and gentlemen, your silence, please. Our territory lord, Lord Battler, has a message he wishes to convey to you all.
Enough of that. It's embarrassing.
Come Come on, it's a wife's responsibility. I'm not letting anyone else take it.
Vito sulked and handed Battler a glass of champagne. Come to think of it, everyone had a glass in their hands now. Maria, you're a kid, so drink some sparkling cider instead.
I want champagne too.
Hey, Maria-chan, why don't we drink some sparkling cider together? Battler, our drinks are getting warm.
Agreed. Begin, Battler. No objections, I see. This way, please, Lord Battler.
Ronove motioned towards the center of the room. When Battler stepped forward, everyone silently awaited his words. Glad you could all make it. This marks the end of my long game with Beato. I've invited everyone who's been a part of this game as a piece, a player, or a game master. I hope you'll enjoy this unending night to the fullest. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses to the heavens as they cheered, and afterwards, the soft sound of glasses clinking together rang out across the room. Only I was apart from all that fun noise. Maybe that's what did it. Before I realized it, my cheeks were wet with tears. I was lying on the sofa, covered by a blanket. I can just barely remember getting sleepy and falling asleep in a chair. Someone probably carried me here. I can't actually hear them, but I get the feeling that everyone's still on the hall having a good time. I want to go there too. No, I will go. Over there. It's what I've wanted all along, but I never took the first step. I'll go to where everyone is. My head still feels hazy, so there aren't any complicated thoughts in my mind. There's complicated words that I'm tripping over that aren't even that complicated. But that's okay. It's okay if my head's empty. I'll be together with everyone. I'll go to where they are. That's all that matters. I got up from the sofa and put on my shoes. Let's go. To where everyone is. The parlor door was shut. I tried to open it, but maybe because of my clumsiness, I couldn't get it open. It was a bit creepy, as though the bad dream I had just had was still going on.
It won't open. Why? It isn't even locked.
My mood grew darker and darker. The knob that locks or unlocks the door is on this side. If I twist it, I should be able to lock or unlock it. I turned it. Click. The door won't open. Did I accidentally lock it just now? I turned it. Click. The door won't open. I feel like I should save for some reason. I don't know if it's still doing that thing, but just in case. It didn't open the last time, so it should have opened this time. I don't have a clue how I'm supposed to turn it to unlock the door. I kept on alternating between turning the lock and roughly twisting the doorknob. I began to get irritated, wondering why they'd locked me away behind such an inconvenient door. Eventually, I ran out of patience and pounded hard on the door, but that noise didn't bring anyone to me. Why am I locked up in a place like this all alone? Everyone else is having a fun party right there in the hall. Let me get out of here. There aren't any more choices for a while? Okay. I figured, but at that moment, a cold wind blew past me. The wind rippled through my hair. Wind? Inside? I turned around to find the window curtain waving about. There was a sound like scraping or crying. At some point, the double window had opened outwards towards the darkness. The icy wind that came through it told me that this window was the only exit from this room. Huh? One of them is really important, so keep that save. Okay. Okay. Huh? Like the save that I specifically made, or would be another time to save, I wonder. I suddenly realized that the darkness beyond the open window was glaring at me, and my heart leapt. Jingle. A cute sound rang out. I finally understood. That sound was a cat's bell. The glaring emerald eyes in the darkness were those of a cat standing in the open window. It's pitch black. Luxuriant fur left only the eyes visible, blending into the darkness easily. Did the Yoshinomiya family own a cat? It has a bell on it, so it can't be a stray. It's a cat someone owns. At any rate, the cat was standing by the window and staring straight at me. I don't want to spoil it, just keep a separate save. You'll know when it's coming. Okay. It just saves you a bunch of skipping. Okay.
Who are you?
Of course, the cat didn't answer my question. I didn't think it was a cute cat, but I thought it might be trying to tell me something, so I approached it slowly. As I did, the cat did an about-face, turning its back to me. Then it turned its head to look at me, almost as though it was telling me to follow it, and it leapt down into the darkness, leaving the jingle of its bell behind. When I peeked out of the window, I saw the cat waiting for me under the pounding rain. I finally realized. This window was the only exit out of this closed-room parlor. The cat must have come to tell me that. The longer I keep standing around here, the longer the cat will have to wait in the rain. That's no good. It'll catch a cold. I climbed up onto the windowsill and went out of the window. The wind was strong and the rain was cold, but I didn't get as wet as I thought I would. I might have been in the mansion's shadow. When the cat saw that I was outside, it walked along the wall of the mansion as if guiding me. It quickly disappeared into the blackness, but every now and then it would turn around and set the bell jingling to let me know it was there. Eventually, a window with light seeping out came into view. It was the window to the hall. When I peeked inside, I saw everyone having a good time. I couldn't hear their voices, but they were all right there.
Open up! Open up!
I pounded on the window, but no one heard. Maybe the window was really thick, or maybe it was just noisy inside. Or it might have been so dark outside that I blended in with the darkness. In any event, no matter how much I hit the window, it didn't look as though anyone noticed. By this point, my loneliness was giving way to anger. Why don't you notice me? Why did you lock me up in that room all alone? I've had enough. I'll get inside somehow and yell at everyone. When the cat realized I had given up on knocking the window, it led me onwards with another jingle. But just where is this cat going? I know it's following the wall of the mansion, but that's not the way to the front door. The front door might be locked. I'm sure the cat knows the way into the mansion, and it's leading me there. Away from the light seeping from the hall, and towards the blackness lit only dimly by the lights in the garden, the cat and I continued to walk. Then, I found it. An open window. The cat stood below it and looked between me and the window, as though telling me to go inside.
Thanks, kitty. I'd like to give you some milk to thank you. Won't you come with me?
When I walked closer to pick the cat up, it slipped away from my hands and flew into the bushes in a nearby flower bed. Then, as though it really had melted into the darkness inside the bush, all traces of it vanished. No matter how much I strained my ears, I couldn't hear the sound of that bell. Suddenly, the wind changed directions, and the rain started to hit me fiercely. I can't stay in a place like this forever.
We'll go inside. What room is it, I wonder?
I climbed up into the windowsill and entered the room. Then, the window silently shut and locked itself. Good. That saves me the trouble of doing it myself. The room was completely dark. However, as my eyes got used to the darkness, I was able to make out a few things. It was a large room. There was a long table and many chairs. It was the dining hall. Perhaps because I realized this and relaxed, it quickly became hard for me to make out details. I searched blindly along the walls for the light switch. Then finally, I felt a familiar shape. Wouldn't it be annoying if I pushed this and the light didn't come on? Click. In fact, it was nearly the opposite. An annoyingly bright light filled the dining hall and made my eyes hurt. I slowly opened my tight, shut eyes. And then, I saw the state the room was in. The dining hall was covered with blood. Here and there were humans lying on the floor. Then, I realized that two of the people were my own parents. Anyway. Okay. Hey, are you having a great time, people? If anyone's not having a good time, we're gonna eat you! Yell and sing the praises of tonight's banquet! The hall was alive with a mingling of humans and the magical illusions that lived on this island. At first, everyone stayed in their own groups, too nervous to mingle. However, as time passed, people started to move around, and both halves began to chat happily together. But they never listen. They just never listen, do they?
Leadership's important. You need to lead by example if you want anyone to follow you.
Maybe some subordinates are like that, but I've never had any success with ordinary methods. Anyway, you're done for if your subordinates don't take you seriously. It's important to scold people loudly, even for small mistakes, every once in a while in front of everyone else.
everyone's scared. A leader has to be an example for everyone to follow. If you really want to be a leader.
Everyone listened intently to the Vegetalion's theory on leadership. This was after several rounds of drinks had gone by, and everyone was naturally focused on the conversation.
Kire, why do you get stronger the more jealous you are?
Don't make it sound so bad. If I want something, I won't let it slip away. I always put that theory into practice. There's nothing more to it.
Thanks for waiting, everyone. Even more food is on the way. Butting in on our family party like this. And yet, while I hate to admit it, every moment of this is flawless. Just what sort of hotel did he train at?
Too bad Nandere-sama just happens to be totally perfect. But I still love Godon more. This one's been cooked just right.
The seven sisters had blended into the party perfectly, and they were making things interesting.
And yet, many great mysteries are called masterpieces despite being shut down by Van Dyne's 20 rules.
It's not like I'm trying to shut down anything. Mystery novels exist for the sake of your own amusement. If you have fun, that's all that matters. Know that even the great wizard hunting rite has gone quite soft.
Whether it's literature or forms of entertainment, generally accomplished rules change with the times. It must be the same with mystery novels, yes?
Everyone chimed in on Will's theory of mystery novels. There is no shortage of things to talk about.
Yes, that is a fitting attitude for a beginner. However, at that rate, you'll never become a key player in your organization.
But know that the regulations are always to be enforced. That's something for newbies to do. Don't forget that regulations and rules are pretty much guidelines for the new guys who don't know any better. Pardon me.
You said it. You can't really call yourself an adult until you learn how to move outside the rules. You're still a kid if you let the rules hold you back.
I can't stand letting other people do the work. I'm Mammon of Greed. I'll do all the jobs myself. That's some spirit you've got there. How much are they paying you for being a sister of Purgatory? Come get a job at my husband's business instead. I'll recommend you personally.
The humans and the illusions were now very much on casual terms.
I see.
So this is how it's done in the world of witches.
Yeah, you got it. You got it, Nya. Where we've come from, you pour the tea into the saucer, press your palms on the table, and slurp it up like a dog, Nya.
What the hell are you teaching her? Who does that? And Natsuhi, what do you think you're doing getting tricked like that and at your age?
Good job.
Get away from her, Satan. How can you be so rude to Natsuhi-san? Huh? Why are you crying, Satan? Was I too hard on you?
Chester 410-san, please stop giving my pure and trusting mother such crazy ideas. Don't worry, he won't leave a mark. 410 started yelling about animal abuse, jumping around in circles and holding her butt. So cute. What a precious scene. This is really a fanfic scene, right?
I wonder if there's a prince out there for me. I want to have some hot, passionate love. Oh my gosh.
Why are you talking?
I fell in love. If I fell in love, could I become a beautiful princess too?
Of course. Love is a miracle, power, a mineral. It grants you invincible strength.
What?
Is that what the person who once claimed that love equals lust, I hear?
Indeed. It would seem she's getting her fill every night.
Shut up, you perverts.
The circle surrounding Byato was always a lively one.
Yeah, I know how you feel. If only you're given orders that we find meaning in our lives.
I get nervous when I don't have any orders. Someone ordered me to do something or I'll die.
I love that. Wait, I feel like I've heard that quote from something before. Maybe it's a coincidence. You can't have that attitude. You've got to find your own meaning for your life. Cut your own path.
That's right. Your resolve has to be certain and absolute, okay? Back when I was human, I lived like a daredevil all the time.
A bit shakily, Lambda Delta started talking about her theory of life. Apparently, she also had her fair share of champagne.
What a bizarre scene. Yeah, I guess so. Dillonor-sama, would you like some more to drink? Something non-alcoholic. After all, I am a kid.
Shannon-chan will do. Do you have a second? Butler came back into the hall. He was searching for a servant, and the first one his eyes met was Shannon.
Of course, Butler-sama. Do you need something?
Sorry, but would you mind lending me the key to the parlor?
The parlor? I can get you in with the master key, but why?
Well, I was just wondering if Anji was asleep, so I went over there. The door was locked.
Locked? After we carried Anji-sama to the sofa, we shut the door, but we didn't lock it.
Don't tell me that Anji... She must have felt like she was being left out of the fun and locked the door from the inside in a huff. Silly kid.
Shall we unlock it then?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Sorry about the trouble. Battler and Shannon left the hall together. In the hall, Lambda Delta started suggesting that they all have another quiz tournament together. Apparently, the Witch of Certainty would be handing out prizes. Everyone seemed enthusiastic about the idea. Smiling contentedly at the ensuing uproar, Battler headed towards the parlor.
It really is locked. Shall I open it?
She was sleeping, so I didn't knock on the door, but if she locked it, that proves she woke up. Let's try knocking once. Battler knocked on the door and called Anji's name. However, there was no response from the other side. He pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully, but there was no hint of Anji unhappily throwing a cushion at it. She might have fallen asleep again after having her little tantrum. Could you open it for me?
As you wish.
Shannon took out her master key and unlocked the door. Then she stepped back to let Battler go through. Anji, I'm coming in. Speaking in a quiet voice to avoid waking Anji if she was asleep, Battler opened the door. Then, just as the door was opened, a chilly breeze drifted by. The breeze, which felt like outside air, immediately caught the attention of the pair, and they looked at each other. It could be seen at a glance that Anji wasn't in the parlor. The curtains on the wide-open window fluttered about. Anji? Anji? A blanket lay crumpled on the sofa. It sat there just as Anji had left it after waking up. The blanket was slightly warm. Clearly she had been here until a short while ago.
Anji-sama?
Are you there? She obviously wasn't playing hide-and-seek. Anji was nowhere to be seen in the parlor. Battler peered out the open window into the rainy blackness. So she slipped out of the window in this rain and went... where?
Do you think Anji-sama might have gone out the window?
That'd make her one hell of a sleepwalker. She couldn't have left from the main entrance, so she probably didn't have an umbrella, or doesn't have an umbrella. It was very hard to imagine a reason Anji might have for going outside in this weather. I have a bad feeling about this. This shouldn't be happening. I'm the game master of this game board. So why are we in a situation that the game master can't understand? A large bolt of lightning lit up the surrounding area for an instant, but I was unable to see any trace of Anji.
Okay, it's my turn to think of a question. Okay. So you have a third of a cake, a quarter of a cake, and a fifth of a cake all on a plate. It takes 30 minutes to eat one whole cake. So how much is left on the plate when you're finished eating?
At that moment, there was a roar of thunder and the lights flickered. The cheery voices vanished in an instant like candles being blown out.
None. That's a riddle you were tricked with once, isn't it?
Amidst the silence, one voice rang out and answered Lambda's riddle. There she is. The crowd parted, and the form of a girl, a 1,000-year-old witch, came into view. She had been invited. She was an official guest, holding an invitation to this party.
Sorry I'm late. I was busy planning some festivities to liven up the party.
As Brickenstill spoke, she looked around at everyone.
Oh, and I thought you two were rotting away in the fragment sea.
They're my pieces now. Pretty cool, right?
She stared at Leon and Will with an unnerving smile on her face, but she seemed to lose interest.
Where's Battler? And Beato? I'm a guest, aren't I? Isn't there anyone to welcome me in?
I'm here.
We did invite you, but I didn't expect you to actually come. I see. This must truly be a miracle. Now that's an interesting way to put it. Why'd everyone get so quiet? This is a party, right? Go ahead and be noisy for just the hell of it. Or is you welcoming me with silence part of some kind of joke?
Now it's your turn.
My turn for what?
You asked where Battler was, so I told you I was here. Now it's your turn. What are you talking about? Did something happen? Anji's gone. Even I, the game master, don't know where she went.
That's insane! Isn't this your game? That doesn't make sense!
If Angie disappearing isn't a scenario created by Battler, that means there must be another game master.
Is that even possible?
Oh, yes. I was surprised myself. Just when I opened the game board to start a delightful game on my own, I found that Battler had started up this bizarre game at the same time. I never thought I'd be in a game with 2 game masters.
In other words, you're admitting that you hid Anzi away somewhere.
It would seem so. After all, no one could introduce a scenario you didn't build, except for another game master.
So this is one of those festivities to liven up a party that you mentioned?
You all looked like you were having a blast with that quiz tournament, so I decided I wanted to join in.
You chose to hold Angie hostage for that purpose.
You've got it. Battler, Bieto, I want to challenge you to a game. You cannot refuse. Not if you treasure Angie as a little sister, that is.
I'm just gonna save there.
What do you want?
Lambda and I made a bet about the game between you and Bieto. I must acknowledge that I've lost. At least, that I've lost to Lambda.
Bryn tries to act all dry, but she's way more persistent than she looks. So, you're saying you lost to me, but not to Battler and Bieto?
It seemed as though Birkenstell might smile. However, she didn't. Those cold eyes spoke without words. Battler understood. He had played so many games against Bieto. Those games had been a wordless message from Bieto. So he knew. He understood.
She wants to fight us. Is that it?
She will be a fearsome opponent.
But we can't back out.
I know that. We mustn't let Angie become Lady Birkenstell's plaything.
Bieto understood as well. She understood why Birkenstell was asking for one final battle.
I never thought I'd see Byrne fighting openly like this.
Do you find that funny?
Why would I?
Thanks.
Lambda understood as well. Before the tale of Battler and Bieto ended, before everything was locked away in the cat box, Birkenstell would finally move from the audience to the stage. That witch who had hidden off to the side of the stage, unwilling to come out into the light, would now show that she had the courage to step forward into the stage itself. As a friend, Lambda Delta showed that she understood Birkenstell's human emotions, which had given her this courage.
Is there anything I can do?
Please act as an observer for my game.
Sure. If you promise that you'll release Angie if we take part in your game, that is.
Of course. Without such a promise, we aren't obligated to go along with this farce in any way.
You may not owe me anything, but you'll never see Angie again.
In that case, you can enjoy being branded as a loser for the next few centuries.
Bieto, don't provoke her. This isn't a fight we can back down from.
Indeed.
Now that a hostage has been taken, their ability to negotiate had disappeared. However, Lambda Delta was agreeing to become an observer if it would mean make Birkenstell promise to release Angie. Unless she held Birkenstell to a promise like that, the latter would have nothing to lose. To make this final fight Birkenstell wanted a proper one, Lambda Delta made her agree to this.
Of course, Lambda. I promise. When the game ends, I'll release Angie.
Don't make a fool of me, okay? When I get chained, I never let go of the one who did it until they regret it.
Lambda Delta spoke in a soft, threatening tone. However, Birkenstell laughed lightly as though the look on Lambda Delta's face was merely cute.
I swear it. I swear it on our friendship.
Ugh.
Lambda whistled and grinned. Apparently, this was the most reliable oath Birkenstell could utter.
Okay.
Lambda nodded, looking between Battler and Birkenstell, and spoke.
By the name of Lambda Delta, Witch of Certainty, I accept the role of observer for your fight. Battler, Bieto, you have no objections, right?
Battler and Bieto nodded at each other, then nodded at Lambda Delta to show their determination.
I'm so glad. We finally get to fight each other.
I had a feeling I'd end up fighting you sooner or later.
Since when?
I'm not sure. Might have been before I even learned your name. Battler vaguely remembered her speaking to him, somewhere in an unconscious world he couldn't recall. At that time, it sounded like she was giving him advice for his fight with Bieto.
But thinking back on it, there was a bit more to it than that. She might have been a cat fighting from the sidelines, too scared to go out into the bright sunlight. So I had a vague premonition that, eventually, we would stand opposed to each other on the game board in some way. She was also one of the players. Now at the very end of the game board is being put away. She's finally found the courage to step onto the stage. I'd like to accept your brave challenge. In the name of that courageous girl who was once your piece.
I forced Erica to fight a duel. I wanted to win. And even more strongly, I didn't want to lose. The fear of probably tasting defeat tormented me. And, thinking back on it, I envied you two back then.
Erica was a great piece of yours, and my rival. I won't forgive you for abandoning her in the end and burying her in the depths of oblivion.
Just what do you want me to do? Apologize to Erica?
Save Erica from the depths of oblivion, and invite her to this party.
Save Erica?
I feel the same as Battler. She was a piece who stood in opposition to us, but she was only faithfully fulfilling her role. There could be no game without a rival. She remains our enemy, but she's also an important friend to us.
Even though she made you suffer so much.
We fought a fair fight. The only outcome may have changed our fate, but now that we've dueled each other, we'll always be friends. Heckbird, she may look like Eureka, but she's evil. I mean, like, technically. She's evil, but technically, a little bit more than looks.
You want to be their friend too, don't you, Bern? That's why you want a fair fight with them now, isn't it? Are you laughing at me?
We aren't. On the contrary, we welcome it.
Even though I've taken a hostage.
If you didn't, you probably wouldn't have been able to come up onto the stage. There had been no need to take a hostage. Battler and Beato had been more than willing to accept this final duel, if Birkenstell wished it. It was hard to make out anything from Birkenstell's silent expression.
Fine. What's fine? I'll release Erica from the depths.
I'm glad you decided to do this. For someone as proud as Birkenstell, forgiving the piece who had caused her defeat should have been nearly unbearable. Battler knew this, so he realized how much this bit of compassion had cost Birkenstell. Birkenstell snapped her fingers and a black cat slipped out of her shadow.
I tossed her all the way into the deepest parts of oblivion. Might take her a while to get here.
It matters not. There is no danger of the food and drink running out.
Go, kitty. Guide that kid here.
When she gave this order, the kid melted into the darkness, its bell jingling.
I can hardly believe that you'd forgive Erica. I don't plan on forgiving her. She's not my piece anymore. Anyone feel like picking her up? After all, you already picked up Leon and Will.
Birkenstell, you have my thanks.
Okay, enough with the sentimentality. I've already had as much as I can bear.
Sure. Where will we have the game? As far as I care, we could have it here, with all the noise or in the usual quiet spot. Lady Birkenstell has already shown that she has the courage to stand before a great many people. There is no point in making her suffer any longer. Good point. Then let's go to the usual place.
Any objections, Bern? None. Sorry, partygoers. We'll have to be heading out for a bit, but please continue to enjoy yourselves. Separ, Furfur, liven this place up. When Erica gets here, let's have everybody give her a warm welcome.
Yes, Lady Lambda Delta. Your wish is our command. Now then, let us take her to the usual room, a fitting place for our battle of wits. When Battler snapped his fingers, space shattered. So cool. They were now in the smoking room of the witches, a place where witches had once debated, schemed, and reasoned all they could. Birkenstell had been invited there once again, and the final game would now begin. Do you have a game prepared?
Of course. I worked hard on this game, and I'm pretty proud of it. So, Bern will be the game master, and Battler and Beetle will be the players?
I'm interested to see what sort of scenario Lady Birkenstell develops. We'll explain things with the blue truth, and you'll knock those down with the red truth. Are you okay with those rules?
My game will be a simpler one. It's just a quiz of guessing the culprit. I don't feel like trading red and blue with you. Oh? What kind of game will that be? Would you mind letting me have a look at it first?
Birkenstell held her palm upwards, and a palely glowing fragment appeared there. Lambda Delta brushed it with her hand and shut her eyes. Okay, maybe now is a good time to say.
See, it's a simple game, isn't it? You're right. It's much more straightforward than the mind games these two played in the past. This isn't even a game about witches and humans anymore.
That's right. This is a game about humans.
What a surprise! The game Byrne created to combat Beato's fantasy. It's a genuine mystery.
Please explain.
It's extremely simple. You'll watch the tale Byrne has prepared for you. There are several rules to it that if you follow them as you read it through, it'll lead you to a single truth. In other words, the answer.
So, it's an ordinary mystery novel? I see. In that case, there's no need to combat between red and blue truth. In Beato's games, the argument had been about whether the story was a mystery or not. However, Birkenstell's game was a mystery. There was no need to argue over that from the start.
I've even cut out the motive and the tricks. There's only one question I'm asking you.
Who done it?
What a simple yet fitting game to conclude our fight.
Yeah, no cheap tricks. Just a stoically simple game.
This is a genuine duel.
As the observer, I'll say this. This game is made to be solvable. In other words, I guarantee that it's a suitable setting for your duel. Byrne, I know I keep on saying this, but are you really sure? Valor and Beato's relationship started because they both loved mystery. I agree it's a pretty tricky scenario, but I'm sure it'll be enough to stop these two.
If my best tale cannot stop them, then what comes will come.
You know, we were missing the witch's puzzle.
The important thing is that Lady Birkenstell put everything she had into this game.
You're right. Will that be enough to stump us? That's all this simple game is about. Thanks, Lambda. Thanks to you, we know that this duel will be a fair fight.
You're welcome. I'm happy too. It'll be an honor to witness Byrne fighting this precious fight.
I am also honored to have you as an opponent. Same here. I underestimated you, and I did it without even stepping onto the battlefield with you. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. So, let me fight.
Indeed. Show us what you've got.
If I win, I'll be able to look down on you for real this time. And if I lose, I'll surely be reminded of the emotion I know I've forgotten.
Indeed. Birkenstell, whether you end up winning or losing, I promise you one thing.
What's that?
When this duel is over, we'll be friends.
Enough of that, please. The sentimentality is killing me.
Okay, maybe now is the moment to say it. Lambda clapped her hands. A pleasant sound rang out.
Will you be the reader, Byrne? Or shall I do that?
I don't need a reader.
Huh?
A reader, Miko, can use her own voice to embellish or distort the tale. Even if there is no cheap trickery in my game, by having a reader, any amount of trickery could be added.
Yes, that is true. This is the semi-last time. The next time to save is very far ahead. Oh, okay. Close to the endish. Oh, okay. That is true. That's another of the Game Master's privileges.
I want to have a straightforward duel with you. So, I don't need a reader. You can read this tale with your own eyes and ears.
Are you sure? That means you've lost almost all of your advantages.
Understood. You don't need a reader. We'll read the tale ourselves.
If there is no reader, does that mean there will be absolutely no falsehoods contained in the narrated text?
We're ready, Birkenstell. A showdown over a genuine mystery without any cheap tricks. If you're gonna play fair and square, we'll challenge you head on too.
Thank you. And I don't plan on losing either.
No. That's no good, Lady Byrne. She's right. If you're a witch challenging us to a mystery, you can't have an attitude like that. Yeah, it's all useless. Birkenstell, realizing what Battler and Beato were asking for, snorted. Lambda Delta nodded at her, telling her to enjoy this final duel to the fullest.
What were you expecting? A happy mystery chat between humans and witches? Come on, don't make me laugh. Let's see if your cheery mysteries are any match for the one I've prepared. Let's see what you've got.
We wouldn't have it any other way. Yes, we'll accept your challenge, Lady Birkenstyle, Witch of Mysteries. All right, time to start. I, Game Master Ushinomiya Battler. I thought I messed up my name for a second there. And Beatrice, the Endless Witch, will be your opponents. Don't start crying when we wipe the floor with ya.
Take this. Here's my mystery.
Birkenstyle took a fragment containing the game and smashed it against the table, shattering it into a brilliant light as the game scenario laid itself out. The curtain rose on the mystery Birkenstyle had created. I feel like this would be a good cliffhanger, but like, no, I don't want to stop. I want to keep going. No sound but that of the falling rain filled the room. It covered the tragic scene in the bloody dining hall. At some point, Unzi had fainted and fallen to the floor. Now, her consciousness was slowly returning, forcing her to remember what had happened in this room. So she reflexively averted her gaze, even now, before the memory overtook her. If you don't have any time, now's the time. This next bit is long. But it's so early to end. But like, it's a good transition scene. It's a genuine puzzle from Ryokishi to you. Oh. So I don't want to have a moment of like separation. I guess it would be fine. Okay. Yeah, you have to figure this. You have to figure this one out. Okay. It's really cool. I know. I want to go into it, but like, I'm gonna have to like end in like 15 minutes anyway. So.
Let's go on over here.
And then close that out. I want to keep going. Curse me having the heckin' cutoff time. Okay, well, who's streaming right now? A few people are streaming. It has probably the best song. Oh, I'm looking so forward to it. Let me see. Who should we go to? I feel like we keep going to Miss Jackie. Do we like Case Unit? They're playing Lobotomy Corp. So that wouldn't be too bad. Otherwise... got quite a few people doing art. Yeah. Case Unit probably wouldn't be too bad. Man, it feels weird. I'm ending early, but like I guess it's okay. This way we have a very pleasant little cliffhanger. And then we get to just focus all on the mystery next week. Even though I really want to do it now, but like I don't want to just go like 15 minutes into it and then be like, okay, bye. Okay. So yeah, we'll go over to Case Unit. I feel like that'll be fine. Okay. And then Brain Hurdy raid. I feel like that'll be a good raid message.
There's the raid message. Feel free to, if you are not subscribed, use any emote you want that is similar or whatever one that you have available to you.
I'm sure there's like a Twitch specific one that matches. I don't know which one specifically it is, but you know, something. I'm surprised but glad that I kind of like cried a little bit during like the end of the party. Like it's just the doll of Vieto just it was like that final stake But I'm excited to do more of it next week. I don't know if we'll actually reach the end of it next week or if it'll be for 2 more weeks, but I feel like we're close. A very bittersweet episode. I could tell from what we had in this chapter, like, oh my goodness. She's like, here, use your brain, and also, you're gonna be in pain for a little bit. Hi. I think you'll end next week? Really? Okay. Oh, we got 10 seconds. I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Blim. I don't think that got caught before the raid happened. But that is okay. Do. Boop. And then